Alright, let's make sure the microphone doesn't sound like shit from an ass today. Gonna sound double for a second. Gonna sound double for a second. Gonna sound double. Okay, we good. I don't know what the fuck happened yesterday. Like I don't know why my OBS was like, yeah, you're gonna sound like a fucking Call of Duty lobby, just like for the entire day of today. How about that? And hello, Smiley. What happened, Wetlock? I keep getting double weapon drops from Sanctuary 3. Which, like, I don't know, it's a 5% drop and I've gotten 5 weapons already. But yeah, that's, you know. Also almost already have the entire set from the new dungeon. Pretty much. I don't know. I feel like I'm really emptying out all of my luck before Global, unfortunately. Alright, let me just double check this, and then we'll get started. Alright. Guess I'll start by doing my Abyss weekly stuff. And then... that, I guess. Yeah, I do my Abyss weekly stuff, and then I have some... I'll do my corridors as well. Get some of that Closet Gamba stuff going. And yeah... some dungeons, some old dungeons. I have to do sanctuaries on all of my ults as well. Daily dungeon. Bunch of stuff to do. Abyss will follow you on Global. Fucking hope so. I don't know what the fuck all of this is coming from, to be honest. Kinda out of the blue. This region, right? Yeah, okay. Alright. You have to keep some of it though. Turn off the large scale stuff. And off we go. Which is just south. No TP is gonna suck a bit, but you know what? That's fine. That is a sacrifice I am willing to make to get more Closet Gamba. But like at this point, I'm kind of reaching a state where I'm kind of done with the patch already. It's kind of crazy. I'm literally missing one piece of armor of the Lava Heart set, and then like that's GG's, right? My next step after that is making the whole Dragon Guard to upgrade to Nemesis because I already have the ingredients, which is a bit unreal. Bit unreal. Oh, yeah, right, the server matchmaking changed, I guess. I think it's Narnia, right? Probably not as feisty as Muslim Tedder. Character luck, yeah. I mean, this exact speculation happens on every game. But yeah. I mean, the thing is, my luck has been like very subpar. Like, my luck has arguably been dog shit prior to that, but it's just all of a sudden, like the last week, it's just all turning around for some reason. Okay. I mean, this is the same character that's failed the whole Dragoncraft, you know? If I proc the fucking guard when I get around to it, that is gonna be incredibly sus. Yeah, there's not too many people. I will have to do some roaming though to get my weekly AP. Eventually. I'm on PvP gear, but so is this guy. Brother. Brother, come back. Yeah, I can probably just roam on my PvE gear without much problem for this server. Yeah. Only the right side left. How is this guy doing ZDPS, bro? I'm on my mod PvE set. And these bots are built different. In a bad way. I mean, that ranger was not even bot, like, because bro was running away. Yeah, I don't know. I get that server really fucking reeks ass. Yeah. And one more on the island. Huh. Okay. But I have to do my lower abyss once as well. I mean, I guess I might as well while I'm there, you know. While I'm at it. Nice. Actually got the keys, unbelievable. Actually got the 30 asshole, wow. Insane. Alright, let's see. How often do you need to make Nightmare Dungeon solo? I don't really like PvE content solo. You clear it once at a bit. Oh, I'm fucking broke, dude. What in the world? Okay, well, never mind. I'll come back to this later. You basically clear it once in the entire season, and then you're done. Like, that's it. You know how I can add the server tag next to my name? Add the server tag next to my name? What do you mean? Like, visible in-game? I don't think you can. You only see it on people of different servers. And thanks for the follow. Tap name 0619. What a name. Okay, you know what? Let me run like the 2 dungeons that I can run. Do not be broke as shit and be able to afford these scrolls. Yeah, how about that? Yeah, I kind of went forward and enhanced this yesterday, so that's why I kind of don't have money left. One more piece to enhance though, and I'll be done. Alright. Hit 20k plus. I mean, I fall within that category. Good to hear. Yeah, like basically, you can go straight to the end boss early into the season, and then if you want to keep farming tokens to buy something from the Nightmare shop, you can use instant clear tickets. Like, see, click the instant clear button, max, collect rewards, and it automatically clears to get the tokens, so you don't have to do it again. Can you make a gearing kit, explain gear transfers, soul binds, etc.? I will make that, yes. Like, closer to global release to make sure there's no further changes to the systems, I will make those. I already have, like, you know, some broad guides that some of them are slightly outdated for Taiwan, right? But I will remake them for global, yeah, I will. Cleric. 700. My bro is feeling generous, I guess. Yeah, like around mid to late August, I'm gonna start releasing a bunch of guides for just about anything you can think of. Alright. Ah, yes. First dungeon load of the day. Oh, at least I don't have to respec. That was an emergency maintenance earlier today. I wonder what the fuck they broke. Oh, yeah. Also, I need to check if they fixed the English localization. Has it been broken since the patch? There's been a couple of, like, you know, hot fixes since the patch. So maybe it's part of it. And hello, A-Ray. AION gaming indeed. Another long day of grinding ahead of us. Lots to do. This group DPS is pretty good, actually. Is it fixed yet? Maybe. It's not doing the thing where it immediately cancels, so I'll give it a second. It's weird that I uninstalled it now to begin with. I wonder if they updated the localization stuff for Season 4, and maybe that's what broke it. What region are you playing in? I'm in Taiwan right now. Korea is a bit too troublesome to play on. Also a bit risky. So yeah, Taiwan is not exactly the best region of all time, but at least it's very convenient to play on. Do you know what stat you need for DPS on templates to create an accuracy in PvE? It's the same as every class. It's the same. But you need your accuracy and crit cap depending on the content. And other than that, it's going to be smite, attack, weapon damage boost. You know, the works. Get all of the offensive stats that you can get on soul binds, like percent attack, perfect chance, might. Prioritize attack when you don't have anything else to roll. And in your Genius Insight on 3-9 you focus Smite. If you want to settle for something a bit less, then you can go weapon damage boost if you get a good roll. Or if you get like a max roll PvE damage boost, you can roll that as well for the meantime. Although it's not ideal, like you should be aiming for over 2% Smite, but you know. And then for the other slots, you get your accuracy and crit until you have your cap, and then you fill in the rest with attack. That's pretty much it. That is pretty much it. Let's see. Okay, no, it's still broken. Never mind. You plan to keep playing on Taiwan after global releases? No. I'm going to focus on the EU. I might, you know, I'm not going to like sell the account or anything. I'll keep it to check out the new patches and stuff like that. As long as we are behind on, the patches, right? But I'm not going to be active on Taiwan. I'll probably just like leave my account in the hands of people who are still playing on Taiwan if they need a Cleric or something, and then I'll just, you know, check shit out on occasion. These are really fucking fun. Jesus Christ. Could send a long message, deleted it. Well, no time like the present. Time to write it again. Yeah. I'm not a big fan of this pattern where it happens. Wow, there's no stacks on my side. That's crazy. That is fucked. I mean, savable, but wow, that's just crazy. Go. I'll just stay here. How much did you was wondering if you saw it. Well, Zeph, nothing against you, right? But I feel like people ask me about this 20 times a day, and honestly, I'm just tired of it. I don't give a shit about what people that don't play the game have to say about the game. I'll just leave it at that, right? And neither should you. Alright, no problem. I understand. But yeah. Not exactly my favorite thing to do on the weekends. Also, someone already left. That's great. I mean, all these guys are together, actually. All from the same server. Are they in the same legion? They are, actually. Yeah. Alright. I'll give it a second to reapply. Everything on stream? Yeah, I mean, it's not worth anyone's time. I haven't seen it, I'm not interested in seeing it. I don't think the person in question has anything of interest to say because they haven't played the game. Right? And I know for a fact they haven't played the game. And neither should you give a shit about what they had to say. Because quite frankly, anyone that titles anything like this, even if they had anything to say that was worthwhile, is not worth listening to. Wow. I guess that's just gonna do something else, huh? I mean, I can... Yes. Why not? You get racist mode, his opinion isn't relevant. I mean, his opinion stopped being relevant the moment he titled the video that. And again, it's just... anyone that provides an opinion on, you know, something they have no first-hand experience into is honestly not worth listening to. Again, would you listen to someone that says that they don't like fucking salmon meunière if they've never had it? Probably not, right? Same thing applies here. Don't like the game, just don't play it. I mean, you can have criticism. I have absolutely no problem with people having criticism, right? And the game is deserving of criticism. There's a lot to say about the game, right? But again, you can't have criticism if you haven't fucking touched the thing that you're criticizing. Sure, I fucking hate the Matrix movies, man. Have you seen it? No. But the people who talk about it are annoying. Okay. Same thing. And again, it's just going to be the usual video of, oh, I saw a Korean guy 8 months ago on Reddit that was killing bots because he swiped. Wow, that's crazy, guys. The game is pay to win. Probably only talks about the PvP, like exclusively, because, you know, again, no experience about the game. Doesn't understand that the game is primarily PvP. As you said, there's some borderline racism. Probably commented on. I mean, it's pick one of three when those people talk about Korean games, right? Are they going to talk about Koreans having small dicks, or about the fact that they will make fun of you because you're poor because you won't spend in their games? You know, like it's just don't listen to these people. Is all. Your time is worth more than that. Some people will believe some of those face value. I mean, Rick, I don't want to be that guy, right? But if you believe stuff like that at face value, you were probably not interested in checking out the game to begin with. So we're not exactly losing out on anything. And anyone that is gullible enough to be listening to this, like, I mean, I just feel sorry for them. I mean, then again, we have fucking people listen to AI, so. Something, we live in a society, something, yeah. But either way, let's move the topic to something a bit more interesting. How do we know you're not AI? Bro, there's a webcam on the bottom right. What do you mean? I'm literally right here. Sure. Would an AI do this? And I just fucking end stream. God, I actually saw the funniest thing. Like, every time someone comes into chat and asks me for my opinion on something, and I give them an answer, and then they're like, huh, but AI said this, I'm going to send them the video I just saw before stream. I don't know if you guys, like, played or watched Diablo 2, right? But every now and again, I look at it, I watch a YouTuber called Mr. Llama, right? Like, this guy has been fully dedicated to Diablo 2 for, like, the last decade, right? And he basically tried to play through Diablo 2 by asking, like, Claude and ChatGPT how to play it. Every step of the way. And it was, like, some of the most dogshit asinine dialogue and opinions and advice given all the way throughout. Like, literally absolutely nothing was right. So every time someone comes into chat and is like, but AI said this, I'm going to make them watch through the entire 6-hour video. Because I think I do not condone the use of AI, by the way. Like, don't use AI even if it's for the funny, right? Like, don't be that guy. But I think this is a good example as to why you should not listen to anything a fucking language model has to tell you, like, about anything. Just don't use that garbage. Use your brain. Numerous vids with the same false argument, so at some point people will believe it. Whatever. I mean, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. The game is... Here's my insane prediction rate, alright? The game's gonna release. All of those naysayers, right, are going to play the game, right? Even though they tell people not to play it, they're going to play it. And they're going to milk it for a month, and then they're gonna leave, right? And the people who actually find out that, wow, the game is actually good and playable, are going to stay. And all of those tourists that never cared about actually playing any game to begin with and just wanted to milk shit are gonna be gone. Can someone recommend a full-size customizable keyboard? I'm not a keyboard enthusiast, I'm gonna be honest. I know people that, you know, they're really into it. Like, they keep ordering like custom keycaps and shit. I'm gonna be honest, I've been using a K95 from Corsair for like 3 years or something. Haven't customized anything, haven't changed the keycaps. Half of the letters are worn off. But as long as it works, I'm using it. So I can't... The only thing I can tell you is that I'm pretty satisfied with the keyboard in itself. I will say that IQ is a piece of garbage though. Fun fact, when I use, when I draw, when I connect my, like for some fucking reason, it didn't always used to do this, but when I connect my tablet to draw, right, I have to unplug my mouse because IQ loses its fucking mind with the tablet and keeps like disconnecting and reconnecting the mouse, which makes the drawing software just freak out. Like that's the type shit I'm encountering with IQ, right? So yeah. No, not the biggest fan of the software. Probably still not as bad as Synapse, but you know, then again, Synapse was probably designed by, I don't know, but it was probably designed by an AI. That's, you know, the way, given how quote-unquote good it is, derogatory. People tend to go super small, yeah. I can't. I have to go full size because I actually use the numpads personally. Won't blend the shortcuts and so on. Yeah, it's just more keybinds for like everything. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we have a channel. I don't need to use LP. I mean, whatever. It doesn't matter. Literally just gonna be done after this anyway. Must have as well. Yeah. Like, even for AION2, I'm using the numpads. And I have a nuanced conversation, especially in the MMO space. Yeah, exactly, which is why I just ignore all of it. I'm just here to play the game and to make content for the people who want to enjoy the game, and I don't really care about the noise that happens in between. I'm gonna be honest. Oh, you're part of the problem, you're ignoring the problem. Life is too short. I have too many problems in my life to be giving a shit about any of this. Leave me alone. I have different battles I'm fighting, alright? Alright, why are these guys using fucking stuff as stones? Nah. I'm done, brother. Alright, I'm officially not broke anymore, which means I can do my lower base contract. Yippee! I mean, given how tame Narnia is, I'm probably going to be able to do them right now. Also, K95 with macro keys on the side, yeah. Honestly, the keyboard in itself is fantastic. Like, I'm very happy with it. But yeah, it's just the software, man. The software chucks massive balls, dude. But unfortunately, I think all of them fucking suck ass. I don't think I've ever heard anyone be satisfied with the software of any of those. So yeah. But at least Corsair makes like sturdy shit, you know? It's not like Razer that makes plastic dog shit that just breaks after a year. Like, as I said, I've had this keyboard for like years. And it's good as new, and God fucking knows it's gone through some rough shit. And it's still kicking, so you know. Now it's a bit on the it's a bit more on the expensive side, I think. Like, I think I paid like 190 or something at the time. So yeah. And fun fact, if you knew me on AION1, I used the macro keys on the side to switch gear. Just lift my pinky to hit them. Went crazy on Templar. It was some good times. It was my first time playing Templar, and I gotta say, like, I liked it. It's definitely up there in terms of like the most amount of fun I've had on a class. Hello, Korean person from YouTube. Although I will say my favorite of all time is still probably Sulk. I really like Sulk. Thanks for the follow on Nepu. What about a major brand overall, the smaller brands with customer would have designed by GG, either Valmelo, smooth and pretty. I need to ask you about that type of shit, right? Because like I'm really not like leaning into all of that. I need to like next time I want to purchase something, I need to ask you, yeah. I saw a video some mage posted on YouTube of you that's how he plays open world and you just run solo into Goddison to kill him. Oh really? That's funny. I mean, look, I just really didn't leave any fucking prisoners on EU Classic. I was just over it. Like, that was end of the line for me in terms of my AION2 journey, right? I just didn't give any amount of shit about anything. You part of the problem, you should cut the criticism, but you're far from that. Yeah. I mean, I'm not the black and white guy, right? I like this thing called nuance, right? But I also don't like to over-dramatize things. I don't like the sensationalistic stuff. I don't like to be overly negative either, because I don't think there's any... I don't think, first of all, any of it warrants to lose your mind over, number one. And number two, I don't think anyone needs any of that right now. Like, again, I think everyone has 99 problems. And whatever the fuck happens in a fucking video game is certainly not one of them. Tried something like VGN was good for the first 4 weeks, now Suckim's not really working as intended. Wow. Breaking after 4 weeks is crazy though. If you ask, yeah, will do. I mean, right now it's fine, right? Because I replaced my mouse fairly recently, but yeah. You don't happen to like be, I mean, slightly different topic, I guess. You don't happen to be like familiar with like capture cards and stuff, because I will be streaming some console games down the line, right? Again, as I said, I have some console games I plan on playing, and I might as well stream them. But the capture card that I have is like kind of shit straight from an ass, so I will need to probably invest into something a bit better. Good morning. How's the grinding this morning? I mean, I just started. I do have a decent amount of plans for today, though. Yeah, lots of stuff to do. Right now, I'm just doing my base contracts real quick, and then I think I'm just gonna do whatchamacallit. Oh my god. Probably not gonna make it, yeah, of course. Well, I guess I'm farming in PvP then. And then yeah, I'm going to do my sanctuaries on my ults, I think. I'll get a Monopoly if like super expensive you don't like. Yeah. A lot of the capture cards are pretty expensive, and as far as I'm aware, none of them are particularly like perfect. Like the biggest problem I have, the biggest problem I have with my current one is more specifically sound settings that are a bit like flimsy sometimes. Like it gets crackling and stuff like that. But this guy is actually just full on this, I guess. And Dark Rush is completely fair right now. Real for real. Actually landing every CC too. Yeah, that is no way. I mean, this guy is actually just full high commander, so I'll just do my quest on the other side. Are you planning to play on global server? Yeah, of course. Global server is my end goal. Like, I'm just playing on Taiwan to, you know, get the vibes for the game, prepare everything, and make content on it. Always worth stuff happening at some point with these, yeah. Whether it's audio delay or crackling or something like that, like there's always some shit like that. But yeah, I mean, I guess I'll just look into it closer to when I actually care about that. I mean, for the time being, like, I got the global release of AION2 in my mind, first and foremost. But maybe going into 2027, I'll do a bit more variety. Yeah. Any bots, man. Further on in at Old Guard are especially bad right now, since the bots are gated off of Morheim and Eltman. They're just like fully invading the old maps pretty much. Right. Full High Commander X-Form Gladiator. Interesting. Yeah. Why would he be X-Form? I mean, Argos was... Yeah, Argos was like a while ago. I mean, okay, sure, why not? And these guys are virulent, aren't they? Yeah, another one. And of course, it's always gladiators. That's the only fucking class doing PvP at this point. Literally 1 point of damage and bro just immediately gives up. Even though he's like, he has like 50 time a gear. I just want to get out of Taiwan, man. It's just like at this point, you know. Like, yeah, I play the best class in the game. I have 50 time your gear. I have like 1/10 of your ping. Oh, you did 1 point of damage to me? That's it. I'm calling the police. I fucking hate Rangers, dude. Holy shit. Get out of my fucking face. Right, well, it's this guy again. So you're going to attack me, but not the ranger, but also ignore the fact that you exist, and teleport it away. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah. I thought this server would be a bit less virulent, but it's the exact same people. The usual pilots in full high commander gear. Block is just completely fucking useless at this point. Like, everyone has fully pivoted to full accuracy. What a mistake that was to pivot to block in the long run. Alright, so you're just going to keep attacking me and not the other guys. Let's see. English name lock-in? Yeah, probably. I mean, I'm probably higher ranked than the other guy, to be fair, but I mean, it's kind of crazy. But it's basically just 3 guys roaming, I guess. I mean, I'll go through the motions and still finish my contracts. So yeah, just... With evasion block, yeah. I mean, there's just no reason to be running defensively, because, like, the thing is, if you run block or evasion, you lose against accuracy by default, right? And if you encounter another block or evasion target, you just simply cannot kill each other. It's just a net negative, you know what I mean? Like, the only thing that happens if you run defensive is you kill less people. That's it. That's the only thing that happens. Hero said. So yeah, I mean, that's why, like, on global, I'm not going to make the same mistake. I'm just going to full send accuracy on Templar, like, off rip. No defensives. The defensives are just bad in this game. Like, yeah, Assassin can benefit because Assassin has, like, insane evasion buffs, so you can actually counter, like, a full accuracy set to some extent. But, I mean, other than that, because, like, that's the other thing, right? You cannot build more block than people can build accuracy, for example. So yeah, if the meta is to run accuracy, you will never block anyone. Is Cleric good for PvP? It's good for group PvP, it's dog shit for solo PvP. It's fine to buy cheap unique items from the market to turn into Singstone, or is there a better way? I mean, you can if you're really desperate, but broadly speaking, you will get the bulk of your Singstones from running stuff like Sanctuary. Yeah, but yeah, if you really want to, like, brute force a soulbind, you have the option to do that. Yeah. Alright. First of all, let me kill this guy because he's actually taunting me. I'm gonna die because Gladiator, right? Yeah. How's Assassin state so far? Assassin is really strong. It has the highest PvE burst damage, and it's on par with Glad in terms of how broken it is for 1v1 PvP. Not the best for ZVZ, obviously, right? But, you know, just meaty stuff. Been playing in Taiwan with Cleric, but I feel like I'm having a hard time killing even normal mobs. Am I doing? Fucking god, dude. Double camping with Dex forms, sure, dude. Yeah, why not? Just not interested. Having a hard time killing the normal mobs, am I doing something wrong because I introduced the damage build for Cleric? I mean, when it comes to PvE, like, every class builds for damage, and Cleric is no different. Like, in terms of, like, farming mobs, like, stuff, you know, like what I'm doing right now, like whether it's grinding for the Abyss weekly or doing contracts and stuff like that, like you will be one-shotting mobs regardless of the class as long as you are built properly, right? Most PV DPS is now since released like that. Yes and no. It had some up and down. The thing is, every every class, specifically DPS classes in PvE, like even out in terms of their DPS to be within the same 5% on long fights. But on short fights, Assassin is still the king because Assassin's burst damage specifically is very high. So if the fight lasts for like 30 seconds, 1 minute, Assassin is going to be dead. Bots and Wells creating an Africa in the game. Spave bots and Well Kings. I mean, it's not that deep, dude. Like, I understand that you're sick of it, but you honestly need to have better problems in life. So just the sulfur ones left, right? Yeah. You're surprised. Haven't gotten attacked in like 30 seconds. Oh, well, here's one. It is. Oh, it's this guy again. Great. Oh, well, both of them at the same time. Wow. Well, we're just building record, right? I'll give him a second to go away. I guess I'll go on the swamp on the right. Meantime. Overall looks really enjoyable. I mean, you know, it's just the usual stuff. Like, I haven't been keeping up on my PvP set on Cleric, and Cleric is just dog shit no one want to begin with, right? There's not much else to it. I mean, at the end of the day, like, PvP in this game is a joke, right? So, anything that pertains to it isn't really serious. Ah yes, life-stealing blade. Great. A gladiator that's healing himself more than I do. That's crazy, right? Couldn't be. Infinite stun, infinite sustain. 80k HP, must be a gladiator. Yeah, I'm probably dead on that actually. At some fun open world PvP as a soul case scary, but solo, yeah, no. I mean, any PvP in this game is dog shit. I mean, that's just the truth, right? It's fine to have as a side game mode to have fun, but broadly speaking, if you're taking any of this PvP like remotely at face value, like you need help. Like, I'll be doing some on global, obviously, when I have human ping and a class that actually doesn't reek ass to do solo PvP. But, I mean, it's very clearly not this game's main focus. Nor can it be in this day and age. You can't really have like any amount of complexity in combat, which in turn makes it so PvP is just shit from an ass. Because the modern MMO gamer cannot fucking fathom putting in the time to understand how to play its class. So yeah, it's all a numbers game. Numbers game, flavor of the month. That's modern MMO PvP. Still a fun, you know, side thing to do. Some side progression, but yeah. I'm guessing I need the Nagas. Yeah, there we go. bring back AION1 PvP. I mean, I don't think it would be a good idea either. It just doesn't work this day and age. Like, what AION1 does just doesn't work this day and age. And like, ultimately, there's a reason why AION1 remained fairly niche, even though like it definitely had its public, and I will always like be an AION1 mega simp. But you know, again, if you want to build a successful game, you cannot do what AION1 did, and that's just the honest truth. Because if you don't allow the dumbest motherfucker to get kills in PvP, they're just gonna leave your game. So you have to build something that is built for stupid motherfuckers. And that's why all of the MMO PvP from the like 10-15 years has been complete dog shit. Not for everyone, clearly not for this modern day and age. Yeah, exactly. Which is fine, right? But as long as you have an understanding that it's not remotely competitive, nor is it meant to be. Like, of course it's not built to be competitive, you know? Half of your skills have like a % chance to land their CC and stuff like that, you know what I mean? Like, most of the classes have a one button rotation. There's absolutely no balance on CC, right? Like, no one actually thought about this, you know? This applies to PvE to some extent too. Yeah, but the thing with PvE is... Okay. The thing with PvP is you need fundamentally the combat to be built in a complex way for PvP to be interesting, right? Because if your combat is fundamentally not built for PvP, it doesn't matter what kind of PvP content you build, the PvP is just going to be like dog shit, right? That's just how it is, because PvP leans a lot on the fundamentals of the game, whereas PvE, you can have a combat system that basically involves you slamming your dick on your keyboard, right? And that's what most PvE MMO do. But you can add complexity for the people who seek it into the content. So you can make 99% of the content of your game brain dead for the average MMO player, and you can make the 1% actually require some amount of neuron activation. And people simply just don't have to engage with it if they don't want to, right? Which is why PvE MMOs are just more popular, and they just work out better. Because it's easier to strike that balance between the average MMO player and, you know, people who actually want to have a challenge in that game. Good PvP is an illusion. AION1 was a joke too. Having lost a single dredge on 1v1 9 months of classics is enough of a bounce pay to win. I mean, I don't necessarily disagree. I wouldn't say AION1 was a joke, because at least AION1 allowed you to have some sort of skill expression. Which isn't the case with, again, as I said, any MMO that had PvP in the last 10 years. Like, Throne had 0 skill expression. Like, this game has 0 skill expression. And anyone that looks at you dead in the eye like, oh, but you see, the complexity of AION2 is that if you play Gladiator, you have an infinite spam of block buttons that make you invulnerable to everything, but you have to use it correctly every once in a while. Okay, dude. Oh. Whatever you say. Which is why, no jab at Akiran, but every time Akiran is like, oh, there's some complexity to the Glad v Glad matchup. Nah, bro, you're full of shit. Shut the fuck up. There's no complexity in using life-stealing blade and slamming your dick on the keyboard to have infinite life leech and have 15 seconds worth of stun with no cooldown. Alright, there's no complexity here. Like, the complexity is going to stop at, I press my block button on engage, so the opponent that is completely fucking stupid use all of its skill on my block, and then I unload on them. That's where the complexity stops. You know? I can pay for... You can't pay to win because no items in the shop and market. People will be able to pay to win from like week 1. Like, at the end of the day, as long as you can buy power, you can pay to win. But what... The actual question that you have to ask yourself is, what the fuck is that gonna get them? Because, trust me, that one Korean guy that everyone seems to lose their mind over, this guy spent $50,000, 50k, alright? You can buy a small house with that. And you know what he got? Diarrhea straight from an asshole. That's what he got. Yeah, that was irrelevant a week later. But But that, like, one day, wow, he was the most popular, like, powerful guy on the server. Good for him. Enter main Gladiator on global, optimal deck slamming. Yeah, I mean, Gladiator, I mean, bro, at the end of the day, the main skill of Gladiator is called overhead slam. Did you think the Gladiator was slamming his greatsword? Nah, he's straight up slamming his cock and balls. That's all he's doing. More skill and complexity in AION1 at level 13 fighting Dukakis than right now? Yeah, pretty much. But that's not to say that, you know, ultimately AION1 was also very dictated by pay to win to some extent, as well as gearing and stuff like that, right? It's just that there was more player agency in terms of what you did and how you did it in order to, you know, actually win at the video game. Which is why, like, for me, I was able to remain fully free to play on AION1, and I was still able, like, I was on, look, we gotta call a spade. I mocked literally everyone on the EU Classic, alright? I don't want to be that guy. I never was that guy. I didn't post any video of me mugging anyone, but ultimately the only person that ever managed to beat me in 1v1 was Gabar. And the only reason why he did it wasn't because he was good at the game, because trust me, he was doing some dumb shit in Arena. The reason why he was doing it is because he was playing Spirit Master with an MR set. And he was just casting fear and I could only watch him. And I was still getting, like, more kills than I should ever have given the matchup, right? So at least on AION1, you were able to do shit like this. On AION2, no. There's zero skill expression. But at least PvP is completely optional. And there's no like, no progression tied behind it. And the game is clearly not built for the PvP. You do PvP if you want a fun side game mode to have, like, another layer of progression into. And I think that's okay. I think that's fine, right? But you kind of have to go in with that understanding, because again, a lot of people are just losing their mind over this game because, oh my god, you can swipe to get an revenge in PvP, oh my god, this is the worst game of all time. PvP is not the focus in this game. And even if you couldn't swipe, it wouldn't change the fact that this game has no skill expression, like none. So just focus on the actual main point of the game, you know? It won't scratch that itch, yeah? I mean, it does scratch the itch to some extent, right? Like, I do genuinely think that the PvP doesn't need to be fundamentally good for you to be having fun with it. It's just that you need to accept that it will never be competitive. That's all. Which is fine, right? It's just fine. Again, people have this weird mentality. Any complex skillful game? Yeah, pretty much. Keeping the game going to go? Yeah, exactly, Seb. Like, when I see someone swipe, I'm like, good, this guy paid for the next expansion. You know? Like, as long as the game's main goal, which is PvE, doesn't require you to swipe to be able to engage with it as soon as the content comes out. Like, I couldn't give any less of a shit. Stop gooning, yes. Alright, we have a channel. And again, alright, like, if you're the type of person that, like, fucking, I don't know, that gets really upset at people swiping in games like these, like, no offense, but you need better problems in your life. Like, you need an actual fight in your life, you know? Did you do any ordeal yet? Yeah, I did yesterday. Oh, man. And turns out you need to do it once, and then you're done for the week. So, yeah. I mean, I'll try to push higher levels, I guess, later on, but I'm just going to focus on my main grinds for now. 850. PvP focus, play it for 10 years. Play classic, want to make classic difference. Yeah, I mean, AION1 allowed you to have some agency to what you did. Like, Still, taking the game overly seriously was, you know, not exactly a good look, but at least, you know, you were able to do something. But yeah, PvP in this game is just... PvP in this game is not meant to be competitive. It's meant to be a fun side content with some play progression. If you're, like, if you're done with your PvE and you still want, like, a bit more out of the game, like, basically it's that. Problem with gear making up for skill in PvP is common, but the real thing for me is that most PvPers in MMO are not looking for a challenge. They want easily kill and less skill players. I mean, you're not wrong about that, Grim. Yeah, most people are not really looking for a challenge. And I'm gonna be honest, it's fine, because I'm good. The thing is, if people were looking for a challenge, they would be playing a fighting game. You know what I mean? Or like a MOBA or something. They would be playing Dota, you know? Like, if you do PvP on an MMO, it's probably because you're just looking to have, like, some cheap fun at someone else's expense, right? Oh, these people actually been dead. Like me, those types of MMOs, I mostly enjoy them for the progression aspect, right? Like, if the content is good, great. If I can have with it, great. But I do enjoy, like, the progression aspect. Bottom line is level 16 achievable with 820k. I would say 820k probably can do like level 14, maybe 15. I think level 16 is going to require like some 900k gamers. The check is pretty tight. You need to farm a base for steam points for PvE, or is that not considered PvP? You have other like agencies to get stigmas, and even if you want them, even if you want to get them through AP, you can do stuff like corridors. And if you actually want to like fill in the AP weekly cap thing, you can just sit AFK in an alliance during siege, and that's just going to give you the amount of AP that you need. So like, you don't need to actually like do PvP, you know what I mean? Like, that's what I mean. You don't need to make a PvP set, and PvP is not really part of the main loop of the game, right? Even if you want to get AP to whether it is to make money or get stigmas, like, you don't have to engage with it too much. The amount of skills and keybinds made AION1 kind of decent sometimes. There were decisions to make, but now people can handle more than a row of skills. Yeah, pretty much. And that's just like, again, I know I've been saying this, it's not an AION2 problem, right? It's not a MMO PvP problem, it's just a modern MMO problem. Like, even in PvE, just people cannot handle the slightest amount of complexity, right? And because the genre is like, you know, it's MMOs as a genre, like, I think it's doing fine. We still have like some good releases and everything, but in terms of getting fresh blood into it, it's a bit rough because people are just not looking for stuff like that nowadays, right? They're not really looking to sink their teeth into stuff like that, and if they do, they're probably going to play a genre that is like more built for that, like shit like PoE, right? I mean, to be fair, PoE is not exactly complex combat-wise either, but I guess on the building side it is. So you see what I mean. Which is why I was saying that developers have more agency to provide a more nuanced gameplay offering if they make the combat dumb as shit, but then they adjust the content, you know what I mean? So in PvE, they give you an easy-to-play class, and the complexity comes from doing the fights, right? That's what most MMOs do nowadays, and that's what the most successful MMOs do nowadays, right? Like, Final Fantasy XIV's combat is the dumbest shit of all time. You have a 2.5 second GCD, right? You have the fucking input per second of a dead slug, right? And the class complexity is non-existent. But the complexity comes from the encounters, right? And that's just what most MMO do nowadays. And AION2 is no different. But the side effect of that is anytime you try to have any amount of PvP in a game with brain-dead combat, the PvP is bad. It is what it is. And look, at the end of the day, AION1 managed to have decent PvP because of the complexity of the classes, the amount of skills and everything. But then on the flip side, the PvE was dog shit. And I think to the majority of the player base, this is just strictly worse than whatever like AION2 and Final Fantasy XIV and so on and so forth are doing. Because most of the players, even if the PvP was good, will not engage with it. And even if they engage with it, they will never get to a point where the complexity will matter to them. You know what I mean? Like, that shit needs to be plug and play, otherwise people will not engage with it. Let me look at the chat so I can answer people. Stop targeting me with bullshit. The vault for when you first created your Cleric on PC, your build spell progress over time. I mean, I do have vaults up to... actually, I have vaults up to Season 1. I don't have everything, though. Yeah, I don't have, like, the first days because I just wasn't streaming, right? But I do have vaults that dates to, like, a while ago. Like, 7 months ago. Maybe 6. Yeah, I think 7. WoW literally has single button rotation. Yeah, and they added that because they are desperate to get people back in. Because WoW is... Ultimately, WoW has the benefit of like being the default MMO, right? When you say MMORPG, your grandma is probably going to say World of Warcraft, right? So people are going to default to this game regardless. But even WoW struggles with getting fresh blood because when you have a new player that gets into WoW, they're like, wow, I have talent trees, I have horizontal progression, vertical progression, I have like a skill rotation to do, and I have all of these add-ons I have to install to actually play the game. And yeah, and then they stop playing the game, which is why they have been like desperately trying to scale back on all of that, right? It's just like today's lay of the land. That's all, right? And I'm not saying it as a negative. I'm just, I'm just saying that's how it is. At how it's kind of forcing holding macros to get somewhat optimal DPS on some classes when having good ping. On AION2, yeah, you need macros. The problem of replayability in progression-based game, you seem to solve the difficult content in 2 weeks and lose all the motivation to replay because it becomes a chore. I mean, the thing is that that's where the challenge of making the content in itself fun enough to keep running comes into play, right? And I think AION2 is doing a decent job at that. And then for the rest, it's going to be like a lot of those types of like games. They also rely a lot on community-made content, like stuff like parsing, for example, parsing, challenge runs, so on and so forth. Like these are the things that will hold people into the game in between content releases, right? That's how it is on 14. That's how it is on WoW. That's how it's going to be on this game too. Because the one downside to this type of games, the way they are designed, is they need a constant influx of new content, because as soon as you're off the treadmill, you got the gear that you want, right? You beat the fight that you wanted to beat. The game itself isn't going to hold you forever, you know? Which is why they need like to pump out content very often this day and age. Whereas like back then, when the games were more like sandboxy and more based on like, the complexity of the game itself, it was easier to like keep playing it even when nothing was coming out for it, because you made your own content. And nowadays that old content that you make is just, as I said, stuff like log runs, challenge runs. WoW is bloated as fuck. I have like 30 keybind. 30 is nothing though. Like AION1 had like 70, 80. Like 30 is already fairly casualized. Like this game has like 20 in total when you account for all of the contextual buttons, but then the game has a macro system that like lowers it to like 5. So yeah. But I could see WoW obviously like stepping back even further in terms of its combat. I mean, as Zoe said, they added the one button rotation. They're gonna keep going into this direction. Just don't be surprised. Our problem is add-on macros and targeting combat difficulty. Yeah, I mean that's why they have been trying to like hunt down on them. Like they try to eliminate add-ons and they are not being very successful at it. But they will keep trying because they kind of have to. Way less keybinds in WoW right now than a while back. They're merging skills together, making them passives. Yeah, I mean, and that's exactly what every game is doing. Look at AION2. Half of the active skills you had in AION1 are passives. You know what I mean? All of these used to be skills in AION1, right? And for the rest, they just combined a bunch of skills from AION1. It's the same thing. Passing becomes so fake without any class difficulty, all narrows down to gear ping and group composition. I mean, I don't disagree, but that's what people... That is what is keeping people into the game, right? Dumb down the gameplay with fake difficulty. I mean, I wouldn't say there's necessarily fake difficulty. I think some games are doing a pretty good job at least having good encounter design for people to decorticate, you know, and actually play. But AION2 hasn't quite reached that point yet, and I hope it will. Like, I know some people get upset when I mention the fact that I need AION2 to have harder PvE content, but I mean that, you know? Because as fun as it is to progress your character, I also need, like, some bone to chew on. Are people even playing on mobile? Your phone must explode and there's no way. People just don't play on mobile, that's how they play. they don't play. Like, mobile is basically mainly used by bots. Yeah. Alright. Time to try and do Sanctuary 2 on my Ranger. What could possibly go wrong? I risk on console, you need 9-1, yeah. There's nothing wrong with it. If you want a competitive game, just don't play MMORPG. Yeah, MMORPGs are just like their own thing, right? It's just meant to be an RPG in a... you're just playing an RPG in a world that lasts, and where what you do like make you interact with other people like differently, right? You're not really playing it to be competitive. You're just playing it to like progress your character, vibe with your friends, and do some hard raids together. You know what I mean? But the thing is that the whole term of competitive in MMO to begin with just doesn't really have its place, because MMOs are not competitive. Can you have some hard fights and stuff like that on MMOs? Yes, but hard and competitive are very different things. In the same way that beating a Dark Souls boss is not competitive, it's just difficult. You know what I mean? Like, this obsession with competition is like fucking cringe. Even on AION1 it was cringe. And like, and trust me, I'm not saying this, again, I'm not saying this from the perspective of someone that is like, oh my god, why you guys care? In the sense of like, I'm a casual and I'm sick of like the tryhards and everything. I'm a tryhard myself. Again, if you know me, I'm a fucking tryhard on everything I do. But it doesn't stop me from thinking that people that take these things seriously on a competitive level are fucking cringe. You're never gonna be an esports player in an MMO, right? You're never gonna make a living out of being a good player in an MMO, right? Like, just fucking let off some steam, bro. It's not that serious. Which is why, again, anyone that loses their mind over AION2 and like the rankings and everything, when the rankings are all cosmetics and there's nothing competitive, you don't get any play progression for the PvP, are just fucking genuinely stupid. And they need some actual problems in their lives. And I'm a bit behind on chat messages, by the way, so I'm just catching up. AION2 is 7 months old. We can say 2 or 3 years what they do. Yeah, I mean that's why I'm letting them cook in terms of like the difficulty of the content, because I do think the game has been wrapping up its difficulty in a decent pace, right? Because when you look at comparable MMOs 7 months into the game, the difficulty was either lower than that or comparable, right? So I'm willing to let them cook. Like, I'm just vibing, dude. I'm just playing the game. I'm enjoying the progression, right? I'm enjoying the PvE that comes out, and that's that, right? The current meta healer presses 1 skill to AoE heal in Mythic Plus. Oh, just like AION2 then. Is Ranger a good class? Yeah, Ranger is a good class. It's the best class to grind mobs in the open world. It has solid PvE DPS, and it's pretty fucking good in PvP too. Can you imagine the typical chandler who's writing from his toilet chilling with his phone? Yeah. I want to be #1 on Pixel Leaderboard to show my mom, yeah. I'm playing on my tablet when I'm at work, laptop at home. Wow, you are Z? That's crazy. The thing is, I've asked people who tried to play on mobile, and basically they said that beyond really light content, the game is fucking unplayable. I mean, hey, maybe you can tell me, right? But so far, all of the feedback I've had is like, beyond, like, the hardest thing they can manage to do is stuff like Essential Trial, basically. I hope they improve the UI for global. It's atrocious as it is. A lot of setting I'm missing in the options, like in AION2. The UI is serviceable. I do wish it had like a bit more to it in terms of like personality, but I think the UI is fine. And I don't think you I don't think you should expect them to change it much further, right? Like we have the main HUD customization, and I think that's about as good as it's gonna get. I don't think we're gonna change this to like, I don't think this menu is gonna get changed, for example, right? Alright, well, it's time to do Sanctuary on this ult and have a good time. Is it still worth to transfer to Faded Shadow, or should I wait for Lava Heart? Yeah, you can use Faded Shadow. Lava Heart is the latest thing, right? You're not gonna get pieces like right away, so yeah. You can. Like, assuming you're talking about armor, and right now you're using, like, say, the growth gear, upgrading into Faded Shadow is worth it, yeah. Talking about group play, I'm looking for a group to clear Sanctuary 3. Godspeed, gamer. There's not many English-speaking players left on Taiwan, so... Like, the best I can recommend you is, like, try to find some sort of, like, Southeast Asian group, because they typically speak English. And, that's what I run with, right? And do your best. Or if you can try to, like, infiltrate a Taiwanese/Chinese group, you know, but they probably won't want you because XD hyping. We get good skins on release, going to debut in Raid. I mean, the skins in this game are very good. Like, the in-game skins are honestly better than anything you can buy with money. Only thing that's hard to play on mobile is the controls and mobility. Like, I'm using 2 thumbs, but mobile has perfect auto dodge and auto attack, including all skills. Yeah, but that's what I mean, right? So, like, if you're doing, let's say, like a hard mode dungeon, or like Transcendence or Sanctuary, like, you're probably not going to be a valuable asset to your group, is what I'm saying, right? Like, you can probably get carried, but like, assuming the content is getting power crap right now, but let's say, like, on a fresh Sanct 3 release, or on a fresh, like, you know, for me, stage 4, you probably would not have been able to do that on mobile. Maybe you can do normal mode dungeons, though. I could see that. They're not that demanding. I'm using growth gear. Should I Diamond 5 before I transfer to Faded? I mean, it's about the same cost between Diamond 5 gold and plus 20 orange, right? So it's arguably maybe a bit cheaper to Diamond 5 before you transfer. In some cases, it depends on how lucky you are. Yeah. The one thing I would make sure that you do before you transfer is make sure you have all of the rarest soul binds on your growth gear. Like, say if it's a cape, boots, or gloves, make sure you have perfect, like, percent attack on legs and head, smite on the head and cape, like stuff like that. Like, get all of the low roll important stats before you transfer. Am I the only one thinking that dumbed down class design affects the longevity of the MMORPG? No, I mean, I don't disagree, right? I don't disagree, but that's just the lay of the land nowadays, right? That's just what MMOs do now. And hello, Yukiri. Like, why do you think I dropped 14 when they made the class, like, literally for the dumbest people on Earth? Because it stopped being fun for me to grind the class to try and play it better. And the content in itself was not entertaining me enough, right? And because 14 has no character progression whatsoever, it did not even have that to hold me into the game, so. 2 builds for classes, 1 for low floor and another for high chase. Because maybe the thing is, the thing maybe you're thinking in terms of like an ideal world, right? Where people are intelligent. But the problem is if you do that, the low-end players are going to complain they don't have the same privileges as the high-end players. The same way people are unironically coming into my chat and being like, oh my god, they are gating the use of the auction house behind paying a sub. This is predatory. I will be complaining to my mom. Like, people like that actually exist. Right? Like, you have to realize that however stupid you think the average person is, you need to boost that like tenfold. And that's the actual average player. And they have to account for these people. So they have to make everything frictionless and even to a fault, right? And that's one. What will be the first item which you're going to craft on global? Probably Star Dragon rings. Yeah. I mean, I'm going to make like overall in terms of crafting, like the Star Dragon accessories are going to be the first one, but the rings are going to be first, right? Just to settle my skill situation. Hey, CP, you got gloves? Yeah, I don't really care on this character. Do you see yourself maining AION2 for a while? I do, yeah. I mean, as I said, the current pacing of the game, at the bare minimum, I'm going to be playing this game for like 1 or 2 years, right? And then for the rest, it's going to be up to management on the NCSoft end, right? Whether they actually manage this game properly, and whether they actually release content that satisfies me. Meanwhile, Blizzard getting away with it for decades. I mean, Blizzard gets away with anything, bro. If people didn't drop World of Warcraft when they released an expansion, that was probably the worst thing that has ever happened in the MMO history, on top of all of the like allegations with everything that happened in in the Blizzard office, which I'm not going to talk about because I don't want to be banned by Twitch. If people didn't drop the game by then, they're never gonna drop it, right? Blizzard and World of Warcraft is too big to fail at this point. It doesn't even matter if the game's good. People are gonna play it. And you know what? Good for them. Good for them. Most WoW players don't play anything else, but they only play WoW. It doesn't matter what other MMO come out for them. Yeah. And that is partially the reason why MMOs don't do well in NA. Because North America will not play anything that isn't RuneScape or World of Warcraft. And that's just how it is, right? They will never play anything else. They will play the game for like a month, and then they'll drop it and go back to RuneScape and World of Warcraft. I'm trying to think what I want to do with these, to be honest. Honestly, I don't fucking know. And I need to do something about these because holy shit. I mean, I guess, do I just like make potential or something? Can you raise the potential of this? Can you? Yeah, you can. It's 5-star. Okay. I guess I could. That would probably be like lower investment than whatchamacallit. Than making crafted, right? And would still bring my combat power up. I mean, I guess I will. Yeah. Cool. You get a few potential stone from the 4th pass? Oh, okay. I'm waiting for Terra 2. I'll see you in a few years. I get that it is important to please casual, but both should exist. Just the DPS has to be fine-tuned. I feel like all these problems come from game designer being low IQ to an MMORPG. Like, again, I don't necessarily disagree. I'm just the messenger here. I'm just telling you why they're doing what they're doing. Do I agree with it? Not necessarily. You know, that's why they're doing it. Yeah. At 5-star. Yeah, the problem is I'm mostly not getting 5-star though. But I guess I can do some horn instead. Territory something to happen? Not as far as I'm aware. I don't think it is. Guess weapons as well. Yeah. I mean, paying 1 mil per potential level kind of sucks ass, but I guess it's easy progress. You read my message? Yeah, and basically what I said is, I know and I don't disagree, but I'm just the messenger here. Like, ultimately, it doesn't matter what we think. I'm just saying that's the reason why they're doing it. What level is this? 75? And days into 6 stones. I mean, this is 4-star, right? So it's not relevant to me in any way, shape, or form. These ones I'm gonna keep because sometimes there's rotations where they are actually out of the supply delivery quest, so... Big struggle when it comes to balance between high and low, at least they're aware of that. It's already double in a lot of time. Yeah, and the thing with League is the only thing they have to care about is the balance of their game, because League is actually trying to be a competitive game. This game is not, you know? Like, that's the difference here. Right. I mean, it doesn't even give that much fucking... that much combat power. I mean, I just want to push back past 400k, I guess, and like, I'll be happy with that. Yeah, I just want to make some space before problems arise. Alright. And now... I wish I was 400k though, because people are going to see like a 3 in front, and because they don't think, they're not going to take me. Oh my god. Okay, is there a general goods merchant here? There is. Good. Alright. I guess we can try to at least get into something. I think these guys want 500. Yeesh. 750k. What? Yeah. 900k. The fucking corroded. My god. I'm probably gonna have to make my own group. That's the thing. And these guys are probably gonna kick me because these guys want 450. Actually, speedrun it? Yeah. I mean, that's just the average, like, Taiwan pug nowadays. I mean, again, people are asking for, like, 900k for anything. You know? In when they want to speedrun it, yeah. I mean, people just ask for high combat power because they can't be bothered. I should be probably people in the collection. But do I have the corroded title in dungeon? There we go. So yeah, bottom line is that's just how modern MMOs are nowadays. Maybe eventually they will shift their focus, right? Maybe sometime they will be like, okay, targeting the more casual player is like not necessarily the best play on the long term. Like it's better to focus the long-term gamers and so on and so forth, even if you have like a smaller population, etc, 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 etc. It's never gonna happen, but one can dream, right? But at least for the time being, yeah, this is why they're doing what they're doing. I mean, they haven't kicked me. Are we actually gonna do this? Bro, we don't have a healer in party 1. Bro, we don't have a healer in party 1. Bro, this character is not tanky. Investors want big numbers early, yep. And that's why it's never gonna change. Short benefit versus long benefit, yeah. But I mean, even in terms of the long benefit, I think there's a pretty good chance that you benefit more from having a constant like stream of fresh blood into the game that, you know, invest mid-term into it because they don't immediately get put off by it, rather than investing into your long-term players in a lot of cases. Because I mean, there's probably, again, there's a reason why they're doing this, right? And I'm pretty sure that's why. Like, look at 14. 14 has been purely operating off of fresh blood for like a decade. Like, this game has very little veterans that actually stick with it, because people like eventually get tired of doing the exact same thing over and over and over and over and over every expansion, with everything getting dumbed down more and more. Explain to make, you know, this caliber. Yeah, I mean, MMOs are not the way to make money. Increase the rendering distance as well because the game feels super empty. Yeah, I hope they will. If WoW makes more WoW 2 with these graphics, I don't even think it would work. That's the thing. I think WoW works because it's WoW. You know what I mean? I don't think WoW 2 would necessarily be more popular. And the thing is, they would also cannibalize their own player base. You know, like WoW also has some nostalgia aspect to it. People stick to WoW because they've had the same character for like a decade. You know what I mean? There's a lot of reasons why WoW is still popular, even when WoW doesn't release good content. You know what I mean? It's because it's WoW, and it's always been WoW. WoW 2 would die instantly after a month. Maybe not after a month, but it would probably be less popular than the original WoW. A litany of reasons. A lot of merchants either side on the side, yeah. Game design, create good gameplay to get go, you can allocate more resources into making content afterwards. I mean, I wouldn't call AION2's gameplay like bad. The combat is fluid, right? The combat and movement are fluid, the game feels good to play. It's not that it's bad, it's just that it doesn't require much neuron activation, which is genuinely what a majority of the player base is looking for. Like, again, you would be surprised. Even the people who say they seek complexity, most of the time they don't, and they prefer this type of gameplay. Like, there's a huge discrepancy between what people say and what they actually stick with. You know what I mean? I mean, hey, look at me. I prefer something more complex, right? I'm still playing this game. So it's not like they lost me because there's a lack of complexity. And at the end of the day, that's what matters. Oh god. Areas are going to transfer? Yeah, exactly. WoW is the way it is because it's WoW. Which is safer? Class, SM or Ranger? Every class is fine. Like, just focus on the archetype that you like. Every classes are like perfectly viable to do anything. It's just that some classes are slightly better at certain things than others. So just focus on what exactly you want to do and what archetype you prefer. In the case of SM and Ranger, like, both are solid. I think action combat is good. I actually fucked up with Ping Difference. I mean, this game is not action combat. It's a hybrid. And why is it a hybrid? Because people prefer tap target. They didn't do full action combat because they didn't want like to have a game that had the complexity of an action combat game. Precisely for every reason I've mentioned earlier. And this is not me taking a jab at the game at all, right? Again, I'm just the messenger here. Oh my god, bro. I'm not making it. Why would this one be the one they save out of all of them? Yeah, DPS is not the best. Yeah, this is gonna be a struggle boss, I can already tell. How much damage give if you stay behind the boss? You don't really benefit that much from doing back attacks. Unless you play a class like Assassin. And even Assassin got neutered in terms of like how much they gain from back attacks. There's no action at all. Spells are working on target. Yeah, it's a hybrid. It's a hybrid. And this guy's just fucking left. Like some of it is action, like melee swings. You actually swing a cleave in front of you, so you need to be in range, right? But for the most part, this game functions as a tap target MMO. Bit of a shame. I honestly don't think so. I don't think it's that important. Like again, AION2 was a tap target game, and it had plenty of skill expression. So they can do it. It's just that they choose not to. Because again, they want the game to be as accessible as possible. I only need a combat to look cool. Yeah, I mean, that's the case for a lot of people. Theory crafting is missing in this game. Theory crafting doesn't exist in any game, in any MMO. Especially modern ones. It's just people trying to find stuff to min-max that doesn't exist. Like people who genuinely are like, Throne is better because Throne has building involved compared to AION2. Bro, Throne has no build. There's always one best thing to go for. Always. Always one thing that just strictly outperforms everything. There's no theory crafting. And the build diversity is non-existent. There is theory crafting tail. Well, there you go. Case in point. Hell no, hell yeah. I played Throne for 4,000 hours. I had Eclipse. I held the castle for a month. I was at the top. I was top hero in the arena when I played, and I'm telling you, Throne's building is fake. It doesn't take a fucking genius to figure out the build on Throne. Oh, there is build variety. Yeah, go off and play Staff Greatsword with your fantastic Endurance Staff Greatsword build. That's going to work really well. Yes. Throne always has one meta and one thing that you can do that is always strictly better than the rest. And pretending that it doesn't is genuinely just fucking deluding yourself. How much time you played Throne? Me? 4,000 hours. And as I said, I had Eclipse, I had a castle. I climbed to the top in arena. And I can tell you a couple of things about Throne. Throne's PvP was a fucking joke. The PvE was even more of a joke and very bugged and exploitable. The game was destined to fail because it was fundamentally dog shit. And the whole shtick about Throne having, you know, any amount of like build diversity and build complexity is like said by people that don't understand what build diversity is. There is class meta, but there's multiple builds in the same class. There's not. If you think there's multiple builds within the same class, you are not a good player of Throne. Because there was always one best thing for every class. Always. Again, you have the illusion of choice. It doesn't mean that you actually have choice, you know? This one guy. Yeah, this group doesn't have a fucking healer. Yeah, that comment was a joke. Yeah, it was. And like, as much as I'm saying that AION2's PvP is honestly not very good, Throne's PvP was infinitely worse. Throne was barely a functional video game. Well, no one is stacking with me. Excellent. Yeah, this is gonna be a fun group. I can already tell. I'm gonna die of cringe, dude. Alright. Yeah, I don't know why this guy decided to build a group that just had no healer. Just slowly dying of bleed. I didn't finish much TNL, I was busy in real life, couldn't play when I got released. Throne had some good idea, and like, it was fun to some extent, but it was not a good game. In any extent of the word. I quit TNL after hitting max level, couldn't play its targeting system. I mean, that wasn't even the problem. Like, it's just fundamentally the way the game was designed with the dual weapon system was just like built for failure in terms of the balancing. Oh my fucking god. And when they realized that the GVG based PvP with the way the balance was never going to work, and they tried to pivot to PvE, it was already too late. And the PvE they ended up like pivoting towards was just actual shit from an ass. It was bugged, it was exploded on day one, the balance was completely broken. Yeah. Like, the reason why Throne failed was not pay to win, it was not management, it was not any of that. It's just, the game was just fundamentally bad. I don't have illusion of choosing SM or Ranger, but all know Glad is best. True! Yeah, I had good ideas at the base, the mix of everything ended up looking like a mess. Yeah, Throne was a mess. Throne was a castle built on quicksand. It doesn't matter if you keep building walls and make a bridge and make a pretty living room. It's going to sink. And sink it did. What difference you feel about this game in TNL? Well, the main difference is that AION2 is built as a theme park PvE MMO from the ground up, right? And you can tell. You can tell. The PvE is much more solid, you know. There's very little in the way of bugs or like bad exploits and stuff like that. And the balance overall between the classes, specifically in PvE, is mostly fine. Like, every class is viable, every class has something they can do. The mechanics in themselves are like pretty well designed, they're actually well thought out. Even though they're not particularly difficult for now, right? Like, overall, like, it's still very competent. Like, that's the word right there, competent. But Throne did not even have the privilege of being competent. It was just terrible. The PvE in Throne was just bad. Yep, we're just literally dying of the regular stack damage because we don't have healers. Great. Excellent. Do we even have enough people for this? Yeah, no, we don't. So, like, from the ground up, this game is just better built. So it has better potential. Now it's actually going to matter whether they manage the game properly and what they do long term with it, right? But at least the potential is here. The main difference is that they care about Aion compared to Throne. I mean, I think they cared about Throne. It's just that Throne was a sinking ship from the get-go. They launched a game that was a cruise with a bunch of holes in it. They spent the better majority of their time trying to fill in the holes, and they never managed to do it. And the boat sunk. It's, you know? Can they find what is a good mechanic for you? I mean, I think something like RGB2 in Cleric is a good mechanic, for example. I think the bingo in Ludra was pretty good, right? Like, I think they have some interesting stuff going in dungeons as well. Like, I think overall, for example, in Fallen Citadel, like, the shield mechanic is overall pretty good, right? I mean, a good mechanic is something that, you know, makes you do stuff that isn't completely broken and functions well and is easily readable and that you can be consistent at. You know, like if you can throw a little bit of RNG on top of it, so you don't always do the exact same thing, like, yeah, that's a good mechanic. Like, I don't know, it's kind of a weird question, like defining what a good mechanic is. That's a bit of a broad question. None of those, but from what I can tell, you're talking about some major puzzle solving during fight. I mean, there's some of that. Sometimes some mechanics require more, whatchamacallit, more like reactive gameplay, right? Like, there's multiple ways to do a mechanic, and they fucked up. Great. There's multiple ways to do a good mechanic, right? Overall, I will say that AION2 has some good ideas and good diversity with its mechanic. And so far, they've shown that they can functionally do anything they want with this game, which is the exciting part. And they can even do some really cool stuff, right? They've shown they can make you transition to like flying mid-fight or going underwater and stuff like that. So there's also potential to make some good cinematic fights on top of having interesting mechanics, which is important for a PvE MMO, right? So yeah, ultimately, am I satisfied with the PvE right now? Not to the full extent. Like I've been saying, I want more difficult fights, I want more fights, right? But overall, I do like that the game leans more into mechanical difficulty than it does DPS checks and gear checks, right? And overall, the PvE is very stable. So yeah, I do think the game has great potential because of that. Like the thing with Throne is that all of its mechanics, even it's like in like Calanthea, all of the mechanics were incredibly basic. All of them. And half of them came out broken half the time. You know what I mean? If anything, TL is the prime example of what happens to a project when you shift vision too quickly, too fast. I mean, yeah. Throne was a victim of that, even during its development. The game kept shifting its focus, right? They just kept fucking up, basically, and they fucked up one too many times. Maybe Throne would have held a bit better with like a niche community if they actually fully leaned into the GVG aspect, right? Like, for example, the Russian community loves that shit, so maybe they could have built a more solid community for that. You know what I mean? But ultimately, they tried to course correct to make... They tried to pivot Throne from a PvP GVG focused game to a PvE instance focused, like, you know, theme park game, when they didn't have the tools to make good PvE to begin with. So they lost to both people, right? People who liked PvE didn't stick with the game because the PvE was dog shit, and people who liked the PvP didn't stick with the game because they removed the PvP. So yeah. No debuff. How long does it take to test a cast? Can I recognize class gameplay immediately or need to max level or something? Reaching max level takes a day. So yeah. But the thing is, in terms of like how the game is actually the class is actually going to play at end game, you kind of need to build the class a bit. You need your proper skill levels, you need like a bit of combat speed, a bit of CDR to get a good idea of what the class is, right? I guess we're fine. Never mind, there's one more, but that's fine. So you will need to invest a bit. Now that being said, like if you play on Taiwan right now, and you do the growth thing, it's going to put you in a good position to like get a good feel for the class. But broadly speaking, even on a very surface level, like the thing is, most classes play about the same. They just have like some quirk depending on the archetype they fall into. So you can just like reach max level with a cast, and even without fully building for it, you'll get a feel for what the game does, right? That's one PvP game players can't leave. I mean, AION2 has a very niche player base at this point. Like, very, very niche. I think most people have just given up. It's gameful, they can stick around the players. I don't think anyone's saying that. But again, like, we go back to the whole argument earlier that the reason why, one of the big reasons why WoW is surviving is because it's WoW. You know what I mean? Alright, I guess I'm just not going to receive any healing. Alright, nice. I got one recoup. Very cool. Alright, nice. Yippee! We did it! Hooray! Okay, maybe this group is not going to be complete CBT. Or they add more PvP to AION2. I mean, they are. They are adding equalized game modes, which is honestly like one of the main thing their focus should be. And without the only guy that has healing spell on the group, great. Don't get it mistaken. The PvP in AION2 is like a side game mode that you do for fun. It's not particularly good, and the main focus of the game is very much PvE. Like, anyone that plays AION2 for the PvP, and exclusively the PvP, is going to be sorely disappointed. Like, if this is your intent, do not play this game. We have lost a couple of people, but we should still have enough. Like 3. Isn't casting anyone AION1? Yeah. I think most of the core players of AION1 kind of dropped the game at this point. Like, there's a couple of diehards that still play on private servers and stuff, but for the most part, I think most people are just gone. I think they can do it. I think they did it. Jesus Christ, dude. Alright, well, I still have one res to finish the fight, at least. Are they adding new PvP content every season? I mean, they are adding some side content, but PvP is just that, side content that doesn't give you any player progression. Bruh. Like, it's never gonna be the main thing to do in this game. I'm dead. Yeah, I gambled on the beam not coming here because the orb was in front of me. Well, you guys got this. Like, we are going to get some sort of like equalized battle royale mode, but yeah. How many people are left alive actually? I see 3. I think there's only 3. I think the second group is completely dead actually. Ooh, that's gonna be rough for the stack. I think they wiped. Yep. And again, we don't have a fucking healer in this group. The healer we have is level 46 Chanter. With 4k eye level. Like, bruh. If they remove time limitation on PvP, it can be a main thing. Nah, it never will be a main thing. Because again, the game is not built for it. Like, the combat is not in-depth enough. And they are not trying to balance the game around PvP itself. Like, they should not try to turn this game into a PvP game, because it's not. It's fine for there to be PvP content as a side thing to do, right? It's fine, but it's never going to be the main thing. Well, this group can do it. It's just gonna be rough because group 1 is like seemingly the only people that can do mechanics, but we don't have a healer. So yeah, we're gonna flip a coin, I guess. Combat is probably even too boring for PvE. I think it's fine. Again, it's just a matter of them pushing the envelope with the PvE itself. Again, like other MMOs have proven that you can have boring combat, but as long as you have like decent fights, it works out, you know. Management PvP game existing across all genre. Engaging in a PvP MMO is necessary. Good. Yeah. Like again, like AION games like AION and BDO are about as good as it gets in terms of PvP MMO, right? And look at the states of both of these games. That should tell you enough about PvP and MMOs. This was only macro. Yeah, this game is certainly built more around after BNS than it is AION1, to be honest. In many aspects. There's 2 bombs over there, but I think they caught it. Just going to AFK in this corner. So that no one commits seppuku on me. But I think the PvE in this game will do well, as long as, again, they keep improving it. The Chanta is already dead. Great! I'm about to die of the dot. Great! I'm just gonna wait out this fucking phase, dude. I can't survive without a healer. This character has 0 bulk. I will literally die to a gust of wind. I play 6 hours Battleground over and over in WoW. There's also a different balance for PvP and PvE. One game can do it, there's still up for the other game. And that's what Windquake, that is what AION2 is trying to achieve. They are doing side PvP game modes like Battlegrounds and stuff like that. But that's exactly what they are. Side game modes. They are not the main entree. All of the progression in this game, all of the bulk of the main gameplay stands within... And no one else was in the stack. Bruh. Stands within the PvE. And PvP is a side thing. Oh, the Templar left. Can we get a fucking Cleric, please? One side dish is the main course. I mean, yeah, but the the thing is, you don't do PvP unless you do PvE in this game as well. That's the odd thing, right? Like, it's never going to be your main dish, because you need to do PvE in order to engage with PvP to begin with. Because PvE is the main dish. Ah, finally a Cleric. Oh, this guy is 4.6, but, you know. I think he died on the fumes to try and get the TP, right? Yeah, but it's proximity based, brother. You're gonna have to run regardless. He's called Amen, yeah. Can I get an Amen? Oh, at least we have 2 hours long instances. No, the only thing is hopefully it's not like the last Cleric that didn't even have benevolence on his boss. Rage. AION2 has a Sprout healer. I'm probably also struggling a bit then. Alright. This guy's LOP is better than better than the channel. That's a bit sad. I mean, hey, more health at least. Works out for me. No debuff. Oh. Like entrance. Yeah. I have to get out of here. Oh, we have a character res. Oh. This character is just paper, man. Flashbang. Yep. Night of the dot. I'll just do it towards the outside. I do not trust that. Oh god, that's not gonna be good. Yep. Literally the only guy in the stack. Yeah, that's a re-angle. Yeah, I don't think this character is carrying benevolence either. I mean, he has LOP 25 at least, but you know. Yeah, they're begging the Cleric to dispel. Hmm. Hello, I'm a phone. Hello, hello. Wow. Took 70% from that? Yeah, this guy is... We are finding like new and innovative way to die in this fight. It's great. No debuff. Eight. Oh, we missed one. Oh, yeah, on the other side. I mean, that's... We lost the Chanta. We didn't need that guy. Alright. Gonna beam. Yep, that is not the best location to be beaming at. I'm gonna be dead ass. And thanks for the follow, Freya. Thanks for the follow, unknown. Poison. Looking forward to seeing AION2. I missed the fall. Well, he does have that partner badge. Wonder what game you came from. I mean, we haven't lost any of the healers yet. Maybe this is the one. From Lost Ark, largest roster in the world. Ah, I mean, makes sense. Makes sense. We do have a lot of potential Lost Ark refugees in this game. I do say so. Hitbox on these. Yeah. We're really missing one? God damn. Oh, we're missing one with 10 people in the arena. Well, they are starting to argue with each other. Not looking great. What used to be done doing that mechanic? There's bombs that spawn around the arena, and you need to pick them up and throw them at the boss. I'm only picking up one because this character is paper, and if I wander a bit too far, like I'm just gonna die. But Yeah, I think a lot of people seem to be. I mean, the thing is, even if everyone just does that, like pick ones and then, you know, just dodges, we will get through the mechanics. I guess we just have people just straight up going AFK and trying the mechanic right now. All right. Oh, that is not good. Ooh. Oh, well, not the... Well, we just lost 2 people to that. Well, that's, dash bang. Wow. That's around too fast, I guess. I can't wait to get back the English voice acting. I'm gonna be honest. I mean, no hate to the Chinese localization, but not my favorite. I'll say that. I'm just gonna get this one. Team. And Cutie with the raid. Very cool. Appreciate it. Hope you had a great stream. You're tuning in just in time to see me suffer from CBT in pugs with my shitty ranger. I've been doing this for 40 minutes. Great, I appreciate it. I think we'll throw a moves alta. Alright, we'll survive this one. Alright, good. No debuffs. Yeah, he's suffering, yeah. I'm sure you'll love it. I mean, hey, this is the attempt, alright? They're gonna lock in, and everything's gonna be great. Dungeons be not so easy. I mean, this is a raid. I mean, this is an old raid, granted, right? So it is power crept as shit, but pretty much all of the people in this alliance are like cheaty olds with like bad gear and shit. So yeah. And yeah, power crept or not, you still need to do the mechanics, right? So, am I keeping my bomb in this situation? I don't think I am actually. Well, I tried. Okay, we good. We good. One more mechanic to get past. I mean, DPS is not looking the greatest, though. I'll be the first one to admit. I'm partially to blame for that because this, again, this character is, you know, the ranger equivalent of like a bad diarrhea. But, you know, it is what it is. It should be old, right? Yeah. Poison. Everyone have a good stream. Alright, take it easy. Thanks for the host. And not enough people. Man, so close yet so far. I feel like we keep losing. We keep missing people for this deck. And who left? Chanta? Ah, that's whatever. Okay, 3 people left. I mean, that's... Oh, okay. Man, all of this for that? I'm gonna have to do this shit again? My god, bro. I mean, look, we have an hour. Maybe we can get some refills. Yeah, I'm just gonna fucking stick around, dude. Fuck it. I didn't stick through that CBT just to leave. It is 148 as well? Yeah. At this point, every Pogs is doing 148. At least on Taiwan. Oh my god, we don't have a healer still. Fuck. The other group also has the 40 group. Oh my god, this is not looking great. Yo, can we get like one carry? Can we get like one dude that is like feeling generous to actually do damage? I mean, either way, I'm just going to fucking ride or die it. It is what it is. I guess I could get some AP parts, just a bit more survivability on this fucking character. Yeah, another sprout. Yeah. Oh my, 3.7k level 47 gladiator. Oh my god, bro. Okay, well, if we don't have a healer, we have pretty much only sprouts. No one has gear. Yeah, this is gonna go great. Oh, vote kick. Yeah. I kind of agree. A Thara sword. That's crazy work. Work experience in its finest, yeah. I mean, the thing is, I can't be picky with this character. That's the thing, right? Because again, this character is like shit straight from an ass, dude. It's just growth gear, couple of brooches, like that's it. Nothing more to it. No defense, no damage, no bitches, you know. I'm down horrendous to be clearing this. What do we get instead? Ah, another Sprout Gladiator. Excellent. Yeah. Like this gear is the starter pack. Like this is the catch-up gear. I don't want to be pessimistic, but I don't think this is gonna be the one. I like 500k. Oh, you think this character is 500k? What about 396k? What about that? If the boss breathes into my general direction, my computer shuts down. Do you understand? Like, I am measuring my words when I say that this character is like human dog shit. You know? It's an impossible type of dog shit. Okay, I'm just going to use these, I guess. I mean, you know what? Fuck it. Battle Scrolls. Yep. I want to believe. Okay, missing one guy. And after that, I'm gonna have to do Ludra on the other characters, but I mean, Ludra is fucking bing chilling. And I have a bunch of dungeons to do on this character. Don't be greedy for damage dealing. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's the problem, brother. I like the enthusiasm, but I think the problem is otherwise. 460k common power, do you think should I do? I start crafting rings, I'll just focus on crafting weapon. Craft your accessories first. Like, crafting Star Dragon accessories is very simple. It's simple, it's cheap, it has high success rate, right? Just make sure your handicrafting is like, you know, No, you don't necessarily have to be level 70, but at least push it as high as possible so you have a low chance to fail them. Because you're not going to be using breath on those, right? To grab those. And yeah, just send the accessories. Inherit into them and go from there. Alright. More levels, more chance? Yeah. And like, when it comes to the Star Dragon gear, like... if you're 70, it's basically impossible to fail them. Like, it will happen, but it's like less than 5%. Someone is asking if we are doing 148 after we have already pulled. Great sign. Only good things are gonna happen from this. Right, just know the spell. This Panther is not healing. This guy has no idea what he's doing. This guy's already dead. Grandma fell down the stairs. There's a tornado passing by. Yeah, I think we can kill it. Yep. Entire force is already dead. Mechanic 1. Great. I don't know about this one, Chief. Yeah, I'm not cleansing shit without a healer, dude. I'm just gonna fucking do that. So anyways, I've been doing this for 40 minutes. Making this ult was a great idea. Paper character and that's party member alive. Yeah, I mean that's how you know. Like, when my ranger is the most solid member of this force, you know we are not killing this shit. Stop cursing, calling people grandma off and crazy. Yeah. I mean, so far it's been pretty cordial. All right, even the people that left were, you know, they just left. One guy is still dead. Can you explain why we would craft the Star Dragon Door Ring when the cost of material is higher than the cost of the spend Star Dragon Door Ring on the market? I think there's something I'm missing for crafting. I mean, if it is cheaper, then grab it on the market. But it also depends on whether you have bound materials or not. Assuming that you have bound materials, you're better off crafting it yourself. And mines are pretty common as far as bound materials go. Alright, there's 4 people left alive. But like, how much is the ring on the market? Because, okay, let me think. It's... I want to say right now it would set you back probably like 13 million to craft, right? I think. Is it really less than 10 mil? 1. But the logic behind crafting is that you benefit from the bound mats as well as the material you can buy from the season shop and so on and so forth. Oh, one guy just fucking DC'd. The guy from Bukama. At this point, like, the only thing keeping me alive is potions and a raging will to fucking kill this shit. I'm gonna fucking die. Okay, there's nothing else. Just going to AFK in this corner. Headless Cerulean. Not beating the Bukama obligation. Yeah. Starter gun is 15 mil. Yeah, so it's about the same cost then to craft than it is. Even if you were to buy every mat, it's close to the same cost then. And thanks to the follow, Shirokage. $15 from money per planet, yeah. The upcraft cost if you don't proc is how much is it for the Star Dragon? I think it's 2 mil, right? So it's about even, yeah. So I guess if you just want to buy it to not risk failing it, I think that's completely fair. But if you do have bound mats, yeah, you can go for the craft. No debuff. I just deadass think we don't have enough people alive to do the rest of the fight though. I'm gonna be honest. Well, first of all, I don't even think we have the DPS, which is... that's concerning, to say the least. Okay. 100k. Oh, that's it? Okay, that's a lot less than I thought. That's pretty cheap. Bound mats from catch-up and didn't consider bound mats. The bound mats you get from the catch-up, I'm assuming you're talking about the materials from the bags, right? I wouldn't necessarily grab the mines from it. I mean, I guess it depends on the state of the market. Because different mats are going to be more expensive, but because you will eventually need the... I forgot how the blue one is called, but you will eventually need the blue one to make the crimson weapon, right? So you might want to save it up for that. But I guess it depends on the state of the market. Toy style bags? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we're not gonna do this, I don't think. I'm gonna die again from the dot. I'm dead from the dot, dude. Well. On the topic, defense is both physical and magic, yeah. The stats are streamlined in this game. So attack is both for physical and magical, and so is defense. Yeah, I don't think this group is the one. But like when it comes to moving over to Star Dragon accessories from your growth one, you will lose some eye level, but you will gain power and combat power. And you will be able to upcraft them with the bound mats you will get over time as well. So, and you don't really need more than gold accessories, so yeah. You just get the Star Dragon going and then you try to get working on your Crimson Weapon craft, basically. I do have a post-growth like progression guide on my YouTube channel, if you haven't seen it already. I don't know. Yeah, there we go. That was one guy left. You're not doing the bomb mechanic alone, buddy. The Syrian team, they don't give up. I mean, you say that, but I think I've seen like 30 different people with this group so far. But overall, I don't think the current comp that we have can even remotely do it. Because this group doesn't really have a healer, right? And DPS-wise, everyone is like... You can see. Yeah, everyone is just a growth character with like the baseline equipment. You got idiot cutter rings? Yeah, okay. Talking to into bodies, yeah. It will go up for two reasons, right? You're going to lose a bit of attack, but not that much, right? You're going to lose like maybe 10 attack per accessory, so total it's going to be like 100 attack, which in the grand scheme of things is not going to be that much. But you will get PvE damage boost, a large quantity of it, right? You're gonna get like how many accessories? It's 5, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? Yeah. So you're gonna get 12.5% PvE damage boost, which is a huge boost to combat power, and you will get an additional soulbind line. So for rings, that's gonna mean more skills, which is gonna mean more level 20, level 16 thresholds reached. And for necklace and earrings, it's going to mean more room for offensive passives, while also being able to roll attack, crit, and so on and so forth. So yeah, overall, it's a lot more combat power. Why do I get the brooches and pendant? The brooches you craft, handicrafting level 40, and the pendant is from the Morheim and Elden MSK. That is also part of the post-growth guide I have up on my YouTube. And thanks for the follow Wongs. For combat power, it's better to Star Dragon than the growth one? Yes, it is. Because the growth ones have no PvE stats. Like, the growth ones are basically the equivalent to 5-star dungeons accessories. They don't have PvE stats, they're just neutral. And thanks for the follow, Naga. We'll be making a video based on the early access service covering what's in the game, confirmed for release, and most optimal way to play. I will be making videos covering like early progression guides and everything, yeah. Like, starting mid to late August, I'm going to start releasing a litany of videos for early Season 1 stuff. I'm gonna go watch all your YouTube videos. Well, just keep in mind that the ones that are not dungeon guides may not be completely up to date. Like, if I covered a system like a few months ago and the system has changed a bit, it's obviously not going to be most like completely accurate. Like, in terms of the latest stuff, I would focus on the growth guide that I released, as well as the videos linked with that growth guide. Launch is 1st of September or mid-September. We don't have a date yet, but it is estimated to be on the 17th of September for early access, 22nd for release. It's what would make the most amount of sense, but no official date yet. Growth guide is great, yeah. It was a necessity, because like, you kind of get dropped into the end game with a lot of things that you can do, but only a few things that you should be doing, right? So that's why I figured. Like, it's pretty straight to the point. There's no fancy visuals or anything. It's just like an information dump, but you know, at least the information's there. I hope they keep the QL from growth from Taiwan to global. They say they will, yeah. Like, QL balance is going to be Korea Taiwan equivalent. But on Season 1. Basically, Chanta is doomed on global. I mean, I don't know why it would be. I don't think Chanta is doing particularly bad right now. It's not the primary support anymore, but it's still desirable. And in PvP, it's been doing like a bit better with all of the buffs. Like, again, Chanta actually does like fairly good damage with Dark Rush. Yeah. Our Chanta doesn't really know what to do. I'm not going to like go any further than this. We don't have a healer, bro. What would you swap LOP for when you have a Chanter in your team? Depends. For the most part, it's going to be stuff like Voice of Doom, just more DPS, right? Voice of Doom, or you can run Rue-Steals if you need more mitigation. You can run... Okay. You can run Rue-Steals if you need more mitigation. You can run Absolution if you need more healing, although honestly, you kind of never need the kind of healing that Absolution provides to PvE, but the option is there. Personally, I use Voice of Doom, because Voice of Doom is more damage, it's another dot, but it also reduces the crit res of the boss by 200. And since the crit requirements at endgame are quite high, it helps some people that are not like quite up to stuff with gear, right? And Chance is dead again. Great. Excellent. Oh, we have a Cleric, never mind. Okay, never mind, we have a Cleric. I didn't see we had a switch in the roster. RB. One thing I was still wondering, what are Enhancement Stones? If you have the growth gear, which take Amplify Stones instead of level up. One thing there's Enhancement Stones. Enhancement Stones, you will need them for like a plethora of things. Also, like, the growth gear is not the end-all be-all, because you will eventually have to upgrade into orange gear. And orange gear goes up to level 25. On more card XP. I mean, you get a decent amount of card XP from Transcendence now, but obviously on like early characters, it can be a bit rough, yeah. Oh wow, I wasn't paying attention. I didn't even see the fucking purple puddles. Holy, they insta killed me again. Well, hopefully they can do it. Okay, they did. Good. Gonna be poison. I'll wait for them to be done with this. But you'll need enhanced stones to keep enhancing your gear. Oh, it's literally just fucking me. Okay, well, never mind. You keep enhancing your gear once you reach orange, and the growth gear that you do get isn't even like fully enhanced. You will need to enhance your accessories at the bare minimum. Armor is kind of whatever, but the accessories you will need to level to Diamond 5. Pretty much ASAP, because there is a lot of attack bound behind it. What kind of side effects should we go for? Hidden, that is one of the things I cover in my post-growth guide. But it's going to be a 4-piece punishing and 4-piece restoration. The PvE, that is. Yeah, I do have lead. I'll just do instant join. I'll just do 148. Thanks, yeah, no problem. Need healer for this. $54 minutes left. I have spent an hour on this. Can you fucking believe this shit? At this point, it's fucking sunk cost fallacy. Like, I have to stay in this instance. By the adventure, yeah. I mean, I knew it was going to be CBT. It was meant to be like this. You know what? Actually, I'll do by request. Because I don't want like some 3k guy to join that we have to manually road kick. You know, anyone in chat wants a free Bargot? Totally free, guys. Totally free. Preferably people that have like 700k or more combat power. Oh my god. Okay, you know what? Let me work some Google Translate magic. It's simplified, right? Or that's going to encourage people. I don't run it with a guild. This is a shitty ult. This is a shitty ult, and this is ult content. Like my main is already done with all 3 sanctuaries for this week. Although at this point, the question is it really worth it for me to keep going? Again, at this point, it's just sunk cost fallacy. Like it's getting personal, you know. Hello, Astro. Yeah, no one's even fucking applying. And you know why no one's applying? Because this character's name is fucking D's. Why didn't I should have picked a Chinese name, dude. What was I thinking? How are we? I spent the last 70 minutes in this CBT jail, not being able to do Bargot on my ult, so... Mentally, that's where I'm at. Physically, I'm doing pretty good. How about you? I suppose on my name I get kicked, yeah. I mean, even my main cleric is getting denied because of the English name. Even though my cleric is, like, very geared right now. It is what it is. And no one is even fucking applying, dude. Do I just... You know what? Hold on. Is there a Chinese guy left? Yeah, there's one guy from Tarabata. Yo, you take the lead. You have a Chinese name. You got this. Why the stream title? What do you get? I got another set of 2 weapons from Sanctuary 3 on my main yesterday. Which means I've gotten 5 weapons from Sanct 3 in the last 3 weeks. It's a 5% drop rate. I don't know. Any clip? I didn't clip it myself. It has a intro on PF. Oh, does it? I see. Well, this guy has the group lead now, so not much I can do about it. I'll give it like a couple more minutes, and if it doesn't work out, I'm just going to leave and apply in another group. But either way, I don't think you necessarily want a clip from yesterday's stream, because OBS did a funny thing where it decided my microphone would sound like a fucking Call of Duty lobby. And yeah, I had shit mic quality all day and no one fucking told me. So yeah, yesterday's stream was, you know, not the best viewing experience, I guess. What's your gear score? Dog shit. This character has nothing, just the growth pack and that's it. I like this theme, but I've been listening to it for an hour, so I'm getting sick of it. I mean, I think this guy's even just fucking AFK, actually. Fine, I'll take the L. I'll take the L. I'll just do it from the fucking beginning again. Was that not that extent? Yeah, it was peaking as shit. I don't know. My OBS lost its mind, seemingly. I thought something was up with your mic. Yeah. I wish more people told me, so I would fix it. But I think everyone was like in a limbo where they thought it was them and not me. But nope, trust me guys, it was me. It was me all along. OBS just decided that yeah, my microphone would sound like a cheap Kraken like headset microphone for some reason. Oh yeah, this one. Let's see. 148, 500k. Can I just sneak in? Bro, what the fuck is this? This guy is 300k! Never mind, I'm not joining this group. Sure. Alright. Can we get some clerics though? I mean, it's always a bit concerning if a group takes this character too fast, because if your standard is that low that you're willing to take my character, I don't think anyone's gonna have a good time. But at this point, I don't have much of a fucking choice. Funny how Magical Breath have an expiration date but not the cause, yeah. I don't know why they did this, and I don't know why they haven't changed it yet. I don't even know if they give a shit, but, you know. Is there a way to change the server I'm on? Right now, no. Starting next week, you will be able to server transfer, although it's going to be a paid service. Man. bro fucking typed in the group chat, English name, foreigner, and kicked me. Well, he's not wrong, but that's a bit fucked up. Yo, please. Oh. $600+. Thanks for the follow, Boblo. And hello. Oh, in a moment, yeah. I should have picked a fucking Chinese name on this character. Someone should have stopped me. 500. Oh. Please, 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 please. Oh, man. 450k. Okay. Nope. 600 plus. I guess you got these, yeah. How much for combat power? My ranger is like 400k. It's really bad. Is there a name change ticket? There is, but I'm not gonna fucking buy for that. These makes it worse. It absolutely does. Time to buy that bikini skin and use the mileage point for the rename. Isn't the rename ticket like a million fucking mileage point? Your main is Cleric and ult is Ranger. I have like 5 ults here. And yeah, my main is a Cleric. Yeah. I'll prepare some Chinese bullshit that says I'm... Fuck! Bro, they don't even give me enough time to prepare some Google Translate shit to explain myself. Oh, man. Classes you play, which we would say is the best for content all around. Every class is fine for everything, but some classes are better at certain things than others. Like, basically, what class you pick is going to be dictated by 2 things. Number 1, what archetype you prefer, and number 2, if you have like a preference in terms of like the specific line of content you want to focus in. Take me. Yes. Bring SM on global release. Yeah, I mean, SM is solid. Or Gladiator, the golden child. Yeah. I like pew pew numbers on screen. What class for me? Pew pew numbers on screen. The first thing that comes to mind is Ranger. Like, if you want to be actively drooling while you're playing the game, like, Ranger is a great pick for you. Like, dissociation goes crazy when you play Ranger. From which server do you howl? I'm on Nemon, Asmo. Exclamation mark server. I should probably be turning these off until one side, actually. Yeah. It's only me and this guy. It's crazy that he took me, of all people, but... Like, this guy is, like, unironically... I mean, he's basically as geared as my Cleric. A bit better, actually, yeah, because he has Horn Dragon accessories. How much latency do you get? I have 200 ping. Room participation changed to instant join. Okay, well, this guy just wants to get people in. Yo, if anyone wants a carry, I think this is the group. I think this is the one. Like, this guy can solo the fucking boss. That's playable as a Ranger. It's not playable as any class. I mean, the thing is, broadly speaking, anything is playable. Like, high latency is playable in this game. It's just that, first of all, you will have to get used to it when it comes to handling mechanics. And second of all, your DPS is going to suffer immensely because this ping is... Like, this game is very ping sensitive, right? Which is why I'm maining Cleric on Taiwan, because Cleric is the least impacted by the high ping. I'm at work at the moment. Time to whip out your phone and get carried. Does Perfect transfer Sin? Perfect doesn't really do much for classes outside of, like, SM. But it's still going to increase your DPS, yeah. Like, you're still going to roll it on your PvE gear. My Cleric haven't run Corrode. well, you are missing your chance. You had to go and have a job. Disgusting. I guess I'm stuck on Chromate. Transfer would cost me 6,800 krona. Yeah, they're probably going to like practice a different like cost just for Chromate. Do you think there's a good amount of DPS difference between 20 ms and 80 ms? There is, yeah. Every point of ping makes a difference in this game. It does. The game is incredibly ping sensitive. That being said, if you're like around 60 ping, like it's not going to matter too much. Like the game doesn't have DPS checks that are particularly tight, no gear requirements that are like insane in its raids, right? So you'll be fine. It's just that you kind of have to come to accept that you will have less DPS. You will get mogged by someone that has 10 ping. 10 characters, 200 each, plus 1,000 plus 4k. Character slot. Oh yeah, the extra character slot. Yeah. Sure. Can you finish every ride without top DPS like Sin SM? Yeah. As I said, all of the raids, even when they're fresh, at least so far, right? All of the raids have been accessible without having BIS. And without necessarily having like the perfect comp in terms of the DPS checks. Can't wait to see how it plays with 30 ping on global. Yeah, that's going to be very different. I'm looking forward to that as well. You generate less threat as a Templar with high ping. I mean, kinda, yeah, because your threat is tied to judgment, and judgment is your main DPS skill, right? So Templar doesn't really struggle with holding threat, even on high ping, because judgment just generates so much fucking threat. But yeah, technically speaking, you do hold aggro like a bit worse on high ping, obviously. Here's one of my asking about classes. I convinced 2 friends to start playing with me, but I'm fairly sure they will quit relatively quickly, so I need a class that can hold its own across all content available rather than rely on the group. I mean, if that's the case, obviously, like, we're going to be talking about pedantics, right? So, as I said, every class can do everything, but if you want to be able to be a lone wolf and be able to join pugs and everything, you will obviously have a bit of an easier time as a support, right? Because if you play a DPS class, obviously the only thing that you bring to the group is DPS, right? So the only thing that people will look at when you join is your gear, because they're going to make assumptions on your DPS based on your gear, you know? Whereas if you play support, people are going to be a bit more lenient, because obviously a chunk of your DPS comes from buffing others. So that is one thing to consider. But then again, support classes are not the best in 1v1 PvP specifically. So if you care about doing 1v1 PvP, obviously, like, I wouldn't pick something like Cleric, for example, because Cleric is really bad at 1v1 PvP. Whereas in group PvP, obviously a class like Cleric is like actually borderline mandatory. Like that's why I said it depends on the archetype, it depends on like what you're looking for. Yeah. So let's say like if you want to be a solo player that doesn't want to struggle going into groups too much, but still want to perform great in solo PvP, I would pick something like Gladiator or Templar. Like, you're not gonna get as free of a free pass when you try to join groups in PvE, but people are still going to want you in the group, right? Over like a pure DPS class, but you will still have like good PvP sort of PvP performance. I wish I would buff Chanter self-heal. At this point, I don't necessarily disagree, because they've finally given a reason for Cleric to exist in the group in terms of like actually supporting abilities that are not just heals. So I feel that could increase Chanter's healing a little bit. Like, because like the main difference is Cleric has Benevolence and Healing Light, and those are like ridiculously powerful, so they could give Chanter something, I guess. Like, go Templar, the pull is fun, yeah. But then if you go Templar, then it's a melee, and you also have to consider that In ZVZ, you're not gonna have the most fun time because obviously ZVZ is always like slightly worse for meaties and stuff like that, but you're still gonna be able to do well overall. But yeah, for me, for example, I'm playing Templar for like a mix of the reasons I listed above, right? I don't quite want to go Glad because Glad is a bit too powerful to me. Like, I don't want to, I want to play, I don't necessarily want to play the best class, because when you play the best class, I mean, things get a bit boring, everyone hates you, and there's always this huge chance that your class is going to get nerfed any day, right? So I don't want to play that. Is there any news to the group size increasing or will remain capped at 4 players? The group size has been 5 players since chapter 1, and we will get the 5-man party size on release as well. So it's 5 and 10 basically for the content. I understand the class role, but the DPS gap between supports and DPS tank is ridiculous. I mean, you do have to take into consideration our DPS touch. Now, obviously, it doesn't quite bridge the gap fully, but it gets you fairly close, right? And you do also have, like, all the things that you bring to the group. So, yeah. Yeah, we have proper support, we have a DPS carry. This should be a lot better. Hopefully no more CBT, please. I've had enough. Throw me a bone. I don't want to be doing half or 40% of what a DPS class is. I wouldn't say it's quite to that extent, because again, you have to consider our DPS clutch. Like, don't look at a DPS. Our DPS is the number that actually matters. What's the mainstream group composition for the PvE content? Is there much preference in the DPS classes? Not really. Like, every DPS class is pretty close to each other when it comes to like longer fights. So something like Sanctuary, a fight that is like 3, 4, 5, 10 minutes long, it evens out. What if the fight is mega short? Classes with high burst damage will prevail. So like a class like Assassin, for example, has really high burst damage. For something like Dungeons, Assassin is going to be more damage. But overall, all of the DPS classes perform pretty close to the same. And Christy, thanks for the prime. Appreciate it. Very cool. 1 more month for a new badge. Wow. 2148 stand for the bomb placement? Yes. We're doing this one. Is it Glad like the Gojo of this game? I don't know what that means, but if you mean it's the golden child, kinda. Glad has had some ups and downs, but overall it's always remained a very strong pick. It's a tank that does pretty good, like really solid DPS in PvE, right? And in PvP, it's been one of the strongest classes in the game for like a decent amount of time now. These guys are just doing whatever, I guess. Yeah. It's the same as your guide. I think my guide does something slightly different, I believe. But I do have the 148 thing on my Discord in the AION2 channel. I'm probably going to add it into the description of the corroded guide, actually. That without polearm feels weird. I mean, yes and no in the sense that obviously it's iconic, but the AION1 Gladiator never really used the polearm as a polearm. You know what I mean? It always used it kind of like either like a great axe or a mace, but never quite as a polearm. So I think the great sword is fine. It also leaves leeway for them to add a proper spear, javelin, polearm class later on that actually uses the weapon as that. Like, for what it's worth, I think they did like a good job in terms of the great sword animations for Gladiator. Overall. On Discord, yeah. Maybe you'll have to scroll up just a little bit, but I posted it fairly recently, so yeah, it's gonna be there. Dual wield gladiator? Hell yeah. The real ones were, remember, in AION1. In the AION1 beta, where an assassin could dual wield coat arms. Alright, good. Yeah, at least the DPS is good enough to carry. I can already foresee a catastrophe on the second bomb mechanic though. If we failed on this already. No, I'm not staying there. I know better. I'm not trusting these people. Dagger plus mace, I think looks too stupid. Gladiators were using dagger and mace, yeah. In some scenarios. For PvE specifically. Bro, get me out of combat. My god. There you go. Is he changing the numbers? Because I was 6. But I'm supposed to be over here if I'm 6. Is there something like Frost Soak and Fire Soak, or just spam every skill? No, there's no like talent trees and stuff like that in this game. Like every member of the same class will have the same tools. I mean, you do have stigmas, which there is some sort of like building around stigmas, but most people will use the same things for the same scenarios because there's always going to be an optimal thing to do. One guy. Just AFK in the arena though. Alright, there we go. He figured it out. No, maybe not. This will have been an experience, man. I need to get like a pre-made on this character or something. Ah, there we go. And this is why, kids, on global, please do me a favor and find a pre-made for these. Like, these are not particularly difficult, but my god. Folks do not have this shit figured out. Oh my god. Well, damn, the guy we waited for killed me. Okay, I'm just gonna wait until the end of the mechanic. What is the best way to get the ores when crafting horn weapon? Morphing. If you're talking about like the orichalcum, the splendid orichalcum, like the best way is to morph your Radiant Odal into it, and you get Radiant Odal by doing like sugar games and stuff like that. We'll get a bunch of them. It's actually gone down in price quite a bit. I wonder if it's because of the tags and the cubes. Well, thankfully this guy died, because I think he was about to kill us. Yeah, I'm not going to grab the dot because I don't really trust me to tank this. I mean, the boss is gonna die anyways. Yeah. Only 2 of us cannot tank this. I'm not going to use a stone on this. Is there a reason why specifically the chalice and parchment should be protection and the other panache punishment? I have some hidden stats. It's the god stats, Naga. Like, at the top, above the skills, you see a stat. Like stuff like space, time, etc. These are the god stats. And these stats give you a variety of stats depending on what they are. And for the chalice, for example, I believe if you go punishment chalice, it gives you space. And space gives you block, which is basically useless in PvE, right? Whereas the restoration chalice gives you time, which gives you combat speed. Same for the parchment. Oh my god. I think the punishment parchment gives you destiny, which is whatchamacallit. Fuck. Endurance, right? Yeah, endurance. Which is useful, but the thing is, the restoration parchment gives you life, which gives you HP and regeneration, which is overall just better. So yeah, when you build for Arcanas, you have to build you have to pay attention to both the set effect and the god stat. Was that a damage? Yeah, the pattern where you died. Yeah, it was only me and one guy doing it. We need at least like, I think it's 3 minimum to survive. Arcanas I don't, and self moment. Yeah, for sure, Sneak. For sure. Is that line was locked in on skill points? Yeah. Arcanas have a lot to take in, which is why, like, the only Arcana that is really that you can really swap around when it comes to the PvE set is the mirror, because the punishing is going to give you smite, which is really important, but the restoration is going to give you illusion, which is a CDR, right? Some classes will want the CDR from the mirror, but most classes will go for the smite, so they will go for the punishment. Surely you'll be out before Abyss Rift begins. I forgot about that. 11 minutes. Ugh, okay, that's like 2 or 3 pulls. Surely they got this, right? Yeah, they got this. Don't worry. That's what killed me yesterday when I did it with Assanon. Yeah, probably. I feel like pugs typically just like sack the share. They just don't do it. Well, you know, as the good Samaritan that I am, I went to share the damage with this guy. I mean, to be fair, he survived, so I saved him, so I did my job. 12 minutes before Abyss Rift. Ugh. I mean, so far, this hasn't been taking too long, right? And like, damage is not going to be a problem, so we should be reaching the patterns pretty fast. Oh god. Yeah, some of these guys don't know what they're doing. Okay, well, pray. I do have the debuff. Okay, well, this guy's already doing. Ooh. Is this one proximity actually? Like, can you get people to consistently not get the number? Okay, well, one is on the wrong spot. That's that is a problem. Yeah, no. And now is the time where I type a question mark in the group chat, just so I let all the knows that I know what I'm doing and I'm disappointed. 11 minutes. Fuck. I mean, I guess you can actually... Okay, to be fair, you can actually take the full window to enter Abyss Rift now. Because it keeps just making instances, right? So technically speaking, I have like 15 minutes. Right? Yeah, I mean, the guys who don't know what they're doing should probably just die ASAP. Because, like, we do have some carries, like, we just need to get to the mechanics. 6. Already at the top. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, good. I mean, I think they did just that, actually, because I think it's the 2 rangers in my group that don't know what they're doing. Yeah, I think they died beforehand. Good on them for reading the room. You know, sometimes it's about picking your fights. At least I got all of them. Man, I don't want to see my DPS with this character. My attack speed is so fucking bad, dude. It's so bad. Oh, someone took the bomb already. XD. Can I get a heal? Thank you. Appreciate it, brother. I can't target it. I can't tab it for some reason. Okay, they already did it. And they were fast. Bit of a stock improvement from the previous group. It's like that. Oh god. Holy moly, dude. That was attempted murder right there. No debuff. It's about to be, yeah. Would be nice if the macro guy died, because I don't think he knows what he's doing, but we just need to get past this. And this isn't the worst pattern. 4 is not in the right location. 4 is definitely not in the right location. Okay, 1 bomb is survivable. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Yeah, the macro guy almost killed us, but again, that wasn't the worst pattern. Oh god. I didn't see that. Big brother carry us? Hell yeah. The Cleric's dead. There's one bomb, that's fine. Is okay. Yeah, we should have this in the bag. Thank fucking god, dude. Holy. The CBT is over. And what do I get for my pain? Oh, well. Got a weapon. Interesting. Well. This only took about 5 business days, you know? Could have been worse. And I got PD and a weapon. Look at that. I mean, I'll take the PD. I'll eventually get some bracelets on this character. I don't need to transfer this. The staff. I'll put this aside. Maybe I'll transfer it with the PD. I don't think it's that expensive, right? So yeah, it would be a 108 orange weapon, so better than my drop, yeah. I'm getting some good luck on Sanctuary. And I have 5 minutes to spare until the Abyss Rift. Look at that. It was meant to be. Alright, I'll be back on this character. I have more shit to do on this character. Also, let me... Actually, let me do this first. I already moved that. Did I buy the special as well? Yeah, I did. Alright. Some good luck? Yeah. Some good luck. I mean, hey, let me have this. I'm gonna get fucked on global, and I already know that to be the case. Immediate invite from Stanny. Wow. Alright. I don't think you can apply as a premade anymore. Especially first time doing it was overwhelming. It's okay. I mean, ultimately, right? Because of the 10-man aspect, if you know you're in a group that can carry you, you can just die before the main mechanics. So this way you don't run into the risk of you know, botching it for the rest of the group. Like, this content is completely power crept, right? Like, until you're comfortable with it, you can just, you know, do that. And otherwise, you can join a Sprout group or something to actually get some practice in. But yeah, we killed it. That's all that fucking matters. I'm out of this jail. What do you mean, Balta? Or again? I mean, don't worry. What's the difference between Abyss maps? I mean, they all have their own set of sieges and world bosses and so on and so forth, and requirements to enter. But the Abyss Rift specifically is a tri-weekly event. It's basically just a boss rush, where you compete against the opposite faction. Middle and low one? Yeah, middle and low are the main ones, yeah. The low one has flight, the middle one doesn't have flight. And both of them essentially do the same thing. Just farming maps with siege and world bosses as well. I'm assuming we have to individually... I don't even think premades works anymore. I think in the patch note it said it doesn't. But I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see if the group is still in, because I think it automatically match makes you, right? Yeah, I'm not in a group anymore. Yeah, that's what I thought. Alright, well, time to try and find a group. Hell yeah. 900k, Cleric. Thanks. Want to do command scrolls in Ibis? Yeah, you have command scrolls, you have some weeklies as well, with you have weeklies through the season quests that give you like medals, AP and stuff like that, and yeah, you have the sieges and world bosses. That's a lot of people, yeah. It's 300, I think now it's 300, right? Cannot currently join this force. God, the chat is moving too fucking fast. Party is full. There we go. He's specifically looking for support. I am a support. What a coincidence. And there we go. Yeah, I'll keep the res. That's fine. But this event is just a boss rush. There's gonna be like waves of bosses that will spawn all over the place. And it's Asmo versus Ilios in terms of which faction kills the boss, like the most amount of bosses during this. It used to be server matchmaking, in the sense that it was your server against your opposite server with the regular matchmaking, but now it's just faction versus faction. Like this is just like Asmos from every server against Ilios of every server. And hopefully I have a good instance. Surely. Damn, 2 channels? I guess I'm not to run it OP. I mean, I'm still going to run it just in case they're not nearby. Like it's not like I'm going to benefit too much. Oh, do you have 1 million AP? I mean, AP is not hard to farm. Yeah, like you have 1 million AP allowance per week, and you know, supply deliveries, corridors, etc, etc. If you're a new player and you want to get AP easily, I would recommend joining a force during the pre-siege stuff. So right before siege, there's forces that form to PvP. You join them, you stay close to your force, and you just like rake in the AP without even having to do anything. You'll get a bunch of AP for that, and you're also going to get a bunch of seasonal quests automatically completed just by leeching the kills that are going to give you a bunch of AP and medals as well. And of course, do your bi-weekly corridors. What is this siege thing is? I mean, the regular sieges are bi-weekly on Wednesday and Saturday in lower and middle rush. They are 10 server time, right? And this event, this Abyss Rift, you join it by going to the Abyss menu, Abyss Rift, and you join that. And that also gives you a bunch of AP. I wonder if we're gonna get the Abyss Rift off rip actually, because this is based off of Central Rush, right? So this is probably going to be at the bare minimum a Season 2 type shenanigan. I mean, hopefully, like the earlier the better, because like this is actually good to get resources. Like this also gives you a bunch of enhancement stones as well. Alright, 15 seconds. I'm put into a group of my own. Oh, everyone left. Alright, well. So it is. I mean, that's fine. We're getting medals on this. Then. I mean, I guess it makes sense because there's less optimized groups. It's just like random pugs, people that are Soto and stuff like that. Right. Oh, no one here? Okay, there we go. Oh, the other faction is here. Aha. Any dev guide for new players covering the systems 9.2? I do. It's not completely up to date, but I do have an everything guide that explains all of the systems. Now, it's not completely up to date, so it doesn't have everything, but it has most of the baseline stuff. And I will be making an up-to-date one when we get closer to global. But like, if you look through my YouTube channel, I have something like a complete system and system overview, like something along those lines, on my channel. Good. Go for those. Well, we are in fact losing right now. So yeah, I don't think we're gonna get the end rewards. Is dead. Wait for the big one then. The other one is like heat. Should give me at least a goal on this one. Yep. It's a lot less laggy though, I will say. With the format change, it's a lot better. For sure. Like, this is actually perfectly playable. Like, virtually zero lag. Yeah, good on them for updating it. We're not that far behind, but we are behind. This event's pretty chaotic. I mean, it's always the exact same thing in the exact same order, right? You just jump from bosses to bosses, hit them a couple of times, and like that's that. Collect your loot. There's virtually no PvP involved in this, to be honest. Get a gold for this again. Ooh, platinum. Wow. Look at me go. I don't know if these are last hit. If they are, and we can steal this, maybe we can win, but I don't think we're gonna win this one. I'm sure there's not that many of them. Yeah, nah. That is a GG. Won by 400 points, but it was much quicker than usual. Yeah, lost by 1k. I mean, that's fine. Bosses just melt in seconds. I mean, you are on Chromede, right? So yeah, it's... I mean, this was about the same pace as usual for me. But obviously, compared to Chromede, it's probably a bit faster. Got the wings from the cube finally. Hey, yo. I still haven't seen shit from cubes. What are your PC specs? Monitor resolution? I have a 2560 by 1080 monitor. And I have a 4070 and a 9800 X3D with 32 gigs of DDR5. I was on the opposite side, or were you? I mean, fine by me. I got a couple of golds, a plat, a bunch of silvers, a bunch of AP. And complain. Like, this is fine. I mean, this is basically like a casual way to introduce like dredging, basically, in terms of like the rewards and everything. I have 54 golds. How much is the chest? I think it's 80, right? Great shop, yeah. Tribunus. Yeah, it's 80. Okay, so a couple more. Probably next week I'll get the Tribunus chest upgrade, and then I'm going to upgrade the cape into High Commander next. Yeah. I need to gamble my silvers at some point. Pretty faction based, it's a blend of servers. It is faction based. It is faction based. It's Asmo versus Ilios, but it does match different servers now, instead of like purely being your server against the Ilios server. Okay, let me think. Should be doing my corridors. Yeah, I should. I really should. Have I done them on this character? I have. Okay. Can you upgrade your tier 1 AP gear to tier 2, or you're stuck with it and need to buy the higher tier piece? You can upgrade your basic equipment, and it does account for the AP and metal differential, so you're not losing anything by doing so. And you keep the enhancement, the soul binds, and so on when you upgrade into it. Okay, I mean, I can show you, right? Like armor smithing. Okay, transfer crafting, armor smithing, abyss, and yeah, there you go. See, Decanus into Centurion, and you keep all of the enhancement, and you can upgrade all the way to the latest gear. It's like Canyon back in the days. Holy back in the days for Canyon, yeah. Canyon was like 7.x, right? Yeah. It's a casual laid back way to get AP, medals, enhancement stones. Like overall, it's not a very involved event, but it's pretty bite-sized. The rewards are good, so overall I think it's fun. Are there Abyss bosses soon? I mean, but in terms of the actual fixed spawn, no. But maybe there's like, I don't even think there's Argos. I mean, there was an emergency maintenance, so I don't know when Argos spawns. Wasn't Canyon 5.x? No. I don't remember doing Canyon in 5.x. I only remember doing Canyon, like late. I mean, maybe it was, if it was something like 5.8, 5.9, I wasn't playing then. Yeah. Because I only played Canyon when I came back to check out, I think, mid 6.x. But maybe it was like very late into 5.x. Canyon came in late 5.x, well there you go then. I stopped playing before they, because it probably came out at the same time as the infinite like enhancing thing that was really fucking cringe. And that's, I quit right before that. Data gathering point, yeah, okay. I see. Okay, I'm going to do corridors on my ult. Do corridors, Gamba, be sad because I don't get my weapon, and then we do some dungeon on the ranger. I can't fucking believe how long that took. Can't fucking believe this stupid corroded took me like 2 hours, dude. Jesus Christ. I mean, at least I'm past it. Yeah, I guess I'll just do Ludra and then corridors on all of the other characters. Just like knock 2 birds, 1 stone. Yeah. Surely no one's gonna be camping, right? Surely. Are we good? And hey, Kieran, by the way. Worth mentioning, the funny gladiator man is here. I'm a Sork man now. Understandable. Have a nice day. I mean, honestly, like, overall, in terms of how the class plays and stuff like that, I think you're gonna have more fun. Because Gladiator is incredibly strong, but by the gods, is it a boring class. That is one-dimensional, yeah. It's also too powerful, like, and not in a good way. You know what I mean? Yeah. But, like, especially if you have a Cleric pocketing you, I think you'll have a good time on Sork, yeah. Especially on Global. And hey, I'll be here on Templar every now and again. Now, I mean, full disclosure, right? When it comes to PvP, I prefer doing solo PvP like more, but I'll dabble in some group activities every now and again. Come back here, it's useless. I won't do CC shit and just die. Yeah. Have to see, yeah. Oh yeah, by the way, I meant to ask you, Accurant, what do you intend on doing with the early access stuff? Because, I mean, for me, right, I'm going to be getting it. But if the servers are really fucking cringe and it doesn't smell good in terms of the economy and everything, I'm probably going to drop them when the full release servers come, right? Like, I'm going to fully commit as if I'm going to play on them, but if it looks not promising after a few days, I'm probably just going to get out of here. How many servers there are? Yeah. I mean, obviously, if you guys want to fully commit to the early access regardless, I'll be doing the same, right? But, like, the way I feel, I think we might have more fun if we reroll on the full release servers if the early access is not looking great. AION2. Also depend if these servers are open for people or bots to join after early access. They probably will. There will be different servers from early and normal launch, yeah. Early access is going to be isolated from the rest in terms of their economy and matchmaking and everything. At least to begin with. Like, I'm going to assume they're going to merge them like sometime in season 2. In more news, yeah. Yeah, forever. And NCSoft is fucking leaving me on red, dude. I'm going to I've DM'd 2 people so far, but I think they've been inactive. Maybe they're on vacation or something, so I'll mail someone else. You know what? Fuck it. I'm going to fucking DM the PD. Yeah. Fuck it, dude. Server transfers in cash shop. I mean, they will. It's not so much about the server transfers. It's they will open them to the regular matchmaking after a while, which is probably going to be after season 1. But after that, it's basically they're basically just going to be regular servers, right? And they did already get vacation anyways. Yeah, I don't know how they operate. Like, I DM 2 people that I've been in contact with before, but they have been offline on Discord, so they're probably not working right now. Just that has more people, yeah. Now, that being said, right, the one advantage to being on a server that has more whales is currency conversion is going to suck your dick dry, because you're going to be able to sell very minimal Kina and get a lot of Kuna for it. But that is one thing that I'm like, early access is probably going to be interesting for that, because there's going to be more whales, right? And also there's going to be less boxes available, so they're going to be more willing to pay more for them. What we do with the Kuna? I mean, it's just to like buy battle passes and everything. Also, it's all about investing for the future, Akiran. The thing that you have to realize is that early on, people are going to be paying insane amounts of Kuna, but irrelevant amounts of Kina, right? So early on, you're going to be able to stack a bunch of Kuna, and even if you don't stay on early access, you can then transfer server and just keep your Kuna, right? Once you server transfer, because Kuna will transfer with you. And then, like, you're basically set for life with battle passes and everything. I know 50 yellows, yeah, exactly. Kuna can only give you so much. That's why you're wrong. Because not only is it going to cover your battle passes and everything, potentially even your sub, if they make it available with currency exchange, but you're going to be able to reuse that Kuna to get more Kina later on, once the economy stabilizes. Like you know what I mean? When I say that season 1 is the setup for season 2, that is also part of what I'm saying. We need more infos, yeah. Open, oh yeah, so yeah. I mean, server transfers will probably be available, like when they merge the servers, right? Like when they open them to when they open early access to non-early access, they will probably open server transfers at this point as well, even if it's temporary. Oh yeah, I'm just thinking long term, really. Access won't have that many wells because they want to farm low displays on normal servers. I mean, the thing is, Crashfish, is if we look at the way Throne worked on that, which it's going to be very similar in terms of how the early access works, right? Like, the early access servers had an inflated economy because there was a lot more whales on them, but less on the auction house. So in terms of like the premium currency cost, it was kind of inflated as shit. So yeah, like basically, if you're self-sufficient and you just want to like milk the whales early on, early access is actually fairly interesting. But yeah, we just have to see exactly how that can be set up. Hesitate between Gladiator and Soul for global. I was thinking main Glad and a high CP old Soul Sword, but can't decide yet. I mean, both are strong, right? I mean, I'm going to say the same thing I always say. Focus on the archetype. Gladiator is a melee tank. Soul is a ranged DPS, right? Team with a Gmail. Now, if I use a Gmail on purple, will also be the same account on Steam because I want to have both launchers. I don't know that. The thing is, we don't even know how Steam is going to be set up for this game because, like, for all we know, Steam is going to open purple. You know what I mean? Like, some games do this shit. Hopefully not, right? But yeah. Arcade and trying will kill him. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, it's all about cautious optimism. Something gets more and more expensive, yeah. I mean, I would say Season 1 is not going to be as important, right? Because again, Season 1 is mostly setup. So let's say you halfway through Season 1, you decide that you don't really enjoy the class you're playing. It's okay to reroll at that point, honestly. Because everything is going to be very easy, very accessible. But yeah. You kind of have to get on with the archetype that you prefer. Alright. To break down some shit. It's gonna be a huge fucking gamba today. Gonna take a while, because I'm also gonna be doing my Ludras, but yeah, it's gonna be big. Massive even. Alright. I'll just fucking dissolve all the things. I mean, I guess... No, I can't use this for percent. Never mind. Ah, whatever. Full send. I mean, look, this week has been incredible in terms of luck. If I'm ever going to get this fucking High Commander Maze skin, it's gonna be today. Like, at this point, I fully believe. What is tech of buying and dismantling Abyss gear? Alright, Nikun. Let me walk you through. So, before I start, how familiar are you with the game? Is that's going to either extend or reduce the length of the explanation. Recover conclusions your skin gamba? Could be. Or you think you're that lucky? And Chovy, don't try me. I feel invincible right now. Got some knowledge? Okay. So do you know about the closet and the collection system? Yes? Okay. So you know that the collection system gives you extra stats, right? So the thing is, when you dissolve a regular skin, it has a 10% chance to give you the skin, right? When you dissolve a piece of a base equipment, it has a 100% chance to give you the skin, and it also gives you back a bit of AP, which means that when you run stuff like portals like that, even though you only get like 200-300k AP, if you keep dissolving them, you just keep getting more and more. Like, see, I just dissolved a couple right now with just this character alone, and it already sent 41 gold skins to my my shared closet, right? So basically, the reason why I'm doing this is dissolving Abyss skins sends the gold skins to the closet, but doing it on your main is not very efficient because the AP is a finite resource that you don't want to spend on stuff like that on your main, right? So I'm doing this on ults. It sends the skin to the closet, and then I logged into my main. I combine the skins, and that's how I get all of my gold and orange skins. It's the most efficient way to go about it. Like, corridors literally takes you like 10 minutes a week. You get a bunch of AP from that, and you get like, you're able to do all of your gold and orange completion just by doing this, basically. Is this game new player friendly? It's not a very difficult game to pick up. Now, that being said, if you start playing the game, like, let's say, mid-season, when there's not really, like, catch-up mechanics available, you're gonna be lagging behind a bit, right? But, you know, you can just go through the motions, do your stuff, and you'll have fun. Like, the process of progressing your character is most of the fun of this game, so yeah. But I guess it also depends on what you mean by new player friendly. Find good guys for different systems, yeah. I do have a bunch up on my YouTube channel. I will be making more as we get closer to global. Man, this character needs a weapon upgrade. Surely Ludro is eventually going to give him something. Actually, I got a corroded staff on my other character. That's messed up. Korean MMOs get less new print. Yeah. Generally speaking, like, it's hard to jump in the middle of, like, of a ride on Korean MMOs. This game does have decent catch-up mechanics, right? And right now on Taiwan, they have a pretty good catch-up mechanic going to get you to endgame. But obviously, it's going to be like an information overload to begin with, right? There's a lot of systems to get familiar with. And Hero Thrice. Do players gatekeep new players in this game like every other MMOs? On Taiwan, yeah, they do. There's absolutely gatekeeping happening, yeah. Undeniably. It's not impossible to get in, but yeah. For the most part, like, let's say you jump right now in Taiwan, you will be able to catch up on gear fairly easily with the catch-up mechanics to a decent point to get into endgame. But you will mostly have to make your own groups and stuff like that, because people will be asking for, like, you know, only experienced people, etc, you know. Catch-up they introduced with Chapter 1 is not bad. Yeah, it's pretty good. For PvE, it's pretty good. She will never escape in any game. Yeah. Every MMO is kind of like that. Now, like, the game is pretty easy to jump in, right? Like, the gameplay of every class is very simple, very easy to pick up, very easy to be optimal with it. Like, building is very straightforward, so it's the type of stuff that you can learn into a guide and you will know exactly precisely what to go for. And your day-to-day dungeons have some mechanics, but a lot of it can be brute forced. Like, a lot of it can be brute forced, and they are pretty simple to learn. So, like, it's pretty easy to jump in, but yeah, there is gatekeeping happening, just like any other MMO. Damn, you're broke as hell. Yeah, this character has no money. I'm hoping to play in September. I'm a brokey student, so how much am I going to have to fork over to not get steamrolled? For PvE, like, broadly speaking, you will never need to pay more than just the sub to keep up in this game. Like, if you just pay for the sub, which is 15 bucks a month, you will be able to do the latest content, the latest, hardest content on day one. Like, so far, that's how the PvE has been. PvP is a bit different, like, PvP progression will stretch your resources a bit, but on the baseline level, you will be able to do your weeklies and everything, even in full PvE gear, no problem. You will be able to do sieges and world boss, no problem. Like, you don't... PvP progression in this game is very secondary, right? Like, if you work towards your PvP gear, it's going to have to do with doing the ranking stuff, like with solo PvP and the 1v1 arenas and stuff like that, and none of it has any relevancy in terms of prior progression. So yeah, long story short, 15 bucks a month, you'll be able to keep up just fine. Are you going to be at the top of the leaderboards for PvP? No. But you shouldn't be giving a shit about it, because there's nothing tied to it. Don't listen to the streamer, he is a pay-to-win spender. He bought a store mount. And thanks for the follow, Lianza. Crafting seems fun. Crafting is very rudimentary in this game. That being said, the crafting does have some really good stuff. Because, like, the best installed PvE gear in this game is crafted. And the crafting is basically like... It's a tier-based crafting, right? So the endgame PvE armor has, like, there's like a T1, T2, T3, T4, etc. And basically the way it works is, let's say you have a T1 weapon, you enhance it, you do the soul binds and everything, it's done. If you want to upgrade it, you can upgrade it to the next tier of crafting by just using the missing ingredients for the next tier, and you're going to keep all of your enhancement, right? So you can progress into the stuff you've already invested into. What about a class discrimination? Does this game have that? For example, we're playing the meta. This game doesn't really have much in the way of, like, non-meta, because everything is viable, everything can clear everything. It's just that certain classes are a bit better at certain things than others, but you're never going to be stuck playing an underdog class that cannot do dungeons, cannot do anything, right? Like, you're never going to make a mistake by picking a class. The only mistake that you can do is by not playing the archetype that you actually like, or if you pick something that is not built the best for something. Like, let's say, Cleric right now, best class for group PvP, worst class for solo PvP, right? That's not to say that you will not be able to kill anyone, it just means that at equal gear, you're going to lose against most classes in 1v1. But when it comes to PvE specifically, like, every class is as valuable as the next one. There's not... It used to be a bit different, but right now it's honestly... anything goes. 10% after you know about it, huh? Yeah, for real, for real. How dare I buy a mount, dude? That's fucked up. $15 isn't impossible for me to afford. I'm the type of person that despises spending money on game. Don't spend how much my experience look like, more or less. I mean, as I said, as long as you buy as long as you get the subscription, which is honestly the baseline for this game, like, don't get it mistaken, right? The game is free to play, but it's more like free to try. You are not gated to do anything, but your progression will be like significantly hindered by not having the sub, right? So, as long as you pay the sub, you will be able to experience the game to its absolute full extent. And you're not going to like struggle particularly. So yeah. Like, for me, on Taiwan, I've only been paying for the sub. No extras. I honestly like play the game. I don't even like particularly try hard the game because again I'm trying not to burn out until mobile. And in terms of my PvE set, I'm not Biz, but I have really good gear, and I've been able to do all of the hardest content on day one. And on the PvP side, I have an okay PvP set. I've mostly not been taking care too much. I haven't been taking care of it too much, but I'm able to hold my own. I'm able to do all of my PvP stuff, so yeah. If you value your time, you buy the sub, precisely. Like, the value is way too good to not be getting it, basically. If you plan to play the game, the sub is mandatory, yes. Like, if you plan to play the game remotely seriously, like, yeah, get the sub. What about that pay-to-win White Dragon mount? Yeah, for real, for real. Don't forget my wings, too. I bought 2 cosmetics. I am a fraud. And you know what's funny, chat? I'm gonna buy the exact same cosmetics on Global. On the fence, you could always try to free to play and see how it works. Yeah, exactly. Like, again, as I said, the game is free to try. You will be able to do every piece of content, right? You will be able to do it. It's just that your progression is going to be much less smoother. But it is possible, especially in Season 1, you're going to be able to do all of the content, like, fairly easily without paying for the sub. But, again, you're going to be lagging behind a bit, and it's not going to be the best playing experience. Also, you will not have access to player trading in any shape or form. And Seashell, yeah. Can you see the level up, chicken dungeon PV? Yeah. I'll just finish my course, get a better job, then invest in the game. And yes, I read that and invest because I think that's what you meant, and I'm not reading that word. Alright. It's like a gacha game a bit. We'll be able to do most of the game content. Yes, we'll be locked out of the content not paying most of the times. Yes. Yeah. If you're free to play, in the long term, you're gonna be lagging way behind on the latest raid. You will eventually be able to do it, but you will be lagging behind when it comes to the day one stuff. If you pay for the stuff, you will not be gated. And that is the difference. Yeah. Let me do my supply recovery first. Actually. Get the stonks up. That's gonna be a fucking huge gamble, dude. I can't wait to get nothing. I fat figured my bad. I'm just not gonna say anything. It's okay. I pray for you that was not autocorrect. Is high evasion helpful in PvE boss fights? It does something, but you don't build for defensive in PvE. Like, will you be able to evade the occasional, like, ground telegraphs? Yes. But fundamentally speaking, every class builds offensively. Same as block, either way. Full gas cannon, yeah. I mean, the thing is, right, in PvE, the thing that's going to keep you alive is having the right classes in the group that gives you the damage tolerance that you need to not get one shot. And as long as you don't get one shot, you can get healed. And if you can get healed, you don't die. And that's the only thing that matters. Which is another reason why, like, crafted armor specifically isn't necessarily all that great. You don't, like, benefit too much. Is it better? Yes, but the damage tolerance doesn't really do much for you. And the additional soul bind doesn't even actually give you, like, more attack power on most classes. On some classes it does, right? Some classes have enough offensive passives to justify the additional slot, but it's very minor. Like, when it comes to crafted, it's just weapon guard accessories, and like that's it. Right. Let me jump into a Looter Forge situation. 300 plus. Brother. I'm a Chanta. Just take me. How about that? Rings give no skin? Yeah. Is there a reason for buying only gloves instead of rings far cheaper? As Acheron said, the rings don't give a skin. You have to buy something that provides a skin. So the lowest value is earrings, cape, and gloves that have skins. Can you show me how to see all the weapon skins? I don't think you can preview the weapon skins in this game. You can preview the armor sets, but there's no way to preview weapons. Other than, like, actually actively going in the menu of the thing that gives it and being like, oh wow, that's interesting. How does it look like? And being and then clicking here and being like, wow, this looks like dog shit. Okay. You can with auction house and abyss shop. Yeah, like pretty much. Like, basically you have to go into the shops of the stuff that sells them to preview the weapons. You're not going to be able to preview them from the closet. Okay. Genius stats, endurance over damage tolerance. I would take the damage tolerance, but I mean, you mean for PvE, right? Yeah, I would take the tolerance. Like, I mean, endurance procs are nice, right? So if you get a really juicy endurance roll, you can keep it. Honestly, like, it's a bit of a throwaway slot. It doesn't do that much. Not really endurance, depending on your class. I mean, for PvE, it doesn't matter because monsters don't have endurance pen, so any point will get you procs, right? So for PvE genius, endurance is not bad. But I mean, yeah, I think both are fine. Yeah, I think both are fine. You kind of want boss attack on slot 6 for max damage. Yeah. If you want to min max, yeah, you can just roll attack over the tolerance on this slot. But like as I said, if you get a juicy PvE damage tolerance or endurance run like roll, you can keep it. Endurance procs can save you sometimes, so why not? As a PvP player, the Abyss is 95% bots. It's so boring. Why not take action? Taiwan is the Wild West. Korea has a firm grasp on banning, but yeah, Taiwan is just kind of whatever. It's probably going to be slightly different in EU. It's probably going to be like an in-between of Taiwan and Korea in terms of how it's going to be. I mean, it's also going to depend on management, right? Whether they crack down on them more. But I will say that the bots aren't so much the problem. It's more so the pilots on Taiwan that are a problem. Because the Abyss is basically like 24/7 people paying for other people to play their character and roam around. It's just very cringe. Like, Taiwan is just a cringe server played by cringe people. And I can't wait to get out of it. Why not limit the Kina on Abyss or make it bound unless high grade? I don't disagree. I don't disagree. I don't think any of the Kina that you farm anywhere on open world monster should be injectable into the economy. Same for the golds that you loot. Like, the gold that you loot in open world should be bound. One French player that was a dedicated YouTube channel monitoring all the bots on my server. That's funny. They better not have the mentality of how Lost Ark managed the game in North America. I mean, we'll see, right? Ultimately, it's a lot of former AGS people, so yeah. The thing is, they are not being very forward in terms of like what their plans for global, so yeah, I don't know. As I said, just cautious optimism. They will ban them from time to time to get new subs. I mean, they will ban them from time to time regardless, right? Even on Taiwan, they do ban waves eventually. It's just a matter of like how early on they're going to start cracking down on them and how often they're going to ban them. That's the thing that matters. And also like how much they're going to punish people who do RMT. Like RMT and pilot and everything. The whole RMT economy benefits them to some extent, yeah. But it also damages the game, right? So they obviously don't want them to be too rampant. Like, again, as long as it's not as bad as Taiwan, like, it's gonna be fine. Mostly, the thing that I care the most about is I don't want botting and RMT to damage the currency exchange market. Because currency exchange is a great thing as long as the economy isn't fucked. Like, if you look at Korea, like, in Korea, you run 2 or 3 dungeons, you can buy a battle pass. In Taiwan, you need to run, like, 60 dungeons. It sucks. If they treat this game like Lost Ark, then the game will be dead in 4 months. I mean, we'll see. It's like I say, right? Just cautious optimism. And you play the game. If it's fun and they do a good job, great. You keep playing. If they fuck up and the game turns to shit, you go next. Idea identification because the game is too deep in the Gunning territory. I'm gonna be honest, UKD, like, if they have something as strict as Korea, honestly, I would prefer that. Yeah. Just like, really focus on the game environment. I know not everyone would like that, but yeah. The Lost Ark Blue Crystal incident. I didn't play Lost Ark enough, so I don't know anything that happened on it. Boss was absolute mess at the beginning. I mean, they were a lot more like tough on people with the bans on the Throne and Liberty. Like they had a good like chokehold on RMT and botting in Throne. So yeah, we'll see. These guys are straight up not good, huh? I feel a bit all censorship. I mean, they already said there won't be any censorship in the game. Now, they haven't said that they're going to import every skin and stuff like that, but at least they have said they're not going to actively censor shit, so. There's no next I would for AION2 since 2019. Yeah, same. But what can you do, right? If they fuck up, they fuck up, right? Like, as I said... Okay, great. Thanks, game. As I said, I'm going to stick with the game for at least like a year or 2. Like that's my baseline plan with this, right? And I do hope that they will do a good job because the game has phenomenal potential. Potentially there's bots and no censorship, yeah. There was a guy who RMT 40 million gold, got banned and unbanned, and was minus 20 million gold and back positive one day and never was banned again. Yeah. Well, let's just hope they don't do any oopsies. Like, the main thing that we have to hope for is that they don't do any early oopsies, because like, reputation is a fickle thing, right? If they fuck up early, people will leave and they will only remember that. You know what I mean? Alright, no weapons. Right. Yeah, that's crazy. The average player was earning like 500k gold a week. Yeah, well, I see the problem here. Played AION1 for 4 years. I hope AION2 do better than 1-2 years. I played AION1 for 15 years on and off. So obviously AION2 is kind of a big deal for me, right? But I've also been playing MMOs overall for like almost 20 years now. So I understand what's at stake here. And I understand to temper my expectation and just to have fun while the game is fun, right? It's all about tempering expectation and being a reasonable person. Okay, so this character's done. Transfer the Kina too. Next. Talking about Asuna, I do not know who that is, but I'm sure there's a story there. You're asking for too much. I know. I am aware of the status quo, but you know. Let me get some consumables actually. This character is a dry as fuck. Get some of these too, and some power shards too as well. Why not? I forgot to tag. Yeah. I mean that's what I said, right? There's probably a story here, but I'm unaware because I'm not overly familiar with Lost Ark. I was busy with other stuff when the game was on the rise, and I also wasn't a fan of the top view stuff. Like if I play an MMO, I kind of need it to be like kind of like this, you know. So I just kind of passed on the game. I do regret it sometimes because it did look pretty fun, especially when it was like fresh. But it is what it is. I lost Ark for 10,000 hours on global, like 5,000 on Korea. We got probably 14,000 of those hours. Wow, that's better not to think about this. I mean, look, at the end of the day, I played Throne for 4,000 hours. I at least regret 3,000 of these, I would say, yeah. I think that's fair. But hey, it's all about having fun in the moment. I had 1,000. I mean, to be fair, Crashfish, I did have I was leaving the game running when I was working as well. Especially, you know, I mean, were you in the guild when I got Eclipse, Crashfish? Because I was like running that I was running that shit 24/7 to get Eclipse. So I was just leaving the game running and just like PvPing on cooldown as soon as it was like possible. I did a lot of arena too, yeah. Guy who did I quit Lost Ark 3 weeks ago after playing 30,000 hours in the West. Wow. You seem like the textbook example of a Lost Ark refugee waiting for AION2. Welcome. I was on another server? Well, there you go. That's probably why. Like, I think by the time you joined the guild, I had already given up on this guild. That's the thing. I was just going through the motions. I mean, you're gonna have great fun with AION2 then, Santeras, because as much as people are bitching about the pay-to-win on AION2, the fact of the matter is, you don't need to spend anything beyond the sub to experience absolutely everything in the game in the fullest. So, yeah, you'll have fun. And the game is fun. And I would argue it's more fun if you don't swipe, because like the progression aspect of the character is like most of the game. The swiping takes away from that. That one from 2008 to 2011. So you dropped it right before it went free to play, I guess. Good choice. Yeah. Good choice. Pro game, have fun now. It's up, yeah. I mean, I will say that broadly speaking, if you're going to be playing the game like at least several hours a week, you just get the sub. Do yourself a favor. Like, progression is going to be much more fun, much smoother. Like, the value on the sub is like insane. But once you have the sub, like, you'll be able to fully enjoy the game to the absolute fullest, no problem. I understand the skill preset change. I don't see any change, honestly. You can make different macros for different presets now. So if you want to have a different macro set for PvP compared to PvE, for example, you can do that now. Is it great and go in another game? Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, I think it's fair to like know when to drop it. And look, at the end of the day, right? As I said, it's still going to be part of your potential MMO rotation, right? So let's say if one day like AION2 doesn't cut it for you anymore, and like there's nothing on the horizon, you can come back to it, have some fun with it, and then drop it again. That's like the healthy way to look at MMOs in general. Having a rotation rather than like fully committing to a single game for like 10 years. Fixed Wills will play 10 hours a day plus prepare together. AION2 handles progression very good. Yeah, progression is pretty smooth. Everything gives you progression, and everything like is pretty satisfying. And there's also not much in the way of progression systems where you can go backwards. Like if you played AION1, you will know what I mean. Because like even if you fail enhancing and stuff like that, you build PD. Like you are progressing regardless. Lost Ark is supposed to be 1/3 of its slow run. I bet they're going to follow. I mean, Lost Ark has been... God, Lost Ark has been out for a while, right? Wasn't Lost Ark 2013? So it's been out for like 13 years, right? That's crazy. Can you go back on Genius Insight if you fuck around too much? Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Genius Insight is one of the systems that I do hope they will eventually go around and adjust, right? Can you hide the shield on Cleric? Yeah, you can. You can hide your weapon, yeah. February 2022. Yeah, I'm talking like the original release date, Sasti. I think it was 2013 in Korea, right? Or 2014? Yeah, you can't hide only the shield. You'll have to hide both the shield and the weapon. 2018? Was it 2018? I don't know why. I feel like it came... I don't know why I remember the game coming out like shortly after 14. Okay. Yeah, so it took like 3-4 years to come to the West then, which is kind of crazy when you think about it. Second versus Jason's don't to break a main. Yeah, Nikon, exactly. Like typically speaking, you just get a decent Genius running, and then you just run that, and then you spend your crystal like actually working on a perfect Genius on the side to avoid backwards progression. But like, obviously, I do hope they will change that as well as Soulbinds a bit, but even those don't compare to shit we had in AION1. Like, you break a Mana Stone, you lose all of them. Your piece of gear is useless now. Oh, you feel an enhancing? You go backwards. Yeah, fuck that. I wish they would showcase AION2 Global. Yeah, wouldn't that be nice? Yeah, it was supposed to be similar to Lost Ark, but NC chickened out. Yep. They sure did. Yeah, Throne was released very early on with gameplay footage, and it was a Lost Ark. It was very similar to Lost Ark. The Throne was through some shit. Like, when you understand everything that Throne went through, you understand why it came out as a bad game. And hello, Guts. Throne came from auto combat. Yeah, but before that Acheron, it was a top view game exactly like Lost Ark when they first like showcased it. AION2 has stopped you, I bet. I don't think so. I mean, they initially started AION2 as like a stupid phone game, right? But then they dropped the development entirely and just restarted development as a PC game later on. Actually, I think that the current version we have of AION2 was probably decided pretty early on. We're starting in 2018? Yeah. Lots to do? Yeah. I mean, now is a good time to learn about the game. Like, you can jump into Taiwan, you get the growth pass, you get through the motions, you learn the system, you test a few classes, and when Global comes out, you'll be, like, fully caught up. You know exactly what to go for. Alright. I'm probably gonna get kicked. Templar doesn't get in as easily. Play TNL for 2 weeks and quit. Probably for the best. I mean, TNL just came out at a point where I wasn't playing anything, so I just kind of full sent the game. But yeah, it was you know, it was certainly the game of all time. The concerns with this said all of them was the overworld mobs are I mean, yeah, that's just modern MMO design. That's just how it is, right? They don't believe in the mighty Tonk, and they're probably right, actually. I mean, I'm probably gonna need to make a group on this character. 600 hours in TNL, but quit in January of 2025. That's funny. It's funny because I didn't even know that you played TNL, actually, Akiran. But I mean, I guess we were not particularly in contact or anything, so... you know, there's that. I didn't really keep any contact with the AION Classic people. I just kind of... I just up and left on Classic. I just, like... Didn't keep contact with anyone. until Spear. Ah, I see. I mean, Spear was fun in a broken way. It was really fucking stupid. I mean, just like Throne in general. Throne is just a dumb game. Just like, walk out of the PvP zone. Explosive Fury on the monster 5 times. Buff up. Stealth. Enter the arena. Target a clump. Hold down the 1 button. Get 25 kills, go back to stealth, and repeat. Fuck this class. And I say that as someone that extensively played it. Spacetime Rift is up. Yeah, I don't really care. Like, I'm not going to tackle rifting until they add the rifting missions. If that character boost pass wasn't behind paywall, AJS missed that big time. I think they're just desperate to like rake up some last-ditch funds for TNL. I think they know, especially once AION2 comes out in the West. Like, I think the people who are still on TNL, most of them are going to switch over to AION2, and I think the majority will not go back because AION2 is just a strictly better game than TNL in pretty much every way, especially with the current direction TNL is taking. Like Throne leveling in game was so goofy, add cartoon sound meme to me. I mean, the end game loop of TNL was just really weak. It was really weak, it was really lacking. The PvE wasn't good, the PvP wasn't good. It was a good like pastime game, but it was never going to be a long-term thing. The game was just fundamentally just fucked. Yeah, the loop was weird. The loop in Throne made everyone upset. Hardcore players had nothing to do because everything was gated behind events, and then you were allowed to have funds for 5 minutes every like X hours. And for casuals, there was too much to do, right? Because since the events were on the grid, you could just not like log in the weekend and do everything because you missed out on all the world bosses throughout the week, right? It was just like very poorly thought out. Less pay to win answer was real play answer. I mean, TL is undoubtedly less pay to win. Like, TL is very free to play friendly. But ultimately, TNL didn't die because it was pay to win. TNL died because it was a bad game. And fundamentally, that's what's the most important in the long run. AION2, Dredgen, TVSC, just Fortress, anything. There's open world, there's battlegrounds, there's arenas, stuff like that, right? There's no Dredgen though. Like, they're replacing, I guess, our battlegrounds. But the PvP in AION2 is mostly just a side thing. It's nowhere near as involved as AION1. Like, the focus is clearly on the PvE. Oh, high quality, yeah. There is a decent amount of content, and like, you can infinitely grind for rankings and stuff like that. But it doesn't really do much in terms of like player progression and stuff like that. Again, it's a side thing. Like, if you like PvP, it's fun to do. There's progression tied to it. If you don't like PvP, you just don't do it. And you're not really going to lose out on anything. Yeah. It's fast food, yeah, exactly. It's plug and play. I mean, again, AION2 is a theme park MMO. And PvP is just the roller coaster. If you like roller coasters, you do it. If you don't like it, you just ignore it. They said it would be castle sieges. Yeah, they said it would be coming. Well, we'll see when. Like, we are getting more and more PvP game modes. But again, it's mostly very casual friendly stuff. Like Castle Siege are ZVZ faction based, right? So anyone can just jump in and participate. The latest game mode that we got is a 10v10 battleground with equalized gear. So there's not required to farm PvP gear. You can just jump in and play. And the next game mode we're gonna get is going to be a battle royale mode, which is going to be equalized as well. So again, you don't have to farm, you don't have to do PvP to participate. And then on the rifting side, we're going to get a rifting mission that is basically going to be like a mini siege of sorts, which is likely going to be ZVZ again. So again, you can just jump in and have fun with it. Again, it's not very competitive. I enjoy the PvP content on the shared maps, the weekly garrisons and everything. On AION1, you mean? Yeah, but again, like, the thing that you have to keep in mind is AION1 was a sandbox PvP game. AION2 is a modern theme park, like PvE first MMO. Sure. You can do PvP all day. You can, but it's not the main course for this game. And you're not going to find the same kind of fun as AION1, because the combat just isn't as deep and PvP just isn't as involved, which is by design. More rifting objectives, hopefully. Where it like. The thing is, it's already taking them so long to release this one objective, right? They did say they're going to release more in the future, but it's probably going to take a while. Like, again, PvP is clearly not their main focus. And thanks for the follow, Ninja. Ninja in the shade. $100% battle royale with cross gear, yeah. Which, that should be really fun, by the way. I'm looking forward to doing this. Alright, one more. And then on to the next character. I don't think I'm going to try doing Ludo on my SM. It's just too much CBT. Wait, hold up. Okay, I already transferred the key now. Is there any way to see crafting success odds? I'm professional 34 right now. No, you cannot see the success rate. for the crafts that are not 100% guaranteed. But like, I would say if you're, I want to say, I mean, take this with a grain of salt, right? I'm sure there's a spreadsheet somewhere that calculated this, right? But let's say if you're 30 levels above the craft, it's gonna be like a, I want to say, 85-90% success rate, something like that. For the battle royale to be like 3-person teams or something like that. It's probably gonna be solo, right? I mean, who knows? Maybe there's gonna be multiple modes. We just don't know much yet, but I'm looking forward to it for sure. Fake it solo, yeah. It's 100 people solo. You get dropped into a map and you have to find equipment. Like, you know, very run-of-the-mill like battle royale stuff. Second half of Elton Map 1. Same. I hope it comes soon, and I hope the rifting content comes soon too. Like I'm craving some rifting situation right now. But the problem is that I know for a fact that if I rift right now to try and do my weekly quest, I'm not gonna find anyone. So yeah, no point in wasting my time. Or it's impossible. I mean, as a range, you can kill people, but the thing is, Elden has no bots, right? So if you want to do a quest, you would have to go back to Verderon again. Because so sad. I mean, when I was still doing my weekly rifting quest, I was able to get it done by just like roaming in Verderon, but it was difficult, right? It took time. And Moheim still doing? We do. They converted the quest to also work for Elden and Moheim, but there's just no one flagged in there. I hope rifting is good. I hope the missions will be good, yeah. I hope it will. And I do hope that Global will have the missions off rip. I was low-key hoping for us to get something this week, but hey, maybe next week. Can it be attacked inside of this corridor? Nope. It's a solo dungeon. But it's only for you and you only. Portals went through a wide variety of iterations. Like at the very beginning, it was a faction shared dungeon and you had to fight for the mobs. It was dog shit. Right now it's really chill, only 2 minutes, solo instance, really easy to grind even on like really shitty ult. Like this character is as shit as it gets. And I'm still getting like 50k per corridors. So yeah, for closet farming it's great. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to do my assassin after this. Ugh. Fucking character, man. No movement speed, no combat speed, no gear. Feels like fucking death. Why did I make an assassin? Like, that is the actual question, you know? I knew it was gonna be dog shit with my ping. Is SM relatively weak? No. SM is fine. Like, DPS wise, I think it's about on the same level as Sork, right? I mean, either way, all of the DPS classes are pretty close to each other in terms of DPS in group PvE content. And in PvP, it's not as good as it used to be because it got nerfed a decent amount on its CC capabilities, but it's still like pretty solid overall. Still has some gimmicks up its sleeve. Assassin confirmed worst class. Pingless? Dude, I wish. I wish I was pingless. That's the one thing I wish I didn't have. I have plenty of pings. Win swap to global. I don't know about that, Akiran. Like, I'm gonna be honest, Taiwan is so dog shit just because of the way the players behave that I would still probably switch on global. Like, fuck that. Like, dude, if Taiwan wasn't the way it is, I wouldn't even care having 200 ping, right? I would still play on there. But my god, is it bad? Pingless on Korea would be a different story. Yeah, I mean, there's going to be some language bias stuff happening as well, but at least the playing environment is like more fair. It's mostly the piloting stuff. Like, I don't really give a shit about people arm-teeing and stuff because that's gonna happen regardless, right? But my god, the piloting situation on Taiwan is crazy. Like, most of the people that you see with Cleric brooches haven't done the fight themselves. And pretty much the entirety of the Abyss ranking is people playing for pilots. It's crazy. Like, everyone has full potential on all of their PvP gear because they just paid for bots to farm it for them. Like, yeah, it's really bad. Like, no one on Taiwan is actually playing the game. They pay other people to play for them. A typing pilots are going to put up a fight. I mean, yeah, but there's also going to be a lot less. It's also a culture thing, right? There's just going to be less people seeking for those services. There's going to be people doing it, right? But there's going to be less people seeking it. It's just a culture thing. That's just the way, like... Because the majority of the Taiwanese servers have a lot of Chinese, like mainland China people in them. And that's just the way Chinese players play games. Ultimately. So, like, ultimately, like, you know... I can't complain, I'm the foreigner here, but I will not miss this fucking region. Time is money, yeah, pretty much. That's the way they see things. Channel number one. Got money, why spend time? Yeah. That is the reasoning. And I do believe that's part of the reason why NCSoft is just not moderating Taiwan as much as it does Korea and stuff like that. Obviously, it's not their main server and it's harder to moderate, but I also think they just let people do it because that's what the players want, right? Like, ultimately, the Chinese people do not have a problem with this. And that's what they want, right? So, yeah. I know it's not many people will pilot. We're probably going to get some sort of equivalent, yeah. Lost Ark on EU. Yeah, but Lost Ark is like, at this point, it's been out for a while, you know what I mean? Obviously, as you reduce the amount of players, right, you're gonna get the more degen people coming out. So you're gonna get more of that, right? But also, I think Lost Ark just is a fundamentally different game to AION2. Alright. One more character. I went number one. Yeah, there's also like... The world chat in Taiwan is basically just Taiwanese and Chinese players like flinging slurs at each other a lot of the time. Like people rage baiting each other, like mentioning political figures. Yeah. You know. It's just a different environment. Alright, let's see. And you will have people flaming the French and the Germans. I mean, that's fine. That's just part of the course, right? You get used to it. Everyone will hurt the Russians. Yeah, we will see, right? Because it's not a GVG game. I don't know if the Russians are going to like this game. I'm not sure. Like, they did like AION2, but they liked it for different reasons. Is it High Commander Maze time? Surely. Pretty much just like South America. Yeah. I mean, every country is like this, right? To be fair. It's just that the, again, the Taiwan server is more like virulent, I guess. Yeah. For Russians on the Visel server. I think Russians prefer games like Lineage and Throne Anybody more in terms of like the structure. But we'll see. I mean, there's going to be a bit of everything. Countries are mostly separated. I mean, originally, right? But the servers did turn into international later on. And on Classic, it was international, like, off-rip as well. But there was still, like, war between different countries, though. Because, you know, it was server versus server matchmaking on Dredgens and stuff like that, so... Like, I was on the French server, but we knew that the German servers had the sweatiest players and stuff like that. Released recently, so maybe someone will say on that. Yeah, I can see it. I can imagine that. Alright. Time for this fuck-ass character to do its portals now. And the players are pretty talented of their own, as for the South American players, that is. Yeah, it's crazy, dude. When I played on the NA AION2 Classic server, bro, the Americans do not like the Brazilians. They do not. They tolerate the Canadians, but the Brazilians, they do not like these people. Like, I was shocked. It was pretty bad how much they hated each other. There's players on NA. I mean, you know, when I played NA Classic, all 20 players hated each other. Maybe some South American server. It's fine. Enough time is going to pass. They will forget. Are there South American server? I don't remember seeing that on the list. But I mean, again, I was mostly paying attention to, like, you know, EU server location, so I probably missed it. South America, Europe, Japan. I mean, yeah, but where are the South America servers are going to be located, I guess? That's the question. Because maybe there's going to be South American server, but it's just going to be hosted in the same location as one of the North American servers. I mean, I'm still getting like 40k. Not terrible, I guess. Japan servers being in Korea. I mean, the thing is, it's probably not cost effective for them to have a Japanese server in Japan, right? Because the player base is not going to be that big, and the ping differential between having the servers in South Korea and Japan is not that big. Like, I think Japanese servers, the Japanese players are going to have like between 40 to 70 ping on Korea. Asia server, yeah, that is true actually. It is internally referred as Asian servers, so yeah. And yeah, that's gonna give an opportunity for Koreans to also have a fresh season 1 start, I guess. Yeah, Koreans are gonna be able to like start on season 1 with 3 ping and full knowledge of the game. And Japanese players are gonna be like, huh? You gotta feel for them. At least we on EU and NA and stuff like that, like, we're gonna have Taiwanese and Korean veterans and stuff like that. But it's not gonna be like nearly on the same level. Could see Chinese players trying it as well. Oh, 100% they will. Bro. Of course they will. Does Japan even care about MMOs? Probably not a big care. Yeah, Japan cares about MMOs. Now, MMOs that are not like Final Fantasy 14, Final Fantasy 11, they don't necessarily give a shit about as much, but Japan did have a fairly dedicated community to AION2. It wasn't big, but it existed. And it was really funny, by the way. Like, the way Japanese players played AION2 was very different than the rest of the world. It was so, like, respectful. like, I don't attack you when you're fighting mobs type shit, you know, like, yeah. Unlike anything I've ever seen. I mean, this instant to get AP on your ultimate gear? Yep. Pretty much. And I'm about to do a big gamba with all of that equipment to try and get orange skins on my main. Japan server is just basically Korean servers without ID check. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Which means there's going to be a lot of bots in there. I don't Gladiator on Twitch, and he even tried out AION2 on Taiwan. I was actually following a Gladiator on Japan as well. I wonder if it was the same one. Just streams IRL fishing most of the time. Damn, incredibly based of him. Amisan, I think that's the one, yeah. Bro went from Ion to fishing. That's crazy. The pipeline is insane. Honor bots for go on it, yeah. Lost Talk JP, yeah. I mean, the thing with the Japanese communities on MMO is that they are incredibly racist and very gated. But when you get inside of it, it's like it's a very different experience. Like, they respect the fucking content, you know what I mean? Like, you don't meet people that greed DPS, you know? They just do the mechanics, they respect each other. They don't necessarily like rage quit and everything. It's a very different like raiding environment. Raise the Asian servers first to find any bugs. I mean, typically speaking, like anything that pertains to finding exploits and bugs, like leave it in the hands of the European players for just a little bit too long, and they're going to unearth shit. That's what happened with Throne, right? Bro, Throne was in Korea for like over a year. It comes out in EU, and the sheer amount of fucking exploits and bugs that was found on day one and that kept getting found when in Korea it was completely unfound for a year is insane. JP cheats in the 14 Ultimate Rise, then Nifman is on the ISS. I mean, and show me there's an easy answer to that. The world race scene of every single MMO is exclusively full of cheaters. It is what it is, right? And that's why the entire concept of the world race is very silly, because it's not, you know, it's just silly. Now, doing hardcore blind prog to enjoy the content on week 1 before it's figured out, right? And to clear it early on and everything, that's cool. But the whole world race stuff is just silly. The environment is just like trash. Like on the last 2 ultimates on 14, like one of the world first clears done by people who were just like I'm pretty sure, wasn't it like the Pixel Perfect people on FIU? And wasn't it the same people on Kefka? Isn't it the same team for these 2? That one? Yeah, I'm just saying the last 2 ultimates was even the same team that just straight up posted screenshots of them with like add-ons and shit. I think so. Yeah. I think so, right? I haven't followed it too close. I just heard of like some drama about that. And then TOP was the whole like fucking you from space. Yeah. T was the auto waymark. Yeah. Unnamed, I think, or something like that. Like every single world race on 14 is like that, and WoW is the same. Like WoW is dominated. And look, I'm not throwing shade at anyone. I'm just saying that's how it is. Like WoW is, it's a team of people that have dedicated developers to design add-ons to not play the game. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, that's the world race scene. I'm not interested. Like, I'm good, bro. Again, hardcore prog, very enjoyable though. I loved doing hardcore prog on 14. But world race is like, whatever. Uninteresting at best. Because it's never the fun teams that win, you know? Never. It's always like the offline, used every add-on possible team that wins. And you know what? Good for them. That's what they gotta do, because that's what the world team, the world race like is about. But yeah. I cannot be moved to give a shit about it, personally. Cleric world race going to be sick? Nah. I do hope this game gets more involved PvE. I don't think it's ever going to reach the point where there's like world races and stuff. Now, at least NCSoft is hosting like racing events where they give you mounts and stuff like that. I think that's fun, right? I think that's fun. But yeah. Unlike the macro in AION2, because it's more or less the same with the mods and WoW not to play the game. I wouldn't say it's on the same level, because like this is built into the game, right? I mean, I see what you mean, but I think with AION2 it's just that the combat is simple, like end of the statement, you know what I mean? Clerics hard no French. That's fucked up, considering the only hard mode Clerics guide that is out right now for the West was made by a French dude. So do you know how fucked that is? Already get the fight on Taiwan, true. Rolled back those decisions. I mean, yeah, ultimately, it's just baked into the fucking way that people play the game, right? I think they will try, I think they will try again, right? But I don't really foresee much success in it. EU Clerics first of all, where who can pilot and carry the fastest? Yeah. You're accurate. Deadass? Deadass. We need to make some money on EU, bro. Roll back the decision on add-on. I mean, the thing is, they did what they did, and then people circumvented them anyways, and then they kind of lost the plot, and now it's just back to how it was. I heard someone said that it was even worse than how it used to be. I don't know how true that is. Obviously, I don't play the game, so take that with a grain of salt, but yeah. They added an upper level abyss. It feels low CP and bots. What are they smoking? It's meant to be for noobs, like for new players, but it's built very poorly. But there are changes coming in the client. So we'll see how they adjust it eventually. But yeah, it's pretty shit. Like in its current state, it's pretty shit. I will Cleric's first post a screenshot with a red dot on some shit. You already know I'm doing that shit, Anchovy. Of course I will. Alright. Chat, important time inbound. I have 122 pair of gloves to Gamba. That is a lot of Gamba. Will I get my high commander name? My high commander mace? White name upper. Castle Siege and endgame we're waiting. I mean, if you watched my video about my opinions on chapter 1, you will see that that's pretty much what I said. You know what? I'm going to run a Gamba. You guys bet channel points on this. How about that? I commander mace? Yes. No. XDD. You get 1 minute. Get the channel points to be able to fuck around with the avatar. Gibby zones and names are a mess. I mean, overall, like, everything in this game has name of stuff from AION1, but looks nothing like them. Again, there's the excuse of, oh, everything was destroyed and rebuilt, so... Hopefully, whenever we go beyond the Bulwark, aka in Pandemonium, Sanctum, Hieron, Belusland, they're actually going to look like the original Zans. Otherwise, I'm going to lose my fucking mind. Mirror should be the core. I mean, considering they said they will add Castle Siege later, they're probably going to add the core as a separate siege map. And that's going to be the castle, right? 68k all in. Wow. What about the YouTube frogs? There's nothing like that on YouTube, so I guess you just get to watch. Oh, we see the stats that the closet gives. Top left, right there. This like Roxo, who knows? I mean, that's true. Just going with the both the sequel and remake, yeah. I mean, I do hope they fish with the nostalgia a bit more. What skins are those horns? They are the Cradle of Nihilde, like headpiece. Alright. Prediction is about to be over. Alright. Damn, 76% against, 24% for. Only 6 people bet for. That's crazy. Alright, well. No time like the present. Alright, 1 orange. Alright, 1 piece of armor, 2 pieces of armor. I need some gold accessories though. Alright. What is this? Damn. Alright, that's the new dungeon armor. At least it's new. Next. Those 6 people are fools. Oh, what the fuck? Dude, 4 orange on this Gamba. That's crazy. Alright, I'll uncover them one by one. Bam. That's a double. Bam. That's a double. Come on. Okay, that's a new one. That's the new PvP skin legs. And that's a double. Dude, it's... How am I getting so many doubles? I don't have that many fucking orange. That's insane. Yeah, well, at least we have a forced orange Regamba at the end. The dragon is in the way. It's fine. I'll inform you if anything important happens. No orange on this one. Just gold boots. Feels bad. Alright, we have one more gold Gamba and then guaranteed orange. No orange. Dodge. Alright, well, 1 guaranteed orange. Last ditch effort. Unbelievable. A Gamba that big and I'm only getting like 1 new orange thing, orange skin? That's crazy. Alright. Western Reese, use your luck now. Nah, I want the mace now. Alright. All of the money of the believers is held on that button right now. Do you believe? I don't know if I believe, chat. I don't know. I think the game just doesn't want to give it to me. Damn. Another fucking double. Unfucking believable. Oh my god, bruh. I'm getting horrendous luck on the orange skins because I don't have that many and I keep getting doubles. Crazy work, honestly. Yeah, like, look at all of the orange skins I'm missing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 4, 5, 5, 4, 6. Oh my god. 5, 6, 7. Holy shit. I can't fucking count. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16. My god, dude. 20, 21, 26. I'm missing 26 fucking orange skins. Are you fucking kidding me? And I keep getting doubles. I have less skins than what I need. I'm getting horrendous luck. Just finished upgrading his best weapon. I don't care, Cyber. I want the pretty mace. Do I need to tab the sign again? Do I need to tab the fucking sign? Look. This is the mace skin I'm looking for, chat. Alright? This is it. You see this mace? Do you know how much I care about this mace? Let me show you. Do you know how much I want this shit? There you go. When I painted this, right, which is the splash screen for the screen, for the stream, right? Look at the mace I used to put in this fucking illustration. All right, this is the one I chose to put in the illustration. All right, and the game refuses to give it to me. Fuck me. Gonna have it on global. I'm not gonna be playing Cleric on global, and the sword looks like shit. All right. I guess it's dungeon time on the ranger, huh? Yep. Let's go. All right, let me make some people lose some points. So the answer was no. Unfortunate. All right, you guys can go do crime with those points. You'll get it right before global comes out. Yeah. Dedge. What class are you going to play on global? I'm leaning towards Templar right now. Yeah. What the? I don't know why my game just lagged for a second here. When I said do crimes, maybe not that much crime. I need to put a fucking global cooldown on this. You guys are unreasonable. I know Gladiator is not really a DPS in AION2 right now. It seems like they gave him more damage since last patch. They shifted a lot of the R DPS of Gladiator into A DPS, so it has a lot more personal DPS, but overall it should be about the same in terms of like the overall DPS. Okay. Oh, can I get a freebie? Yo, freebie? Surely they're on the last boss, right? Surely I'm not getting baited into joining something that's on the first boss with a shit comp, right? Yeah, surely this is a freebie. Fuck. Well, I'm here now. I guess I'm doing it. I mean, hey, at least we have healers, but we only have rangers. No tanks in this household. And the fucking Chinese dub. Hopefully they fix the English dub good enough. I don't even know if they know, because I don't even know if anyone fucking uses the English dub, dude. Wow. Bro, that Cleric just fucking exploded. What in the world? You don't like the Korean one, or is it forcing Chinese? It's forcing Chinese. Yeah. Wait, why is he targeting me but not using the thing? Okay, sure. Well, at least DPS is decent, I guess. Yeah, the switching the dubbing over is bugged right now. Yes, Bing chilling, indeed. I genuinely wonder if whether the Taiwanese or Chinese community hates the Bin Chillin meme. You know, because it feels mildly racist to say it, but it's such a funny thing to say. I don't know whether to like it or not. You know what I mean? I have it locked in Korean. Yeah. It's basically locked to your default, which like the game keeps defaulting me into Chinese, so it just locked into Chinese now. It means ice cream. Yeah, but how do they like the meme? You know what I mean? Like, do they mind the fact that it's getting memed around the world? I guess it's kind of the equivalent for French people as like "honhon baguette," you know. Which I mean, I don't really care too much about it. It's a bit obnoxious, though. You know, not like it's offensive or anything. Oh my god. Let me scratch my nose, bro. I do not know the answer to that question, Crashfish. They probably don't care? Yeah, probably not. Is it related to the selected option in Purple Launcher? The thing is, it doesn't even let me change it in the Purple Launcher either. It's like calling the USA Burgerland. I mean, that's just true, though. It's not even, like, stereotypical. It's just fucking true. Like, okay, the problem with North America is that it doesn't matter what kind of stereotype you say. It's just fucking true. It's not even like a jab or anything. Like, when I say that people shoot at tornadoes in North America, they actually do. You know? Hello, Hyper. It's heat stroke o'clock. Yes. There's also some, like, very important thunderstorms happening here, so... I mean, hey, if the stream ends abruptly, at least you know why. Internal culture? Yeah, fair enough. The level of the free in parentheses derogatory, yeah. Got fried. I mean, hey, I have AC at least now, so... It is still warm, but it's survivable, you know? But I cannot wait for these fucking heat waves to go away, genuinely. I'm getting fucking sick of them. It's like, I love to take walks, you know? I love to just go outside and just like walk for like an hour or two. Bro, if I do this under 40-degree heat, you will never see me again. I'm just gonna fucking pass out and die. For this day of August. Yeah. Until, I mean... I just hope we won't get another one of the fuck-ass heat wave we got. Like, you know the second one? Well, it was fucking 35 during the night. Like, the one that we have right now is uncomfortable, don't get me wrong, but it's, I guess it's less bad. It's still pretty bad, but it's less bad. I'm doing the constant heat, yeah. But the second one we had was just like on another level of cringe. I never want to like... I never want that to happen again. And the funny thing is, it was June! So it probably will be worse. Even Fredrin is incredible level of heat. It's 33 every night for me right now, that's normal? Yeah. That sucks. Like, your quality of sleep goes down so fucking drastically too, when that shit is happening. And ready? Stopping already? And... almost tempted to sleep at a hotel with AC or something. I mean, if you're going to be doing this, you might as well just buy an AC yourself. It's probably going to set you back the same amount. I mean, although I guess they have gone up because, you know, supply and demand type shit. More tire as time goes, yeah. Go unintrude. This is probably bait again, but I'll bite. At least I won't get kicked. Try buying one. They wanted my liver instead of my money. Yeah, that sounds about right. Risky Amazon order of the day. You order like an AC unit and RAM. And see if the package makes it home. It probably won't. But like for me, it's basically during night I have to pick between, do I want to sleep with the heat and have a bad sleep, or do I want to sleep with like a loud as fuck AC unit that sounds like an airplane taking off and have bad sleep, but at least be cold. I mean, cold. Relatively speaking. We'll make it home, but nothing will be in it. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's going to make it to the front of your home, and then as you pick it up, you're going to get mugged. I'll take the AC, yeah. I mean, I'm also taking the AC, but my god, I didn't think AC units would be that fucking loud. I'm gonna be honest. Maybe it's the one that I got, but holy shit. I won in the winter, yeah. AC blast on my bed trying to sleep with my XM4 turned to a low noise, yeah. I have earplugs, and I'm gonna be honest, these motherfuckers do not help. I think I need to order some better earplugs. The mobile ones are super loud, yeah, it's a mobile one. Like, it's loud and it makes the fucking ground shake. Rental Space, thanks for the Prime. Enjoy the panel Vimos made by me. Well, get some noise cancelling ones, yeah. Earplugs, I just can't stand that for a couple of hours. I can stand them, but like, okay, the ones that I have right now, not only do they not stop the noise, they also have a plastic cap of sorts, right, that is meant to plug the exit of your ear. But the thing is, okay, this is gonna be a very niche complaint, and like, I know this is like first world problem, but the thing is, when I wear them, when like my ear grazes the pillow, it makes a screeching like plastic noise. I don't know if you guys see what I mean. So not only does it not stop the noise, it also makes that horrible noise. It's pretty bad. Yeah, not my best investment. I'll be the first one to admit. Yeah. Can we just like start? I'm just gonna stop, bro. I can't sleep in the noise. I mean, I've gotten like quote unquote used to it, but it makes it okay. The thing is with me is I have a tough time falling asleep, right? And yeah, the noise definitely doesn't help. I'll say that. Like the problem with me is that, I mean, I'm sure it's a common thing, but like when I go to bed, I can't stop thinking about shit, and it just keeps me awake for like 2, 3, 4 hours. Like, I'm the type of person that just has to fucking take notes of shit when I go to bed, because I have like 50 million things that come to mind that, oh, I'm gonna have to do that, or I should do that, I should get into that, maybe I should do this, right? It just keeps me up for like 4 hours. And stop thinking about AION2. It's just like about everything. Normal to fall asleep in complete silence. I guess. I mean, it's one of those things, right, where, okay, I'm going to give you an example right now, right? For the people who are like regulars in the chat, right? Maybe you will have noticed that the avatar looks a little bit different today, right? Maybe you will have noticed that. And the reason why is because as I was going to bed, I was like, okay, I really need to do something about the hair. It doesn't look right. I need to fix it. And it kept me up, and I eventually just fucking did it. It's like shit like that, basically. So like, yeah, like basically me at 1 AM just like fixing the hair of the avatar. Yeah. More silence, louder thoughts. Yeah, you're not wrong in that. I do tend to, like, when I want to sleep, I listen to like some I either listen to music or I listen to like a YouTube video without looking at it because, you know, blue light and everything. But I just like listen to it. This way my thoughts are occupied. And that typically helps me fall asleep, but then the problem is that at some point I have to stop watching. Oh, fucking god, dude. At some point I have to, like, you know, stop watching and go and actually try to sleep. And when I do that, whoops, right back to fucking thinking about shit. Bro got a trim. Kinda. Yeah, I just, like, what I fixed is, on the helmetless mode, I fixed the perspective. I mean, do you guys even give a shit about this? I was about to explain, but I don't know if you guys even give a shit about this. We do. I do. Wow. I fixed the perspective on some of the tuft of hair on the helmetless mode, and I fixed the braid of hair that's on the right of the character, so the one that's behind the neck, because it was not accurate on the perspective and it looked weird. There you go. That's what I did. Anyone give a shit? Tari, what were you talking about? Yeah. But it looks better now. I mean, I do have some other plans, like some other stuff I need to do, but yeah, just one thing at a time. I do, it's in the detail. Bro, Cyber. You know how I keep old revisions of everything that I do? You have other pants? Yes. I keep all of the revisions of all I do, so this way I can roll back in case like something doesn't end up like working right. Dude, I looked at the original version of the avatar that I made, that I speedrun making, because like the original one I made in like an hour, right? And holy shit, the difference is uncanny. I knew it was bad originally because, again, I speedrun it, but wow. It's, yeah. I mean, I can, wait, hold up. Let me just like show you a quick comparison. So you guys see, we have come a long way, chat. Just know that we have come a long way. All right. All right. So for reference, just so you guys see, this was the original one. Like, this was the OG one, right? The face was a bit fucked up. I fucked up the eye and everything. I speedrun that shit. This is the current one. You guys, like, you guys see the difference? Crazy, right? Yeah. Sometimes you gotta look back, right? Looks the same. You will be hanged, Crash Face, for your crime. The belonging is still triggering me. Well, I mean, hey, if you have feedback on stuff, shoot my way. If there's something that's bothering you about it. My god. Bring UI, I said as an update, yeah. I mean, I think Crash Face is mostly trolling. I mean, to be fair, a lot of people just don't really necessarily notice the details, right? And that's completely fair. Finn vs Sork is hella tense when you want to arena. Yeah, Assassin kind of mogs Sork still, but it's a lot better than it used to be. Like, for the longest time, Sork just outright just lost against Assassin. It was really bad. Sork can win? Yeah, you can win. But it's obviously like more biased towards the Assassin. But back then it was very biased towards the Assassin. Does some of the splashing bother you? Ah, no. You mean the thing you pinged me for, Shoshi? That's funny because I meant to answer to it, but I don't disagree with you. The thing with the splash screen is it's kind of the same problem as the rest in the sense that I don't have infinite time to do these, so I kind of have to ride some of the mistakes, but I don't disagree with you, though. It's far from perfect. And I have some ideas to remake something different. I just have some other stuff to get around to, though. Yes, those are the same. Crash Face is just rage baiting. This orc has 0 chance versus Templar and Channeler, some guys as well. I think Gladiator is a lot better than it used to be. But Templar, really? Does Sork struggle that much against Templar? I would think Sork would have like a decent chance against Templar. Interesting. They are the same picture type shit. Self-healing endurance oil. Even when building for an endurance pen, I would reckon like Sork would build full glass cannon, right? With endurance pen specifically for that. But I guess it makes sense. I mean, good for me. I'm gonna be playing Templar. But I would have thought that Sork would struggle less against Templar. I mean, it's probably not like 80-20, is it? It's probably only going to be a problem against like the very juiced Templars, I guess. Yeah, okay. Max gear looping? Yeah, okay. I mean, good to know, good to know. Because last time I looked, like, Sork was able to kill Templar, but I guess it changed a bit. Because Templar did get a decent amount of, like, really good changes, so I guess it really helped it. Top 20 area? You go also? Yeah. Fair enough. I think I missed a couple of chat messages. Let me see. But SVB, I'm still waiting for your feedback, SVB, by the way. Please, by all means. I've heard this why you're going to main Templar. I am leaning more towards Templar for global, yes. I am. I entered the sugar game, nobody's playing. Damn. Dead internet theory. But yeah, I'm either going to play Chanter or Templar, but yeah, the more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm leaning towards Templar. I think it's just going to fit me better. Making me want to play Templar too. I mean, Templar is solid. It's a solid pick. It's not the strongest, right? It's really, really good for group PvE. It's a lot better for solo grinding now, since the Doom Shield change. For solo PvP, it's like, it's solid, not the best, solid, but that's more than enough for me. I guess the Chanter is just not healing. By saying this is bad at soccer and proof Billions death. Damn. Topical. It is Sorg DC. The Chanter's not healing. The Templar's dead. Yeah, it's going great. I'm tanking for some reason. That's not a good sign. Well, since we won't get it, we'll think of Templar. Yeah, I mean, if you want to play like a more like bulky, meaty, like tanking archetype, I think that's valid. Like I would say Templar is better than Gladiator in everything except for solo PvP. Yeah, overall. But it's still pretty solid for solo PvP. Wow, the Sork is back. Insane. That DPS is sus though. I kinda need to pick up these orbs. There's a lot of those, holy. Are they going the other way? Yes, I will as well. Blackout membrane, I feel like other... Yeah, I don't disagree. So actually, I have a version, SVB, where there's membrane between the... I mean, I guess the quote-unquote like hand part and the shoulder part, right? Because in terms of the anatomy, that's how it should be, right? There should be a membrane here. And there should also be a membrane between the thumb and the what would be the quote-unquote index finger, right? That is one change that I am considering right now. It's an evolving concept. Was too good at solo PvP in AION, they didn't make the same mistake. Templar? I mean, I still think it's pretty solid. And it's been getting like significantly better because like after the TTK patch, like when they redid the damage formula, Templar was kind of stuck in a limbo where it just wasn't really doing enough damage to kill anyone, but it was really tanky, right? So like kind of similar to Cleric, but albeit a bit better. But I feel like Templar is like, if you build it properly, Templar actually has good matchups now, type stuff. It's just that, I would say the main problem with Templar is that it doesn't have an anti-heal. And because it doesn't have an anti-heal, it probably struggles to get kills on classes like Cleric. It's not going to die from one, but it's probably not going to kill one either, unless you severely outgear them. But yeah, I mean, that's just the impression I have right now. Nothing dies from Cleric. Shut up! The bots die. That's more like it. Bots and new players. Cleric is basically just a bully. Just pick on kids. That's it. Really good for group PvP though. Some people, yeah. Cleric is the ultimate pocket. Cleric is the ultimate e-girl class, you know? Like the stereotypical AION1, Cleric Gladiator, love forever. Yeah, Cleric is exactly that. Which is sad. I mean, the thing is, as I said, it wouldn't take much for Cleric to have a bit more potential in solo PvP, right? All it takes is a stance to allow them to do a bit more DPS and have some sort of guaranteed chance to land the root while nuking some of their healing capabilities. Big Servant, I mean that too. Is the game pay to win, same as BDO, like more or less? Do you suggest that only sub player to play Except to play Ranger. Wow, that's a lot of questions at the same time, brother. Let's take it one step at a time. The game has pay to win, absolutely. If you pay for the sub, you will be able to do absolutely all of the PvE content on the hardest difficulty from day one with no problem. You'll be able to keep up just fine. And you'll be able to keep up with PvP just fine as well. But PvP is more of a side activity in this game. So, yeah. And if you're sub only, like, it doesn't matter what class you play. Now, obviously, if you play a DPS, the only thing you bring to the group is damage. And therefore, people will be looking at your gear more, right? And so obviously, you will be more suggested to like gatekeeping as a DPS. But you'll have more than enough to be able to keep up and do enough damage regardless. So it doesn't really matter too much. Like, just focus on an archetype that you like and play that. But if you're really worried about getting gate kept, like, playing a support is probably a bit better. Going back to my EL days, yeah. In terms of like comparisons, in terms of how pay to win the game is compared to video, I haven't played video, so I would not be able to tell you. I believe the sub in video is more expensive than AION2 though, and you don't need more than the sub to fully play the game. So that's about the extent of what I can tell you though on that front. The actual swiping part, I don't know what video does. Thinking between Glad and Ranger though, I'm not a support player, off-tank or DPS. Both are really solid pick. Overall, there's no bad classes in the game, so just pick an archetype that you like. If you want to play either Glad or Ranger, like, both are fine. But my voice is fucking dying right now. I need some water. This is what pay to win in video. Well, there you go. I cannot confirm nor deny. I was tanking in PvE. Like, do tanks have boss mechanics than DPS? Every class do more or less the same stuff. In some fights, you will need to like aim the boss for the boss to dash in a specific direction when they do their dash mechanics, like Cleric, for example. But that's about it, really. Like, for the most part, you're holding threat for the boss to be stable. Pretty equal, and video is slightly more expensive. Well, there you go. Again, I'm not going to be able to provide you with a distinct opinion on that because I haven't played video. So take anything said with a grain of salt. Rather equal, like pilots are big in video. You get more with the same money. Okay, I don't know if I agree with that logic though. Because the same argument could be made on the other side in the sense that it's less pay to win because you would have to spend less. You know what I mean? I guess if someone asks if something is pay to win, I think they mean in the sense of like neutral to the amount of money. What can you get by swiping type shit? You know what I mean? All pay to win is about gatekeeping. The problem with pay to win is that I don't think there's like a distinct threshold as to what qualifies. I will say that AION2 is pay to win because you can buy power. Like I think to me the description of pay to win is, can you buy power, right? And the answer is yes. Now it gets a bit more complicated when you consider whether you get gate kept with the pay to win or not, and whether the game coerces you into swiping to be able to do the content. And if your definition of pay to win is that you need to swipe to keep up and to do the content, then AION2 isn't pay to win. But that doesn't sound right either, you know what I mean? So yeah. But that's why I say the game is pay to win, but you don't have to swipe to keep up at all. Only PvP content at pay to win, I'm okay with that. I want to play PvP though. Open on PvP is like 10k, huh? You can swipe for both PvE and PvP, but on the PvE side, it's not going to like allow you to have access to stuff that other people don't have access to. Because like a sub-only player will be able to keep up more than enough. My voice is actually dying. More than enough to do the hardest content on day one, and it's not even like a matter of like playing 50 ults and playing 18 hours a day. It's like, no, if you play your main for like 20 hours a week, you will be able to keep up on PvE just fine, right? On the PvP side, it's a bit more complicated. The thing is that the gear itself requires you to do PvP to acquire, but they use the same resources as PvE to enhance, right? And your resources will be stretched a bit thin if you try to do both. So the swiping comes into that to be able to, you know, cater to your PvP gear better. But the thing is, when it comes to the swiping power in PvP, it mostly comes into play for stuff like open world PvP, as well as arena PvP. So do we not have a fucking healer? What the? And neither of these really matter in the grand scheme of things, because none of these give you like anything in terms of player progression. It's just you do them for fun type shit, you know? And there's no stakes. There's no rewards. So yeah. The PvP that actually gives progression, both towards PvP and resources in general, is either from equalized PvP, which by definition isn't pay to win, or from like Zerg focused PvP, which you can just blend with the masses and you'll get your shit. So yeah. Now, can you get raided in the open world by a whale? You can, but you will be able to like stay toe-to-toe with them, and you're not going to get like too tapped by them with a sub-only PvP gear. Like that's why it's a bit difficult to say. Like, long story short, the game is pay to win, but I wouldn't say it's particularly like egregious how much of a difference it makes, if that makes sense, right? It's a really long-winded answer. I know. Bro, the Chanter straight up isn't healing. That's crazy. Well. Redesign since release with 0 pass, your money spent, have more 450k combat power. I mean, that's entirely different. I would say playing free to play in this game is not recommended. That is where I draw the line. If you want to play this game, you will have to get the sub. You can play the game free to play and you're not gated in the content in itself, but you will fall behind and you will not have a good time. Just pay for the sub. That is where I draw the line. You have to pay the sub. Like 20% more powerful. Yeah, I mean, it's mainly going to depend on how much you keep up with PvP itself, because obviously someone that keeps up with it more than you do, namely like they grind for medals more than you do, so they have slightly higher tier PvP gear. They grind for potential more than you do, so they have more PvP stats. They will reach a point where it will be a no match, right? But that pertains more to the topic of like piloting when you talk about money involved, right? And not so much about swiping. The swiping aspect of PvP stops at enhancement, right? Other game, but then it get reduced when the whale hits the percussion cap. Yeah, and like, if I'm gonna be honest, early on into the game, you do not want to invest into PvP anyways. It's a huge mistake to give a shit about PvP early on, because even within your PvP progression, you're going to shoot yourself in the foot by focusing on PvP early on multiple aspects, right? Like even outside of the whaling aspect. Now, do keep in mind with the PvP in this game, the PvP in this game is not particularly good, if I'm gonna be honest. The combat is simple, which works for the PvE, but for the PvP, it makes it not very like skill forward. You know what I mean? You're not going to be able to outplay players all that much, because there's just not much that you can do in terms of the PvP itself. That's why I'm saying that the PvP is more of a fun side game mode, because it's not very involved, not very competitive. There is progression tied to it. You can have fun with it. It's not the primary content in this game at all. And it's not to be taken seriously. Like with or without the whaling. Yeah, someone's gonna, despite a pay to win. Yeah, this game is not exactly like that, because this game has a... Okay, first of all, the thing with Throne is that Throne only had one layer of progression with this gear, right? Which means that the gear that you got in PvE was also the gear that you used in PvP, right? AION2, you have separate PvE and PvP gear that you have to cater to. And the progression on both is very long term. AION2 is a game that you just keep playing. You know what I mean? AION2 is a game where when you log in, you have shit to do. It's more old school than that one, right? So as a result, the thing is, even the wheels haven't hit the gear ceiling because there's just like time gating behind metals and AP and stuff like that. Like no one is gear capped, basically right now. Because of that. Jesus Christ, man. This group is not the one. What if you want to main crafting? There's not really such a thing as maining, like life skilling in this game. Gathering and crafting is very like trivial. Everyone does it to the same extent. Very simple systems, and it's a wipe. Great. And these guys are not the ones. Holy shit. Do you need to do any PvP for progression? Not really. Like, PvP is entirely separate, but there is one aspect where doing PvP adjacent activity will help you progress a bit, and that's stigmas. Because you can buy stigma shards with AP. So obviously you can speed up the acquisition of your stigmas by getting AP. That being said, you don't need to do like sweaty 1v1 solo open world roaming arena PvP to be doing this. You can just do like PvP adjacent stuff like Siege, Abyssal Corridors, farming monster in the Abyss. That will give you the AP to buy stigmas. You will not need to make a PvP set and like invest into PvP to get stigmas if you want to go that route. And there's other routes? Yes, there are PvE alternatives to get them. It's just that obviously because PvP is an additional source of them. If you also do that, you will get them a bit faster. And like, it's so... Getting AP in this game is so easy, even without being a PvP player, that you might as well do it, right? Like, again, the amount of AP that you can get is capped per week, and hitting that cap is as easy as just like joining an alliance during Siege and just like sitting AFK during the PvP fights and just leeching the AP. That's going to give you enough AP, right? And then other than that, you do the corridors. Corridors are solo instances where you just like kill mobs that give you a bunch of AP that you can do twice a week. And that's going to be enough to get your stigma shards. Yeah, you don't lose AP if you die, so yeah, it's very, very casual friendly. Again, you will never have to invest into a PvP gear in this game. Like, PvP doesn't give you progression, and PvP gear is really only useful if you want to be doing like quote unquote competitive PvP, aka the open world and arenas. And neither of these give you any player progression. It's just for rankings, basically. And rankings are for cosmetics. Fucking god, dude, these people can't be serious. Oh, man. AION Classic, 0 balance, I lose like 3% of AP on that. Yeah, I know. This is not, again, I'm going to repeat that a lot, right? But AION1 was a sandbox PvP game. AION2 is a theme park PvE game. PvP is just one of the attractions. You want to do it, you do it. You don't want to do it, you don't do it. It's a game mode, basically. Surely they're not going to wipe to the exact same mechanic in the exact same way 3 times in a row. Lowest AP at the beginning of the game, yeah. I mean, to be fair, at the beginning of AION2, they had nothing figured out, dude. The game was like, bro, the original Season 1, the Westerners will never know. And that's probably for the best. Recommended sub-only players should buy early access pack? No. the early access will not get you anything. Because not only are the servers separated from the other servers, the progression isn't like... It's not even a full week, so you're not even like going a full week rotation with the weekly reset. Number 2. And number 3, the early access servers will probably have the bulk of the Korean and Taiwan veterans, as well as a majority of the whales and stuff like that, right? So like, if you're a completely new player and you just want to like chill with the game, you can get the early access pack if you want to get the cosmetics, but I would recommend playing on the full release servers. You'll have a better time. Spending a base point in Steamers is the best bet early? Yeah, that's what I'm gonna be doing. Like me personally, I will be doing PvP on Global, but early on, I'm going to strictly focus on my PvE progression. Why? Because even for PvP, the state of your PvE progression early on is crucial. Because early PvE progression means better rankings on sieges and world bosses, which means more medals, which means better long-term PvP gear. And thanks for the follow, Scarlet. Taiwan and Korea, Season 1 in Dust Media, yeah. Honestly, it was crazy. God. We have to get those orbs, dude. Okay, 8. Be fine. And Scarlet, thanks for the prime. Very cool. Enjoy the emotes made by me. Oh, this group is not the one. I'm finding another one. Fuck that. One target thing. So yeah, like early progression, you're going to be focusing on your PvE equipment. If you care about PvP, the only thing you're going to do are going to be like your weeklies, the medals, right? As well as hourly and bi-weekly world bosses, bi-weekly sieges. If we get it from the get-go, the tri-weekly, Abyss Rift, stuff like that, right? Stuff that gives you medals, that is gated content from weekly stuff, is what you're gonna get. Matthias, thanks for the prime. Wow, so many primers, holy shit. Enjoy the emotes. And you guys, don't forget, if you have Twitch Prime, you can subscribe for free. Isn't that crazy? I'm downloading in the Taiwan version right now to check how it handles my PC and go around the UI. Yeah, I mean, if you want to get like a quick idea of how the game plays, right? And get acclimated with the classes, the gameplay, the systems, Taiwan is the good way to do this. Like, you don't have to full sign, you don't have to fully invest, you can just dabble to get a big idea. So this way, when Global comes out, you don't have like choice paralysis. When you hit 45, what's the first thing you should do? What I'm gonna do drop is I'm going to level 8 characters to level 45 the first week. That's gonna be the first thing I do. And the reason why is not because, oh my god, this is Lost Ark Korean slop dungeon run, holy shit. It's not the reason. It's because there are some systems that reward you a lot from just having ults at max level. No investment, no nothing, just having ults at max level. And it's going to help with those systems. And those systems are Essential Trial and Abyss Corridors for the closet system. Elaborate on this one? Cool. So, the main 2 reasons to have ults right now in the game, now obviously that could change before Global, right? So, the main 2 reasons is, first of all, there's this solo dungeon that you can do 3 times a week per character that gives you a bunch of enhancement stones, right? And basically, if you do them on a bunch of characters, it's really low time investment. We are just talking a couple of minutes a week, right? But this way you will never run out of enhancement stones. So that's the first one. The second one is going to require a bit more explaining. So basically, the game has a closet system. What the closet is every time you break down a piece of equipment, you have a chance to get that piece of equipment as a skin, and it goes into your closet. And when it's in your closet, you can use it as a skin infinitely, right? But also, it counts toward your collection. And what the collection is every time you get a piece of equipment as a skin, that particular slot will get a raise in its base stat, right? So if you get a weapon, you get more base attack on your weapon. If you get a chest piece, you get more base defense on that chest piece, right? Now, when you break down a regular piece of equipment, you have a 10% chance to get the skin, right? When you break down a piece of Abyss equipment, you have a 100% chance to get the skin, and you also get some Abyss back as a refund. And Abyssal Corridors are basically solo dungeons that you can do twice a week that give you a bunch of AP. They are really low time commitment, they don't require any gear. Like, again, it takes like, it's 2 minutes per dungeon, right? And because AP is a finite resource, you will not want to break down Abyss equipment on your main to get as a skin. You will want to do them on your ult, right? Because it's a finite resource. So you run corridors on your ult to get AP, to buy Abyss equipment to break down to get as a skin, and then from the closet you can combine doubles of skins that you have to get skins that you don't have. So basically you keep buying, let's say like what I was doing earlier, you keep buying gloves from Abyss equipment on your ults, you break them down, and then you combine those gloves to get other skins. And that is the best, most optimal way to get closet progression for gold and orange equipment. So it takes just a couple of minutes a week. You don't need to push your ult particularly high, but it's going to help a lot for specifically that closet progression. So yeah. These are the main two reasons to be doing this. 8 classes like this do everything on main week 1, also which class for ults. Leveling takes less than a day, so yeah, I'll be able to do that. And in terms of the class I'm going to be playing, it's going to be a mix of Chanter and Ranger. The reason why is because Ranger is really good at killing trash fast, and the Abyss corridors have you kill packs of weak trash, right? And Chanter is also good at doing this in corridors, but is also good at getting into groups. So if I do decide to push 1 or 2 ults to be able to do dungeons to get more cleanup a week, I'm going to prefer doing it on supports because supports get into groups easier. So yeah. Alright. Back into the gulag I go. Question you are, thanks for answering my questions. I mean, Scarlet, that's why I'm here, right? Like, if I'm gonna be streaming the game, it's gonna be to interact with people and answer questions, right? If I'm just going to like sit in silence and play the game, what's the point? So yeah, don't hesitate to ask any questions. If I got €1 each time he has explained this, I could buy a few outfits. Yeah, that's just part of the streaming shenanigans, you know? And thanks a lot for you again. I won't play any ults. Is it going to help me keep me behind like Lost Ark? It's gonna be nowhere near on that level, but as I said, for those systems, obviously it's going to be preferable if you do. And if you don't, you're gonna eventually run into scenarios where you will run out in enhancement stones where you enhance like a bulk of like orange gear and stuff like that, especially early on. And for the closet, the gold and orange gear side of the closet kinda requires you to be doing the Abyss gear dismantling stuff, because otherwise it's really difficult. So you're not going to lose much, you're going to lose a bit of stats. If you want to get those skins, that's going to be the best way to do it. And it's not just about the stats, it's also about the fact that, bro, the in-game equipment looks good as a skin. Like, 80% of the reason why I'm doing this is to get the skins themselves. Early access want to wait and play in a global launch server. Any clue how I can get the early rewards and start on a global server? For early access on global, I don't think that's available yet, right? Fashion superior to stats? Hell yeah, brother. My Ranger may have Z DPS, but he looks slick. He looks fucking slick. I just have haven't touched VC, that's my job. Well, there you go. I mean, hey, every profession has its cross to bear, right? I think the whole streaming shtick is pretty easy in the grand scheme of things. Yeah, we don't know yet, yeah. Like, we don't even know what the early access is going to entail on retail, on the global. I keep wanting to sell retail. Taiwan feels like a fucking private server, that's why. Full armor is better than Guna skin? Yes. Precisely. But also in this game, if you want to run them to like do more dungeons and get more resources and money and stuff like that, it's not so much a mandatory thing. It's more a, I have free time and I want to spend more time playing this game and get rewarded for it. You can do that, right? It is possible. It's far from mandatory though. My Gunnar is good. The armor with effect now, I want to speak. FS seems to be missing over here. It said that they no longer have faction-specific gear. I don't disagree. I mean, this game has some great-looking gear, although I do hope we will get more callback to AION1 gear, because AION1 had some bangers, for sure. But this game has some bangers of its own, so can't complain too much. Like, all of these skins that I have on all of my characters are in-game skins. So, yeah. Oh my god, fucking marking shot. Why this direction? I'm holding straight up. Oh my fucking god. Gear shot armor and beach bikini. I mean, hey, there's a little something for everybody in this game. AION1 concept gear, yeah. The concept art for the equipment in AION1. I mean, even the equipment itself. I will die on this hill. For a 2009 game, like, AION1 still looks good. I am not in denial. But what the fuck is the Templar doing? Also, in-game skins would make me not want to buy from the shops. The Gunnar on me said no, yeah. It's like the fucking Green Goblin, you know? Like, some people just have to put in the fucking mask, it just speaks to you. For me, I'm not particularly enthralled with the Gunnar skin, so I'm content with the in-game stuff. So phenomenal, especially 4.x and above. I mean, I would say that the Abyss skins in AION2 look pretty okay. The Centurion skin and the High Commander skins are pretty decent. I think I might die of cringe. Maybe not. Okay, maybe not. Maybe the life leash is gonna save me. I removed the life leash from my LMB. I should maybe just bring it back. 3 more seconds. Can I live? Nope. Sometimes the in-game skins, I haven't died a few of them. I mean, a lot of them look pretty fucking sick. There's even some... I mean, there is some gooning option with the in-game skins too. There's some casual stuff too. There's a pretty good variety with the in-game skins. Like, honestly, for a game that wants to make skins its main monetization, they are giving us too many good skins in-game. Not that I'm complaining, but it's just a bit surprising. Doesn't last long. Yeah, I'm telling you, man, it's fucking Green Goblin. Just keeps calling back. West might get skins more catered to their market. I mean, again, they said no censorship in the West, right? Now, I do wonder what the... some of these skins are a bit much. All right, I'm not a prude person, but by the lords, fucking Zeus in heaven, dude. Some of these skins are a bit much, and I don't know if they're ever going to reach the West, but I guess we'll see, right? But I mean, the game is going to get like an insane age rating. Has to be, right? And like the EU is not going to be happy about this. We're going to need like ID verification to play this fucking game. Dude, okay. Any fellow EUs that browse Twitter every now and again, it's crazy. Everything is censored now. Regular ass pictures are censored now on Twitter, and it says that it's sensitive content. And it's just a picture of a dude, fully clothed, just waving. I don't know what the fuck is going on in the EU, but I don't like it. I mean, when it comes to the internet, yeah. Like, bro, I can go on Twitter right now and like it's gonna be someone taking a picture of their cat and it's going to get censored for sensitive content. Like, what even the fuck are we doing, dude, at this point? Link to this picture so I know how to visit it. That's the thing, Anchovy. I don't. My god, bro. These guys are not even remotely doing the effort of moving. Damn, bro just left outright. I mean, to be fair, he wasn't cooking. Preparing for the big sensor laws? Yeah, probably. That's gonna be great. Definitely looking forward to that. Yeah. Oh yeah, use steels. I should probably be crafting those, huh? Yeah, I'll do it after this one. Maybe someday we'll get this character past 400k combat power. I trust. It's crazy that this character is 4.8 but only like 390. It's actually quite surprising. I mean, I guess the bulk of it is just like, I just don't have use steals, right? I'm losing a bunch of attack and so on and so forth because of that. Dungeon drops are tradable from ult, only Kina is locked. No, it's the other way. The Kina isn't locked, and the dungeon drops are not tradable. Hanukkah above you, yeah. This ranger is like just straight up shit. Like, I don't even know how I'm managing to be that far behind in gear school, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what is it, because I have a full set of Arcanas. I have a proper genus, right? I have a Pantheon. But yeah, just for some fucking reason. Missing some horizontal progression or something? I don't think so. Soulbind levels? I mean, yeah, but that shouldn't matter that too much, right? Because most of them are like 50% or something. Especially considering like it's gold gear, right? So the soulbinds don't really push that high. I mean, I guess I'll take a look. Then maybe I forgot about something. Because it's definitely sus that I'm below 400k. Like something is awry. Something is wrong. I mean, these soulbinds are not terrible. I mean, I guess, okay, these are pretty bad. These I need to reroll. Actually, you know what? We're gonna do exactly that. Gonna finish this dungeon, and then I'm going to do a quick, like, run through of, like, the terrible shit this character has. Does depending on stat? Yeah. I mean, obviously, like, smite, attack, perfect, all of those are way heavier. I mean, I guess I should maybe go for the Season 2 Colossus. I haven't been doing Nightmare on this character. Maybe I should. Yeah. That is one thing I need to do on this character. I need to do Nightmare. Jesus Christ, dude. The subtlety of a fucking elephant. Yeah, my rings have skills, because I have set up my Arcanas to have a handful of level 20s already, right? So like that is properly set up. It's not like, you know, completely set up, but it's mostly set up. As good as it's gonna get set up. Alright. Yeah, let me do a quick like run through of everything to make sure I haven't forgotten anything. Like this character, I got it to 50, and then I kind of went on about my day, you know. I probably didn't optimally pick my Davian points as well, but I'm not gonna do that on stream though. That would be very ill-advised. Alright, let me craft the utils first. Yeah, we always gamba. You already know. Eh. That's a 1 dub. I'll grab the stigmas too. Lost 1 on this one. Crazy work. Okay. Alright, so this attack increase is going to be priority, right? So whatever brings me to that for now. And then, I mean, the rest is probably non-optimal. It's just like skill nodes. I probably have a bunch of attack I can get from that. Yeah. Right. Okay. Yeah, my Nightmare, I need to do Zico. Yeah. I guess I'll do my Nightmare now. I might be able to do Tassim, I guess. Ooh, although with this gear... Ugh. Tassim on Ranger with 200 ping? With this gear? Hmm. Damn. Okay, well. It won't be fun, yeah. It's a lot of smite, though. You know? I mean, at least I'm getting Ezekiel right now. Because I'm pretty sure I don't have a gold Colossus right now, so... Let me just do that and buy it nonetheless, because it's pretty cheap. Yeah, it's 14k. That should give me a decent amount of combat power. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. The rest is okay. Yeah, that's already like 15k extra. Off rip. Yeah, I guess I'll work towards Tassim as well. I mean, I should have a lot of Soulbind stones from Sanct. Yeah, I have a 190, so let me let me work on that actually. So this, I can probably just reroll the precision for weapon damage boost, unironically. And let me do that. I don't need the... Okay, how much accuracy and trade do I have? Ooh, okay. Maybe I do need it. Okay, never mind. Maybe not. Okay, let me reroll these though. These are vile. There's no other words to describe these. I'll just get some passives, I guess. Not this one. I don't remember the name of the passives, but I'll just eyeball it. Like there's one, there's definitely one for smite. I think this is one of them, right? Taking damage over time. I guess this one is decent. Yeah, which are the main ones? Okay, this one. Focused Eye. Focused Eye, Hunter's Resolve. These are the two. Yeah, Focused Eye, Hunter's Resolve. I guess I'll just roll these two. Meaty Fire. That's the knockback one, right? Yeah. Wind Vigor. That is not one of those. Is this cosmetic you're wearing right now hard to get? No. I got it precisely through what I said I did earlier. So, okay, that's one of them. So I did corridors, combined skins, and I got the entire skin just by doing this. Like this is the skin of the eye level 108 gold crafted Beylik equipment. Like that's the full set. Do I roll over accuracy? I mean the thing is, okay. Okay, I'm not gonna do it for now. I'll just like reroll the really bad stuff. Reading eye, that's the right one. Nope. How much accuracy should you keep? The thing is, I don't remember the cap. Bargot. I think it's 2.2, right? I think it's 2.2k accuracy, and I kind of want as much crit as I can get, because Bow of Blessing gives you attack relative to the amount of crit that you have on Ranger now. So like all of the excess crit, I'm going to keep it. Still no. Bruh. Hunter Soul? I don't think that's the one, right? Yeah, no. I mean, it's decent, but yeah, no, it's not what I'm looking for. You doing much shopping as out of subs? I don't spend money on this game. Okay, there we go. I only pay for the sub, and that's it. I don't even get the battle passes. Like just to give you a broad idea of what I'm doing here, I don't even get the battle passes. Just those 2 full-time jobs in game. I mean, in terms of actual playtime, you would be surprised, because I am spending a lot of time focusing on content creation stuff. Like as I said, in terms of like, if you want to keep up to the same level as me on the PvE side, you don't need to spend more than 20 hours a week. I'm not pushing very hard on Taiwan right now, if I'm gonna be honest. Like, basically, what I'm streaming is what I'm playing in this game. And thanks for the follow, Shrub. Now sleeping first week for global confirmed. Now that is a different story. Global, I'm going to be pushing a bit harder. I'm going to be... like, again, I'll be slowing down streaming a bit towards the back end of August to start preparing all of the guides ahead of time. And I'll be streaming the game a lot on Global. Like, I'm going to be grinding the game a lot. Come on. Nope. Hell no. Nobody's going to sleep, yeah. And like, I'm gonna go in with like a proper battle plan and everything. So yeah. No rest for the wicked. Test out ahead of global. Yeah, I mean, it's a good idea. Hunter's Resolve. Is that one of them? Yep. Very cool. Okay, so that's these 3 figured out. I guess I needed to do it here too. I mean, not on these though. These are fine. The defense increase? Who gives a shit? Get out of here. Happy Wednesday, I wanted to check it out myself. Reddit. The internet, I was gonna say Reddit is not a good place, but the internet is not a good place, you know? You will never get, like, good things out of going on Twitter, on Reddit, asking people on Discords, like, nah. if you want a proper opinion on stuff, like, you should have some first-hand experience. That's all there is to it. Haven't even played the game. That's the thing, right? The overwhelming majority of these people have not even touched the game. Update proc on create some loot ball, huh? Is that how it works? Nah, it's as I thought. Bolt is just a forced crit on the 5th node. Majority hearsay, yeah, pretty much. It's like this guy said that this guy said that this guy said that this guy said that this worked this way 8 months ago. So it's just grossly inaccurate and disingenuous for the most part. Okay. Endurance, don't really care about that. I mean, I guess, okay, I can keep endurance. That's fine, sure. Just have 9 attack, crazy. Would be nice to get perfect on that, but maybe that's a bit... That's asking a bit much. I mean, I can try. I don't need a 14 accuracy. Macro thing, just playing the game for you. I mean, this game is definitely macro forward, right? Like, the combat in AION2 is not very complicated. That is 100% true. Oh, it is being so quick? Yeah, pretty much, Bronny. Like, the thing that people rag on with this game is the one video of that one Korean guy. I'm gonna keep that. That one Korean guy, like, swiping 50k to get dog shit gear to go farm bots. And people are like, oh my god, oh my god. And that was 8 months ago. It was already irrelevant at the time. It's even more irrelevant nowadays. But that's the only thing that people care about. Like, yeah, what can you do, right? Vigilant Eye. Oh yeah, that's the one I got a bunch from the fucking scale, right? That's why it's so high level. XD. Nope. I'm gonna stop either on perfect or on the second offensive passive, I guess, for this. Probably the best, because like 9 attack is kinda not good. Can play without macro, but the game is super fast paced. The thing is, you kinda have to have some sort of macro setup for your bread and butter, like your NMB, RMB, and proc button. Like, the game is built around you doing exactly that, right? So it's expected of you to be doing this. Otherwise, you will be underperforming. Can you use keyboard macros? Yeah. You can, but the game has in-game macros as well. Like, you typically speaking, you kind of use a mix of both, basically, of both like mouse macro and in-game macro, depending on the class. The thing that's nice about the in-game macro is you can be strict on the order of the button that you press. Whereas with the mouse macro, it's more so like spam everything all at once. So yeah, you kind of use the mouse macro for the actual spam stuff like LMB, and then you use the in-game one to rotate through things properly. I mean, these are 1% rolls, so yeah. Want to run a certain... Get on channel if you have Cleric and Body, can you explain why and which skill? Yeah, it's Power of the Storm, and the reason why is Cleric has Earth's Blessing, which is a buff that gives the group attack, defense, smite, and predation, and overall it gives the group more DPS than Power of the Storm. But the problem is that Power of the Storm overrides Earth's Blessing, so if you use it as a channel when you have a Cleric in the group that has Earth's Punishment at level 25, you're actively just griefing him. I'm a big fan of macros, but after 1,000 rounds are offering, yeah, I mean, the game is just built for it, right? So it's a bit different, I guess. Putting MBA on conditionals in the in-game macro. Right now, what I have is... I have main rotation stuff that isn't LMB in the in-game macro, and then my mouse macro spams LMB on top of it, so this way it weaves LMB in between the correct rotation of skills. Now, on Cleric, I don't use LMB because... I'm not built for it. Yeah, pretty much 444. Ranger is just built different, in parentheses, derogatory. Okay, there we go. Okay, that brings me up to still 411. No progression, very cool. Insane. How much would it cost me to do this, actually? Basically nothing. Cool. Just get a bit more juice out of these specifically. Like, not maximizing or anything, but just getting a little bit out of them. It's literally 16 books per. That's nothing. You got your dick sucked again? Nah. This refers to yesterday. Don't worry. We're good. Which skill you run instead Enchanted to not grief with the Cleric? I'm not quite sure. I think the new... the change on the... I think it's Fracturing Blow, right? That shreds defense is maybe decent, but honestly I'm not quite sure. I'm watching you. Wow, okay, that was a lot more than I thought. That's 430k, okay. Interesting. I didn't think it would be that much, but lo and behold, I guess it is. And thanks for the photo, Sleepy. And no problem. Yeah, I mean, the rest is fine. Like, I'm not really going to replace anything anyway, so I can, like, do, like, 2 taps on each of these just to get a bit of extra juice. There you go. 431. Wow, look at that. This character is still dog shit, but just a bit less. Right. I mean, Arcanas are fine. Yeah, this is okay. We need to push any further on this. I mean, I guess I have Gale Arrow on this. I could try to get Gale Arrow to level 20 if I get lucky. I don't. This is not the perfect compass by any means, but I don't think I'm gonna go back into Chromite for now. So, yeah. I guess just sacrifice some of these. If I can see some Gale Arrow skills. Deadshot Defiance. Bruh. I mean, I guess Deadshot is fine. It's more damage. I'll get one more level, see if I can get it. If I do, I'll go again. If I don't, I won't. Jesus Christ. Okay, well, never mind. Do I have Gale Arrow on this? Yeah, I do actually on both. Well, it is what it is. Yeah, this one is here too. I'll do like 1 or 2 levels as well. Nice. Got the right one. Very cool. This one is kind of whatever. And then this one has this, right? Yeah, Hunter's Resolve. That's the one. I'll do like 1 or 2 levels as well. I'll take the movement speed, I guess. Whatever. Just I know this week, what are your main thing you'd suggest to focus to increase eye-level combat power? Schwab. First of all, good name. Second of all, if you actually want to focus on getting stronger to start getting into the endgame and stuff, get the sub, get the growth pass. Do everything in the growth pass, like all of these on the second one with the sprout badge, all of these featured quests, you want to do all of them, and then you will want to do the Sick of Bingo one to get your bracelet, and once you do that, you do the Moheim, MSQ and everything, and then I have a video on my YouTube channel that goes over everything that you should focus on afterwards. Like, that should give you a good idea of what to do next after that, to get deeper into the endgame. Do I just go for this right now? How much eye level is it going to be even? I'm probably going to power creep it. You know what? Fuck it. We're going to do it, chat. Fuck it. I'm on the roll right now to get this character up to snuff. So might as well. But yeah. If you want to get the growth pass, you will need to pay the sub. If you really don't want to do that, I would say don't worry about progression. Like if you don't want to do that, just like level up characters to 45, get a quick idea of what they do. Get acclimated to some of the systems, do some of the like early season content, and just leave it at that, and then drop the game until global. Like don't try hard the game and progression if you're not going to pay for the sub and get the growth pass. That is my honest opinion. But if you do want to get the sub and the growth pass, then yeah, the video is there for you. I like this game from the start being clueless though. That would suck. I mean, if you get the growth, honestly, like, you're pretty well caught up. Okay, thanks. Yeah, no problem. Exclamation mark YouTube if you need a link. By the way. Like, on the PvE side of things, the growth pass genuinely gets you caught up pretty well. And then afterwards, you have a pretty clear path to progression to reach the current endgame. It's honestly pretty good, yeah. Now, the only thing that the video doesn't cover is stigma shots. But stigma shots you will kind of get by default by running shit with the unstable stigma shots. And if you really want to grind AP, like, you can just refer to what I said earlier. AKA, like, jump into random forces during sieges, leech AP, and get some additional stigmas from that. Do your corridors bi-weekly. GG's. There's so many convoluted things in this game. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, it's a Korean game, so yeah. Like, you know, bloated systems and stuff like that. Like fiery hoops that you have to jump through. That's just kind of how it is. It's the nature of these games, right? Okay, you know what? Maybe not necessarily Tassim, but at least Kaizenol. Like, Kaizenol should be pretty easy, and it already gives Smite, right? So maybe that's enough, actually. Yeah. That shot self reset is so fucking stupid. I don't care if you need it. Hello. Kaizenol not 34 1k, 3 k Ranger. Yeah. Like, Kaizenol was season 2, so it should be pretty fucking easy. Tassim is the one where I'm like, I mean, even at this stage, I think Tassim should be fine. Oh yeah. I don't know if I have enough tickets to make it to Tassim. I mean, it's 6, right? Okay, I'm gonna have just enough tickets to get to Tassim, actually. Too annoying. Yeah, we'll see. I'll give it one honest to god attempt if I have enough tickets to get to him. Tassim can eat my whole ass. Have you done the new one, Raiden? I would say the new one is pretty fun, but on hyping there is some stuff is a little sus on hyping. But overall, I would say it's a pretty good fight. You want not too bad? Yeah. Like, sometimes the interaction with the crystal on hyping, like the delay on it, is a little sus, because sometimes the boss has a fast rotation, and you only have like half a second to click the crystal. Like, that's the only thing that really was a little sussy. The new one is the most fair, yeah. Honestly, overall, the new one felt pretty well designed. Like, it has a natural evolution of its mechanics throughout the fight. It doesn't really throw you like many curveballs. It's pretty good. Do you need a Taiwan VPN to play? I keep getting an error. You do need a VPN, Cytronic, yes. And hey, if you need a VPN, exclamation mark VPN, am I right? But more seriously though, when it comes to VPN, just get the free trial on a bunch of them and see whichever one like works best for you and then run it. You can't main crafting, so I can't make a character makes money selling weapon and armor. I mean, you can make money crafting, but you don't really main life skilling in this game. Yeah, like the way it's set up is everyone does it to about the same extent. Because thing, I don't know. Do you mean the orb skill, Raiden? Like the one that he shoots repeatedly at you? Because like for this one, I wasn't perfect dodging personally. Like I was leaving a bunch of space in the circle and I was just like, running in a circle. And it was like dodging everything. Then again, that's at 200 ping. If you have slightly higher ping, I could see the fact that you will still get hit by running in a circle. I could see like 230 maybe getting hit by the orbs if you just run in a straight line. So you might have to perfect dodge, yeah. Although, can't you block these as a melee? Or can you not? Oh, fucking god. 3 times further away from the explosion, it would still hit me? Yeah. Yeah, because for me, I was just running in a circle. And it just kind of solved it for me. Can't block them? Okay. Then yeah, that's a bit annoying for sure. Like, the one thing that I did like with the new boss is the laser mechanic. I do like that they have shown us that they can make an airborne laser. So they can punish you for spamming jump. That's pretty cool. Like, again, the thing with this game is that mechanically they are showing us that they can do anything. So I'm really looking forward to when they stop holding back. I want them to stop holding back. I want them to like straight up just fucking put my dick in a blender, you know? Just do it to me. Testing on 290 ping on Cleric was an experience. I mean, I guess at least you can heal yourself, but yeah, 290 is going to feel fucking miserable on anything. Very top ranking character, will you agree with this claim? Avil, stop using AI. Like, broadly speaking, stop. I'm not even going to answer the question. Just stop asking AI anything. Be better than that. Especially for gaming advice. Holy shit. NCSoft made BNS. Friends of the study did in BNS. I didn't play BNS, so no. That worked, thank you, not a problem. At Gronk, is this true? Yes. Like I was saying earlier, I forgot about that. I was saying earlier that I was watching a video of an old school Diablo 2 player that tried to ask AI what to do to play the game. And it was consistently getting absolutely fucking everything wrong. Like everything. It was not even remotely getting anything correct. Like, stop asking AI for anything. This technology needs to fucking die in a ditch already. It's like, let me burn a forest to have some dumb fuck lie to me. They made me use AI at work. I'm sorry. Did some wild shit in BNS. Yeah, I'm looking forward to them not holding back in this game. Someone's doing to 100%. Yeah. For sure, for sure. I mean, it would be so easy to bring in ping equalization on global though. Like, just set everyone on, like, combat-wise, in terms of, like, you know, attack speed and everything, just set everyone at, like, 80 ping. You know what I mean? Like, are we going to be slower than Koreans? Yeah, sure. But just fucking, like, they need to bring in some sort of equalization. They have to. Like, whether they add a GCD, ping equalization, or both, or something in between, like, I don't know. But yeah, they need to do something. Alright, let me buy the Eisnor statue. Wow. And this character is getting more stonks than I anticipated today. What is AI in AION? In AION? What do you mean in terms of, like, in what they used AI in AION to? Unfortunately, a couple of things. And that is one of the things I'm trying to advocate against, for them to change. I mean, they use generative AI in a couple of things, like the Genius Insights, icons, the Arcana cards, some skill icons, and the splash screen of some stuff like the arena. And yeah, I mean, I'm going to fight tooth and nail for them to remove that shit, but yeah. Yeah, no matter what. It's just a popular thing right now. It's just a buzzword, you know what I mean? Especially in South Korea, like, they don't have as... They don't really care as much about the ethical and environmental impact of AI, right? So, yeah, South Korea just fucking full sends, and they see this as a positive. And you're like, you're actively getting called a loser for being against it. So, yeah. It's a bit rough. Shadow game looks AI generated. That's very possible, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if they saw... Maybe not fully right, but like maybe touched up. That's possible. It doesn't look fully generated. But I could see it being like a touched up AI for sure. As is everything not just out? Yeah, and that's the problem. That's why the guy who was like earlier, AI told me that this game is this. I'm not even going to answer your question. Stop using AI and then ask me a proper question. I mean, look, you guys, most of you have been here long enough to know my stance on AI, right? I'm anti-AI in every single level, right? And I will fight you on this. Microsoft is currently doing... Oh, I'm fully aware, SVB. I know, it's... And it genuinely just makes you want to just... retire into a mountain. You still are not using it? Yeah, and that doesn't change the fact I'm against it, Snake. Huge cock, is this true? I don't know, Raiden. Cannot confirm nor deny. Living in a farm, yeah. I mean, even that. Alright. I guess back to the dungeoning for the time being. What's my combat power? 440. Yeah, that's quite the jump, actually. Holy. So can I be promoted to normal, to hard mode? Probably not. Jesus Christ. Ah, whatever. I'll just stick to normal for now. Ah, you kitty. That's it. You're going straight to jail. AI is amazing, especially in my line of work. That was the easiest way to get banned in my chat. See you never. Any other AI apologists in chat? I mean, out yourself now. You will get banned eventually, so... No one? Good. Another Chanter healer. 344k. Surely this guy has recoup 16, right? And girlfriend win. Alright, enough of that. Enough. I mean, that is entirely possible, SVB. I mean, fuck. The entirety basis of AI is based off of theft. You know? So, I wouldn't be surprised. Would say something dumb and stand behind it, unless I would think I'm rage baiting. Okay, that was a first-time chatter. Like, if you're gonna come swinging in the chat with this after I said my stance, and you get banned, and you were just rage baiting, like, bro, you had it coming. Put in a ban appeal, and maybe we'll discuss it again in like 3 months. But for the time being, you're going into timeout. That's it. Like, I don't know how you pop into a stream, right? You pop into a stream, first comment, like you see that the guy just said that he hates AI, you see that he's, you know, a bit on the arty side, yeah, right? Like he's bothering making his own emotes and everything, and you say that you love AI. You're dumb as fuck. I'm sorry, like, at some point you have to read the room, you know? New form of money laundering. I mean, yeah, it's a bubble that needs to pop, and it's doing a lot of bad things to the world on so many levels. Some people get off on getting banned on Twitch channels. I didn't think of that. That's fucked up that you said that. The world doesn't revolve around anime drawings. What? And yeah, we're all gonna pay for it? Yeah. How does Ranger feel with hyping? Dog shit. I mean, obviously it's playable, right? But in terms of the amount of, like, the impact on damage output and everything, yeah, it's pretty bad. It's pretty rough. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, oh, Microsoft does something shady. Fucking another Wednesday at the office, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised. Again, I just hope that all of it is just going to, you know, pop eventually. Because it's getting really fucking tiresome. It's fucking everywhere at this point. And none of it is used in any even remotely good, like, good way. It's just crazy how complete trash this is. And every time you see someone make the apology for it, it's like, wow, it has optimized my workflow by 3%. Right, so you're telling me it was worth it to just, you know, it was worth the ethical dilemma of just stealing from people to train your data on it, right? And burn forests to optimize your workflow for 3% to make your boss richer. That is your reasoning for that. Right. Yeah. I can notice your attack speed is slow. Yeah. There's not much to it. Data centers are destroying water supplies too. Yeah, it just has a terrible environmental like impact. It's what I said, right? It has a terrible environmental and ethical impact. How's the game? The game is great fun. Give my line of work without accepting a lower pay. Yeah, I mean, that's why at the end of the day, I'm not going to blame the people that are stuck in work line, that are forced to play into it because of, like, you know, the corpos and everything, but Jesus Christ, man. I cannot help but feel bad. But at least if you're going to be stuck in this position, like, at least have an understanding that what you're doing is bad. Even if it's not entirely your fault. Just usually levels with 0 intelligence can only copy, can only create anything new. Yeah. And all of it is always extremely biased and just always drives into bad situations. And they are trying really fucking hard to force it, even though, like, it's not working. And it only has negative impacts. It's just insane. It's insane, like, how hard they're trying to force it too. Like, bro, my phone basically became unusable because of it. Because they just force it on you, and it doesn't matter how much you disable it. It just keeps trying to nudge you into, like, turning it back on and everything. It's... Is the rumor about pay to win real? What do you mean rumor? It's an online video game. It has pay to win, yes. Now the question is, does the pay to win matter? And the answer to me is no. Because, like, you can just pay the subscription and have access to the entirety of the content and do all of the PvE, all of the hardest PvE content on release day one, but no problem. Like, to me, the swiping in this game is more so, like, if you don't have enough time to play, or if you're catching up mid-season and want to, like, catch up to the latest endgame, swiping is there for that. Can you swipe to get power? Yeah, which makes the game pay to win. Are you coerced into swiping? No. Technology I work with, but I mean, for now. Oh wait. Nice. With the people, but no one's raising that. I mean, yeah. Like, the only reason why it's used right now is purely for, like, min-maxing profit, which is never a good excuse to do literally anything. They need to convince us to use it for everything. I mean, bro, like, this is not the way. It's only making me. It's only going to make me hate it more. And I think I'm not the only one, right? Like, bro, at this point, I'm the type of guy that wasn't using ad blocks on, like, Twitch and YouTube, right? But dude, nowadays you only get advertising for AI slop, like full-on false advertising that is full AI, right? I got so fucking sick and tired of it, I reinstalled an ad blocker. What's the gain? And that's true for everything. Pay to win is game breaking? I mean, I can tell you that no, but, you know. I think, yeah. Go ahead and make your own opinion. I think that's valid. For sure. Although Taiwan is a bit rough because there's a huge RMT and botting problem that is, like, kind of left unchecked. But even as is, with the sub only, like, you're able to play the game and enjoy it just fine, so. Global is going to be a lot better too. More characters, SM, I most likely try it. SM is the GOAT. I do have an SM already. I briefly tested it. I do like it, but again, it's a DPS archetype, right? So it's not going to be my main on global. Because I do want to play something that's, like, support adjacent, basically. A funny vaping comment. I mean, yeah, my chat pop out is not very big, so sometimes I will miss some message. But if you have any question, Tommy, like, feel free. Catch up event, yeah. Like, the thing is, if you really want to try the game right now, it's heavily recommended to get the sub and grab the growth pass, because that's the main catch-up mechanic to get, you know, caught up to endgame, because otherwise you're not going to be able to get a proper feeling for the game, right? But, you know, I won't blame you if you don't want to pay the sub on Taiwan. Pushing vaping to a younger generation to train them to suck robot dick. Very cool. I'm sure people would do that for free, though. It's true, I vape. Brother. Rate the new season out of 10. The thing is that it's very incomplete right now. So I do like a lot of the changes and a lot of the new additions, but the end game is a bit barren right now because, you know, we don't have a proper transcendence, we don't have a proper whatchamacallit, sanctuary. The new PvP game modes are not out yet, so right now it's like a 6 out of 10 for me, but it could go up significantly higher as soon as we get the actual content of the season, you know what I mean? Have you tried the new trial dungeon? I have. It's fun content, but you do it once a week. So, yeah. Basically 10 minutes of gameplay per week and then you're done. On you, yeah. I mean, as I said, right, I've tried very hard to turn off fucking Gemini on my phone. Bro, I have been blocking updates on my phone for like years to make sure they never installed it. And they installed it without asking me, even though updates are blocked, right? And now I did everything to turn it off. But at every corner, it keeps interrupting what I'm doing to ask me to turn it back on. Like, dude, go away. It's reached a point where if I plug headphones, it keeps prompting me to activate it as long as the headphones are plugged in. Doing back on Skyline mech instead of just power creeping was pretty fun. Yeah, it's the hard mode mechanics as well, right? So it's pretty fun. It's pretty punishing as well, which is it's fine. It's not very difficult, but it's just a bit disappointing that it's a once a week occurrence. When I saw Trial, I expected a more repeatable content than this, but you know, I guess it's one more thing to do per week. Only for the alarm, yeah. Rather... Okay, I'll look into that then. I did run some stuff already, and like it's mostly gone. It's just that every now and again it prompts me to just turn it back on, which is really fucking annoying. Oh my god, the crash fish. Crash fish, don't fall for the bait. Freaking out time, I was doing at 45, so most things have daily recharge. Everything is weekly. So... Okay, there's one thing that is daily, and it's daily duties, but it's really short content that is mostly irrelevant, right? But yeah, everything else is purely on a weekly basis. Even the... And the thing is, I hope they change the name of this fucking content. Even Daily Dungeon is a weekly content, which is really fucking stupid, I know. I don't know why it's still called Daily Dungeon. I don't know what they're doing, but yeah. Called Bonus Dungeon. Yeah, I mean, it should be called literally anything else, right? It should not be called Daily Dungeon because it's a weekly. When you're out of weekly lockouts? I mean, there's a decent amount of stuff, right? Like, the thing is, there's a decent amount of, like, stuff to run in game, so you're not gonna be done in a day. And overall, there is some, like, endless stuff that you can do. Whether, like, you can go grind on an ult, you can do PvP, right? It's up to you. But overall, yeah, this game, if you want to keep up with everything, do all of your weeklies, all of your seasonal missions and everything, like within 20 hours, you're pretty much done. Like, and then it doesn't matter like what spread of playtime you have on that. And then beyond that, it's gonna be Up to you whether you want to play the game more to get a bit more. It's not mandatory, but you can, whether it's playing an ult or doing PvP stuff. And there are some activities that are like, that happens at during specific days, like sieges, for example, abyss rifts, world bosses. Yeah. You run a VPN when you play this game? I'm using a gaming VPN, yeah. You have to. Because I mean, first of all, my ping is already dog shit as is, right? Like I'm resistant to torture, but you know, only to a point. And you also need a gaming VPN to be able to log in. Otherwise, it's like most foreign countries are locked on the logging screen if you don't. And exclamation mark VPN for the VPN I'm using. That was a little tight. And the other ranger DC'd. And you can tell that the other ranger was the one with the DPS. Yay, he got here. I can't fucking believe my closet Gambo is this bad today. Unfucking believable. 150 gold skins, nothing. This goddamn mace. Up to 5 stacks again. Oh man. Am I going to pass away? The breath is so much nicer to run compared to Hall. Yeah, that's the main reason why I'm running it. Like, Hall of Illusion makes me want to fall asleep. Well, I really don't like the vibes of a Hall of Illusion. Like, it gives the better loot, but my god. Jumping on flower, yeah. Okay. The flower jumping puzzle thing with mounts is a bit awkward because like you're going a bit too fast, so you have to skip some of them, but yeah. But yeah, I just significantly prefer Azure Breath over Hall. It's just a shame that the loot was so lopsided in these. And unfortunately, it looks like they're doing the same thing again. Now that being said, we do actually need accessory potential stones because of brooches and everything, right? So at least it's gonna have some use. Like I'm gonna be running it for sure. But I wish they would have like a better mix in terms of the loot when it comes to the armor specifically. Because God knows orange dungeon accessories are the fucking scam. And not worth running. So if it's the only thing that your dungeon has, that's not ideal. This guy fucking died. The Chanter is dying of cringe as well. And there he goes. Oh, wow, that was gently grazed. A transfer mats, yeah. But it just sucks because like there's no incentive to like go into it right away unless you already have the full set of armor from the other dungeon. It's like you're actively just griefing yourself by not continuing to run the other one. Because of that. But I think there's going to be a lot more people that are going to be done with the Lava Heart armor fast because the transfer tickets are already available, right? How much more energy do I have? Okay, one more, I guess. One more. Oh, someone left. Oh, the healer left. Whatever then. Whatevs. I guess if that's the case, that's gonna be quite enough progression for today. Yeah. So yeah. Fellas, I'm gonna be done for today. I'm gonna go grab some food. Relax for a little bit. I'm a little bit tired. I mean, 7 hours stream, not too bad, not too bad. But yeah. Thanks for watching today. Make sure to follow the channel on both Twitch and YouTube if you haven't already. And usually I take break days on Friday, and I do have some stuff that I need to do, but maybe I'll do a late stream tomorrow. I'll let you guys know on my Discord. And on that topic, make sure to jump on my Discord as well to be made aware of my whereabouts. But yeah, for the time being, that is going to be it for me. So let me look for someone to host, and I'll send you in their way. Yeah, SL on the streaming, I guess. All right, SL on it is. SL on it is. All right, have a fantastic rest of your day. And I'll be seeing you, if not tomorrow, on Saturday. Been 7 hours already. Yep. And without a dog shit mic quality today. Crazy, right? But yeah, GG's.
Okay, red. Nice.